Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the tournament. So today is going to be an extra sweaty event. It is 5 rounds of competition in standard regulation, followed by a semi and a grand final. But we are starting on the second round of the tournament. The first round has just finished. I wanted to do some admin work, make sure everything was smooth, and go from there. So yes, welcome. Also, today's event is a qualifier, so I'm going to be holding kind of a special event in the middle of the month. Kind of looking to do something fun, add some spice back into all of our lives, and the top 4 of today's tournament will be qualifying. Some other nuances about today's event as well is the top 4 is normally decided by leaderboard position in terms of tiebreakers, but if people are tied for the top 4 today, we're going to be having a mini playoff series. So if there's several players with the same record, I want to make sure that, they don't feel like they're being robbed from a special event just because they've been inactive or whatever, and that's going to be the game plan. So, all right, taking a look at the old website, I believe we've just finished the first round. Let's take a look here, and here's the event. It is the qualifier tournament, and yeah, this is the first round. So almost everybody's done. I think there's one game yet to be played on the bottom, and certainly some very strong players. Out of the gates in round 1, obviously Tim the Wilder, Housecat of War, Outer Region Hadries, Charx, Glidden, Martin, and several other very, very strong players have made the first blood. And looking down, yeah, we have a lot of really good players today. A lot of the Legends of Warhammer 3 coming out of the woodworks looking to party. And let's hang tight. Should be starting the next round in just a minute. Just need to check and see if these players are wrapping up. Thank you all for joining. Hope you're doing well. Never played Total War before. It's pretty fun. It's definitely a tricky one to get into. But what I would recommend, it depends. If you want to play single player, then, just that's a whole different beast. But if you're looking for multiplayer, it's tricky because there's so many factions. I would probably recommend finding like 3 factions you like and then getting the content for them, right? Because if you try and get everything at once, it can just be egregiously expensive. Yeah, so Hitman Hippo and Iskander, I started about 3 or 4 minutes late to the tournament, so they should have about 3 or 4 minutes left, and I'll shoot them a warning message in just a moment if they take too long. Welcome. Wonder what we're going to be seeing today. Taking a look at the win rates for the season, so just to give you guys a little bit of a look at what the meta looks like right now. Greenskins have been very dominant, and it's funny because they just got nerfed in many ways with Wurzag being, hit with the beat stick, but they still do very well because they have a ton of really powerful units, right? Like their basic core infantry are good. Biggins got cost reductions. They have some of the better archers in the game in terms of like cost effectiveness. Orc War Boys are probably some of the best kind of heavy cav in the game for their cost. They're really good, high armor, anti-large. Squigs are amazing. I mean, they have so many good units on their roster that it doesn't even really matter that much what lord you use. I mean, it does to an extent. Having a cheap caster lord has kind of been the way that we've seen it. Kislev also very dominant, no surprises. Interesting to see High Elves hitting at a 64% win rate, so that's kind of cool to see. Wood Elves doing quite good. And now let's look at the Pit faction. So Khorne and Tzeentch, I don't understand Tzeentch as much, although I think they're a little bit better in land battle. But yeah, I suppose I can see these. Bretonnia also down to the pits as well. But, a lot to be changed. Vampire Coast apparently making a bit of a comeback. Chaos Dwarf sitting nice and happy at 52%. See, this is the happy zone right here. Like where we are right here. This is the sweet spot of factions that are like in good shape. The ones below and above it certainly could probably use a little bit of milk, but it is what it is. Yeah, man, I know it's fine. The High Elves are finally getting somewhere. They've been kind of a bit of a meme faction for a long time, right? But now we're getting it. Now, one sec, did I accidentally close the stream chat? So 1 second here. I am absolutely terrible at this YouTube thing. So let me fire this up. Go here. Yes. And we're almost there. And perfect. All right, cool. So we'll be jumping into a match as soon as we start. It'll be a couple minutes. So just consider this the pre-game podcast where we kind of shoot the shit and talk a little bit. And if you guys do see that the round is finished, any of the players, do let me know, and I will advance it as soon as we're set there. CA is about to nerf High Elves. Hopefully not. That would be kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I would rather let them shine a little bit. Yeah, random High Elf nerfs. I'm trying to think of like what was nerfed that was kind of unexpected in the previous patch. Nothing really, because most of the balance changes that we had in the previous patch were given to them by the community. Okay, so it looks like the first round of competition is done, and now we will advance the Swiss. So we'll advance on to the next round. Hell yeah, baby. Perfect timing too. Literally just like right at the time limit. All right, so let's do this and find you. Cool. And let's cast the match. So who do we want to cast right now? Let's do an extra sweaty one. So Housecat versus Hadries could be fun. We got Martin versus Outer Region. That could be a fun match. I know Martin likes to play Slaanesh. Outer Region's also a really good player. So let's do that match. That'll be fun. Maybe we'll get some corn. I doubt it, but you never know. We're gonna do that one. So lobby code, please. All right. So I messaged out a region. We're gonna get that one going, and we should have our first match of the day here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just a moment. Yes, yes. Good night. Good night. Oh, what time is it over there, Amit? From India. Right on, man. Love Indian food, man. It's the best. It's so good. Any FFAs in this game? Oh, they do exist, but they're okay. They're more of like a fun thing. If we end the stream like early for some reason, if it goes like super quick, which it's not going to, we could do some FFAs. But today we're going to be more focused on the competitive element of things and the tournament play and all that. So next round is live. Let me tell the players in Discord, and we got the lobby code from your boy out of region. All right, there he is. So Martin is a player I played in. So I played in a tournament. God, what would it have been? Maybe like a week and a half ago. And Martin was one of my opponents in there. He's a very strong player. And I know he likes to play Slanesh, which is always fun to see. So loading into our first game, which is going to be... we don't know yet. They're probably doing their picks and bans, so we'll find out in just a moment. All right. So scores are all updated. Round 2 is on. And yeah, since it's a 5-round event, you know, you can still lose your first game. And there's some really good players who lost their first match. If you manage to win the next 3... or 4 matches, like your odds of making it to the top 4 are pretty respectable, especially considering today we have a playoff system. So it should be a little bit different. Hell yeah, man. I know, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. High Elves, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how CA, I mean, I don't think okay, here's the thing about the campaign. You don't really need to balance campaign too much because like the second you level up a hero and start putting skills in your hero's tech tree and, you know, upgrading unique units with their faction or whatever, balance kind of goes out the window. I mean, multiplayer is definitely a good like foundation with which to balance, I think. I mean, there still should be some, like if a faction just dominates everybody in campaign, it's kind of like how Ogre Kingdoms used to dominate like all the auto-resolves in campaign, and then they nerfed Gorgers, which were also OP in multiplayer, and it kind of changed that. They stopped like dominating all the auto-resolves. It was Scrag. When Game 3 first came out, Scrag was going balls deep and just like running over the Empire, and yeah. But then they fixed that. And it's something. Yeah, no, that's for sure. That's for sure Catholic. It's definitely the case. Like we have a limited data set on Total Tavern right now. It hasn't been super active, so I would say like take all the anecdotes there with a grain of salt. But there are some that are accurate, like seeing Greenskins being top tier I think is very relevant. I think that they deserve that, and they're very, very good. I'm not playing today because today is a qualifier event for a fun special event I'm doing in the middle of the month. It's going to be like a mini faction war with like 4 people. It should be really, really fun. And it would be really stupid to qualify for my own event. You know, it's like the whole point is to like put some shine on players, and yeah, I don't know. That would be dumb in my opinion. Yeah, just plus it also like if you're a host of a competitive event, and I'm going to be trying to get some big prizes for this event in the middle of the month. So like if I were to qualify, and you know, it's look like I mean I trust obviously. Like I think there would be some issues with competitive integrity if you do that kind of thing. So. Gorgers would 1v1 everything. You would put them against like elite halberd units and they would just cut them to shreds. They were so stupid in the beginning. Yeah, Gorgers were a rough time period in the game. Yeah, we've had various issues with balance and whatnot. I think the worst meta we've ever had in Warhammer 3 was probably the Hellstriders and Marauder Horsemen meta. That was like the most awful shit with Be'lakor. Oh my god, that was just pure hell on earth. So it's basically just Be'lakor being OP and then like Marauder Horsemen and Hellstriders. There's like nothing else used. It was so stupid. But the game's in a decent spot now for sure in terms of balance. But obviously, you know, CA's blunders and, you know, cost increasing DLCs and things like that really kind of killed a lot of people's mojo. But I still enjoy the game quite a bit, and I think it'll come back. But hopefully they'll make some good decisions in the future. But you never know with companies. They do weird shit. They do weird shit. It's time, baby. It's time. So we don't know the first matchup. Is it going to be the dreaded Beastmen versus Bretonnia? I don't know if that's going to be the case. Today's a 3x3 system, so let me show you how that works. All right, so this is, if you go to TotalTavern.com, you're going to be able to see this. This is the 3x3 matrix up here. So you can look and you can see, you start off with your opponent in step 1 right here. You pick and ban, you pick 3 factions that you're willing to play, okay? So like if I were to pick Vampire Counts, Bretonnia, and Beastmen, my opponent picks these 3 factions, you then create a little matrix with them, and you can do this by just typing it out. So then you type out all the matchups with your opponent. You just do it like this typically on the right-hand side. You would type Beastmen versus Wood Elves, Beastmen Warriors of Chaos. So every single possible matchup with the factions you picked is there. And then it's very simple. You just alternate you and your opponent just alternate banning. The first player bans one, then player 2 bans 2, player 1 bans 2, and then you do that until there's only one matchup left. It's a really good pick and ban system. It kind of makes it so both players have agency as to what they're going to be playing. You can, if there's a faction you don't want to play, for example, let's say they pick Kislev and you don't want to play Kislev, you can ban Kislev all 3 times. So you don't have to deal with that. And it's a really, really nice pick and ban system. The only downside is, and this has been one of the perpetual problems with Total War in general, is the length of the tournament. It does take a lot longer with this format compared to like a single faction tournament, which is a shame, but it's still really, really good in my opinion. So that's what's cracking. That's what's going down in the old neighborhood. All right, let's do this. Can do that. Okay. YouTube changed its UI, so I'm having trouble seeing some of the chat stuff. But we don't have the matchup quite yet, I don't believe. Are they picking? No. The armies are not being picked yet for Martinius, and for Outer Region, no. It looks like he played Beastman in the last game. But I believe we're on Borderload landing for this one. Yeah, they need a home run. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. You see, the thing is, I just love the Warhammer Fantasy universe. Like, anything Warhammer Fantasy universe will lure me in. It's so great. That's why the old world has been so fun. I've been staying up so late every night painting. I just finished painting 5 greatswords last night. My wife painted Necrosphinx, which looks really cool. Just slowly getting armies ready for the tabletop channel. Once we get 3 armies fully painted, that's when we're going to be starting it. So the Empire, I just need to finish the 5 greatswords. I got about, maybe like 6 Chaos Warriors left to paint, 5 Marauders for Chaos, and a Gorby's Chariot, and then we're on to the Tomb Kings like all out. Once we finish those, that's when the tabletop channel will start. Because we didn't want to just start the channel with only 2 armies in play. No, that'd be kind of stupid to just have like only the 2. So once we get 3 armies, we can at least have like Tomb Kings versus Empire, Tomb Kings versus Chaos, vice versa. We can get a good amount of matchups in while we build other armies as well. So, Old World is so fun. I played a game with Subutai. So Subutai is one of my IRL friends. He lives pretty close by. He lives in Los Angeles, about an hour and a half away from where I am. So we meet up once every couple weeks and we play a couple games. He plays Beastmen. So Beastmen are really cool. Okay, we got Slanesh. Yeah, Slanesh from Martinius. Martinius is a Slanesh main, so he's definitely going to know the tricks of the trade. Outer Region, is he on Beastman? Let me check this here. Is he Beast? It looks like he's ready. Okay. So it is going to be Beastman versus Slanesh, and it looks like Outer Region already had a build save. So he's very sweaty here. He's ready to go. So we got the Bray Herd versus the forces of the Pleasure Prince. Yes, yes. Going to a local Warhammer shop tonight to get my first minis and start painting. A bit intimidated. So Ren, what are you playing? I can give you some tips because there's some pitfalls in there. And what game do you want to play? Do you want to play 40K? Do you want to play Old World? Because a lot of times they'll just try and sell you whatever, But I can give you some tips in terms of first minis if you're looking to play actual Old World. So do let me know. Yeah, it's a really good game system. It's honestly a lot better in my opinion. So here's my experience with 40K. I played 40K pretty heavily since 2016. I've stopped in the past 2 years mostly. I played a little bit of 10th edition, but not too much. But, I probably played in maybe 10 to 15 tournaments. I played in RTTs. I played in GTs. Same with Age of Sigmar. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Age of Sigmar, I have played a lot of Age of Sigmar games. I played in maybe 2 Age of Sigmar tournaments. And of all the games that I've played, I honestly think Old World is the most fun I've ever had playing a Games Workshop game. It's really, really fun. I like the fleeing system. I like the rank and file. I think it's really, really thematic looking. And honestly, we don't know about balance yet, but there's few experiences worse than 40K in, just getting your army shot off the board because there's bad terrain at an event, for example. In Old World, shooting and magic is strong, but still not going to be oppressive. Whereas in 40K, it really can be if you don't have good terrain. So I honestly think Old World is probably my favorite game system I played. I think it's really good. The rules are super fun. They're dynamic. There's a ton of depth. The customization of characters is really fun with itemization. The factions have really cool, unique mechanics. It's great. It's great. Now, honestly, I think it's an exponentially better game than Age of Sigmar in terms of play. Granted, Sigmar is more simplistic, so I understand that. I think if you're more on a more casual level and you're just trying to get into it, play with some friends, beer and pretzels, Sigmar could be a better game for that. It's a lot more simplistic and it's a skirmish-based game, so it's easier to get an army together. In Age of Sigmar, you could get a couple squads of elite units and have that be your full army. You can do that in Old World too. My Chaos army in Warhammer the Old World is super elite. I run 20 Chosen Chaos Warriors, a Lord, a Sorcerer, a Giant, Gorby's Chariot, some Chaos Knights, and 30 Marauders. It's very small. It's like a 60 model army. Very, very elite. Yeah, we'll do a showcase of all the armies again. I mean, I did do a video showing a lot of them, but it didn't showcase everything. Yeah. Are Gorbeasts supposed to be gorillas? No, Gorbeasts are mutated monsters from the Chaos Wastes. So they were originally probably like some sort of a natural, creature of the north, but then they got mutated by the powers of chaos and became Gorbeasts. Yeah. Gorbeast chariots are actually pretty good in tabletop too. You can use them as mounts, and they have really good sustained fighting too. Oftentimes chariots will suck ass when they get stuck in combat, but Gorbeast chariots don't. Because the beast in the front will keep fighting. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, enough about the old world. We'll talk about it again after we play here. This is going to be a duel between two of our top players in the community here. We do have Martinius on the forces of Slaanesh facing off against Outer Region. Outer Region has been a perpetual threat and tournament winner for a long, long time. And we do have the Bray Herd facing off against the forces of, not the Changer, but the Pleasure Prince. Yes, the Hellraiser. So it's going to be Chaos Warriors with Hellscourges. These are some of the most amazing infantry units in the game. Really, really good. Super high melee defense. Pretty much chosen level, just being a warrior. They have poison, they have physical resist, they're immune to psychology, so you can't terror out them with the big monsters. And you just go super wide with the Hellscourge Warriors and back them up with some big, big hammer units. So here on the side, we do have the Chaos Knights of Slaanesh. I think Chaos Knights are so cool. And yeah, these guys are great. The same thing, they're immune to psychology. They do have devastating flanker, really good sustained combat stats. Basically mounted chosen. Those guys do some good work for sure. Prince Sigvald's going to be moving up, and where is the caster here? We're not seeing a caster yet for the army, so I would imagine that's going to be the next call out. So last question here about Old World. Yes, I will tell you about all the rules of the Old World game and all that sort of good stuff, and yeah, we'll go from there, man. You're going 40k for start, Ren? Sounds good, man. Well, then the world is your oyster. All the 40k factions are pretty fun, so, pick whatever you like thematically and go from there. It is going to be a Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh being called in. Spells are going to be Pavane for rampaging. So you can use this on some expensive Minotaurs if you want to rampage them to their death. And Acquiescence is really good for triggering the Blissful Rapture if he brought it. But he didn't bring... Why are these Slaanesh players not bringing Blissful Rapture? I feel like it's really, really just too good not to have. And for the Beastmen army, it's going to be Zangors. Zangors will hold their own because of their high armor against Chaos Warriors with Hellscourges, but they will inevitably lose it. But the thing about Zangors is you stack them with Minotaurs and Razor Gores. Slaanesh doesn't really have any good units to stack on top of their Chaos Warriors, so they're going to be a little bit more independent, but even so, we'll see how this all goes. So right here, we do have a Bray Shaman of the Wild, just going to be using Traderkin. Traderkin is a very good spell. You just would let your opponent blob up. Granted, this Slaanesh army doesn't really care about Traderkin. It's very wide. It's not going to be blobbing too much, and yeah, the first elites are called out. So we have Minotaurs here, and we do have Butchers of Kalkengard. And on the side objective, you are going to be seeing two Beastmen just holding the point. So it's going to be Beastmen, a Beastman, so two Ungor Spearman herds going to be grabbing that bad boy. But Slaanesh is going to have to move up eventually. The two initial objectives are going to be going to the forces of the Bray Herd. So Morgherd the Shadowgave leading his herd here. And I wonder if Sigvald's going to hunt him down. I mean, Sigvald would dominate Morgherd in a fight, pretty hard. It would take an age. It would take forever. And Morgherd can run away. He's not super slow. But Sigvald definitely would dominate him. He's just a better duelist and, of course, yeah, has a pretty good stat line. So Sigvald engages in the front, does take a little bit of damage from these Zangors on the charge. Now the Hellscourge Warriors going to be getting in, so we got our frontline clash as the two heretical legions, Slaanesh and Tzeentch, do collide. Hellscourge Warriors, like I said, should have the advantage here just because they have a better stat line. 33 and 54 against 35 and currently 6 because of the Acquiescence. So Slaanesh using a little bit of Witchcraft here to lower their stats. And now we see Marauder Horsemen coming in from the side, and Slaanesh might be able to collapse this formation. We're going to have to see. Chaos Warriors, and Devoted Marauders going to be heading to the back point. So Slaanesh really putting pressure on every single point. But this is where the momentum in the front line can potentially shift as the Minotaurs do pile in with their dual weapons, and these bad boys are going to be able to start whooping on these Chaos Warriors. And you can see the casualties are starting to mount. The Hellscourge Warriors do have good enough stats and poison that they can fight back against Minotaurs. It's certainly not what they want to be doing, but yeah, they can. Now, one of the better answers that Slaanesh will have against Minotaurs is using the Marauder Horsemen. So you get a couple of these, you stack them behind enemy lines, and these are not great weapon Minotaurs. So the Chaos Knights actually get a really nice charge into the side, and you see the Minotaurs getting Shrek'd pretty good there. They're going to be taking pretty heavy casualties as the devastating flanker appears to have gone off here. So these Minotaurs suffering a massive charge bonus. They're poisoned. That was a really, really slick engagement by Martinius here, and the old Minotaurs are getting their bread buttered pretty hard. And check that out. That's a really smooth play too. So archers are obviously in play, but he uses the Rampage ability to pull them into melee combat. And now that's going to mitigate some of the shooting there. Although it is really intensive on Winds of Magic. But look at this. Outer Region does manage to hunt down the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh with Morgherd the Pimp gave. Morgherd does get his claw in there and is able to get some good damage into the Slaanesh Sorcerer, who is going to be fleeing for the hills. So a bit of a blunder on both sides, right? We saw that the Minotaurs here kind of got pounded by a big cavalry charge, but on that same note, if the Slaneshi Sorcerer does die here to Morkur and the Minotaurs, that's going to be a very disastrous situation. I think that Martinius, maybe in response, should get Sigvald and try and kill this Bray Shaman. I mean, the Bray Shaman is about his speed, and Sigvald does see his prize. So Sigvald is going to be drawing Sliver Slash, and he is going to be hunting down this Bray Shaman. And he should be able to get some big damage for sure. The Bray Shaman is not the best of fighters, but if he runs back to his fellow goats, he might be able to survive. And at the end of the day, not a huge deal from Martinius. He was able to get his Slaanesh Sorcerer rallied here in the backfield. So he did pass his rally roll, and now the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh is going to be casting magic again, and all is going to be good in the realm of happiness and pleasure. On the backside, Slaanesh doing a little bit of good pushing. We do see the Chaos Warriors as well as the Hellscourge. Hellscourge Warriors are amazing here. They trade really well into Centaurs and other, kind of lightly armored beastmen mobility. So they are chewing through some of the backfield. Meanwhile, these Centaurs probably going to be nibbled on. Yeah, they're losing a lot of HP fighting Chaos Warriors, and the back point could actually be in danger as well. But the beastmen have been able to hold on to the middle. We do see a little bit of archer fire going down here as Fascination is used by Slaanesh. So Fascination should rampage these guys. Yeah, so now they've been rampaged, so they're going to be running into melee once again, while the Chaos Knights of Slaanesh, just absolute beast mode here, taking on the Minotaurs and the Butchers of Kalkengard. Which, none of them are great weapons, so why the hell not? Minotaurs still have good armor piercing though, so they can kind of punch through the Chaos Knights a little bit, but overall I think that the Chaos Knights are more than happy to kind of tank this. And here comes the Traderkin, so Traderkin is going to be the response from the Beastmen. That was a good one, because that's going to kill this Chaos Sorcerer. So Traderkin does go down, and the Sorcerer of Slaanesh, he's going to be meeting his end. So there's going to be no more magic for Slaanesh unless they want to spend a ton of resources to actually resummon that bad boy. So that was a really, really nice pick by the Beastmen. But look at this, Sigvald showing Morkur, who's boss. Morkur getting whooped on pretty good, and yeah, screening out Morkur is not bad at all. I mean, if you can just chase him the entire game, it's going to be a big micro tax on your opponent. They're going to have to consistently be running, and yeah, Sigvald's getting in there, and he's got crazy good combat stats. 70 and 60, that's kind of Slaanesh's thing. Like, Khorne is going to have, like, Frenzy and really good shock damage, but Slaanesh are, like, they are the duelists of the Chaos Gods. They're really, really good one-on-one. That's kind of the whole lore of them. And look at that, Morkur is broken, which could be a big leadership problem. And the forces of Slaanesh appear to be taking over this game. One thing that I think was missing from this Beastman build was Razor Gores. I feel like some Razor Gores could have been very good at stacking on the front line, giving you a little bit of mass, a little bit of armor piercing, but overall, Morkur getting his butt kicked is certainly not good, as Martinius is able to break Morkur. Granted, Morkur probably is going to be coming back and can out of region find his way back into this game. Objective 2 is owned by Slaanesh. Objective 3 is also owned by Slaanesh. The backside objective is owned by the Beastmen, but very, very tattered over here. It's really just one Haggard Ungor that's going to be holding on to that point. So what the Slaanesh player should do right now is grab probably just like one unit of Chaos Warriors and send them over there and try and grab that, because he has pretty good control over the battlefield, and now you're seeing really the good staying power and elite nature of these Slaaneshi infantry. It's Chaos Knights here, once again, being very dominant, and this is my power fantasy. Seeing Chaos Knights being like a viable, powerful unit is just, it's just the most glorious thing. And every single time I see an army in Total War, I'm like, oh, I wish I had done Slaanesh instead of Nurgle, or Khorne instead of, whatever. It's like, they all look so cool. I don't know. I think Nurgle looks the coolest, though. I think the aesthetic of Nurgle Warriors is so incredibly rad. I know, Creative Assembly should have given Sigvald 69 melee attack. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. So a couple Minotaurs do move in. It looks like he finally brought in some great weapons to try and deal with the Chaos Knights, but they're probably not going to do too well. They move into a unit of spears, and the Chaos Knights are just going to pull back and then countercharge them while they're pinned in with the spears, and that's going to be a pretty disastrous engagement. And it seems like Martinius doesn't really care at all about playing the third objective. Rather, and this is a viable strategy as well, he's going to be trying to keep his forces together and just trying to take down outer region in terms of army value to make sure that he can't come back. Because sometimes if you overextend on 3 objectives, it does give your opponent the opportunity to potentially, wrestle some value back on the battlefield. But in this case, I don't think that's going to be happening. So we do have the Forsaken of Slaanesh getting into the front line. Minotaur's going to be cleaving through, and Morkur appears to have summoned some spawn before he croaked. No, those are actual Chaos Spawn, are they? No, those are Butchers of Kalkengard. Did I just see spawn here? Yeah, there was a summoned spawn unit. That's right. Okay, I'm not crazy. And now we get another big hammer coming down to the other side. And these big Chaos Knights, man, they're going to be moving in. And it's just like Tabletop. Like, Chaos Knights and Tabletop are massive. They're a huge unit. They just, like, tower over Empire Knights. Which makes sense. I mean, they're warped, mutated monstrosities, right? Like, the powers of Chaos usually will make dudes more jacked. It's like taking some old HGH, some Chaos HGH. But the Chaos Knights running over the Ungor Spearmen, and we do also see the Hellstriders, and Blissful Sweet Sorrow goes down, so all these guys are going to be getting vigor reduction and a multitude of other stats. Definitely should be retreating right here. What you can do with Slaanesh is just sacrifice the Hellscourges and let the Chaos Knights escape. That's probably going to be the prudent play. On the backside, we do see the Beastmen going for a little bit of an objective theft. Okay, very, very sneaky. It is some Centaurs. There are some Chaos Knights back here, but there's only 18 of them. It's not going to be too many, and I suspect maybe some of the Marauder Horsemen will move over there. Okay, the Beastmen player is still scrapping in this game. And that's what I'm saying, man. Outer Region is such a good player. He's always going to be able to find a way. He's very, very, very tough to play against. So here comes some Razorgore herds. Now calling in the armor piercing, and some of the Chaos Knights might start down trading now. It seems like there's a lot of good answers to the Chaos Knights out on the battlefield, and the Slaaneshi infantry are looking a little bit light. So we could see the Warriors of Chaos start to relinquish a little bit of value here. We'll have to see. The Beastmen do have access to some healing. We have the Butchers of Kalkengard, and we do also have Morkur, both of whom can heal, so that is going to be mitigating some of the value lead that you are seeing here. And now Slaanesh is going to be pulling back. Oh man, Outer Region with a big blunder here though. Huge blunder by Outer Region. He didn't capture this objective. Or maybe the unit ran off, I'm not sure. If it ran off, then it's not a blunder. But if he left this objective before capturing it, that is a big mistake. Because that's going to be allowing Slaanesh more time to trade. Whereas if you get that objective, that's going to start, getting you some work in there. But the Beastmen kind of scrapping on the points a little bit. We do see the value lead is about 2,500, give or take. And with Morkur healing and the Butchers of Kalkengard healing on the battlefield, that might be a much closer game than we do anticipate right here. So the Chaos Warriors going to be trying to get back to that middle objective. Slaanesh really, really wants to hold on to this one. The Warriors do make it back, but do they have the capture weight? Looks like the Beastmen do have the capture weight advantage. Slaanesh going to be moving up a lot of spears now, so obviously reacting to your opponent's army is a really big variable in domination mode, right? You need to see what they're bringing out and counterpick it. So that's what the Devoted Marauders of Spears are going to be doing. They're going to be countering a lot of these Beastmen units. We do see the points looking pretty good for Slaanesh in terms of points, but Slaanesh, are they going to be able to hold on to this objective? Currently, oh man, the fact that he didn't get this back objective is going to be giving him so much time. And Outer Region didn't hear no bell whatsoever. Morkur is back. Chaos Warriors going to be piling into fight. Slaanesh has no magic, although they did bring back their Chaos Sorcerer. Okay, so he was resummoned from the Warp. And is there some sort of witchcraft going down? No, it looks like it's just going to be Prince Sigvald. Traderkin going to be popping off right here. Going to be hitting the Devoted Marauders and the Chaos Warriors. And the middle objective is going to be going back to your boy Slaanesh. And Outer Region is going to be 100% lamenting the fact that he didn't grab the side objective. That's going to be hurting really, really bad. Unless Chaos Warriors being absolute Giga Chads here in the fight, and they're going to basically take no damage from Centaurs whatsoever. The Chaos Warriors have 54 melee defense, they have poison, they have physical resistance. Centaurs without Grey Opens have almost no armor piercing. So the Chaos Warriors will be towering over these beasts and will be marching them back into the forests from whence they came. Looking around, are the Beastmen going to be able to hold on to this one? It doesn't look like it. This one is going to be flipping to Slaanesh here. I bet you that old Martinius was starting to have some anxiety here in this duel. And, oh, I love this call-in. Bringers of Beguilement, if that's a unit that you're not paying attention to, this is one of the most nasty units in the entire game. These bad ladies, I should say. They do have Rampage, magic damage, tons of armor piercing, tons of combat stats, devastating flanker, perfect vigor. I mean, they are linebackers. And it doesn't really matter what they're fighting. Whatever they're fighting, they're going to be able to butcher it pretty effectively. The Beastmen losing ground here. And if he had gotten the side objective, yeah, now he sees it. He moves Zangors over because the Beastmen need to start playing a little bit of dual pushing strategy if they want to win this game. If he had taken that objective earlier, he would be like maybe another 100 points ahead of his opponent right now, which could be threatening a win condition on him. But now it's going to be much, much harder. Much, much harder. Hey, Louise, thank you for the kind words, man. I really do appreciate that. So up on the point, we got the Bringers of Beguilement. They're going to be anchoring that one down. And Outer Region is really good at playing on split objectives. So if he's going to be kind of circling you and trying to grab multiple points and making it hard, it's his specialty. He's very, very good at it. So Sigvald and company, he's going to need to send some units over to the back objective. He needs to hurry too, because he's going to get passed on points. Every second that Martinius kind of is indecisive is a moment that he's going to be paying the troll toll. So he's going to be sending Bringers of Beguilement as well as some spears to the back point, which should be enough to get it, depending on the micro. Spearmen need to engage against Minotaurs, and the Bringers of Beguilement will wreck these Centaurs pretty hard in combat, but it's going to take some time. Martinius also pushing to the back objective where the Beastmen have sent some Minotaurs. Now Sigvald and the spear unit's going to be retreating back to the middle to make sure nothing bad happens over there, and some Hell Scourges have arrived. Honestly, having the Hell Scourges just fight Centaurs would probably be a really good idea, and he needs to fight on the point. So they do end up taking the fight here. Bringers of Beguilement going to be coming in for a rear charge, and they're basically like light cavalry. These things have 54 speed. If they touch the Minotaurs, they're going to rampage them. The Minotaurs barely get away, which is very fortunate. But the Bringers of Beguilement will also just annihilate Zangors. It will be just a bully beatdown. But Zangors also do magic damage back, which is really good against demons. But the Bringers will win that fight. So we do see the Hellstriders with Hell Scourges here fighting against Centaurs, barely losing that fight. Bringer's going to be wearing these down, and some of the spears. Oh man, Martinius needs to move on to the objective. He needs to go right there, and I think he's... as long as he can grab the objective soon, then it's gonna be okay. But if he gets to the point where his opponent can win on one objective, I think that outer region might be able to get it. We'll have to see. So Bob is getting in there, as you guys call it, the Bringers of Beguilement, and they are going to be coming in for the dreaded sandwich, so they are disengaging. There is going to be a rampage going down on the Minotaur, so they're going to be fascinated. And this is like the Slaaneshi power fantasy. You got your elite unit that is pretty much excellent at killing everything, grabbing 3 of your opponent's units with Chaos Knights flanking. I mean, this is the Slaanesh full erection right here. This is the business. Like, you got 2 of their elite units rampage. You're cutting them to pieces with the Bringers of Beguilement, who are just racking up a ton of value, and Chaos Knights have moved in, Marauder Horsemen moving in there. This is power city, baby. And back on objective number 2, Slaanesh is going to be holding it down. Chaos Warriors and Spearmen, plenty of good quality units, and Sigvald himself, I think, are going to be sealing the deal. Currently, as it stands, the forces of Slaanesh would win on just 2 objectives, for sure. So I think he's feeling pretty confident at this point. He did get his back objective, although you don't want to make the mistake of leaving this objective alone. The Beastmen might find a way to ninja that one if you do. Although I guess it's all hands on deck in the middle. It's getting a little bit desperate over there. So Hellscourges move in, Marauder Horsemen. One thing that would be good is to move them up on the objective to make sure you don't lose any capture weight, but I think they're okay in that regard right now. Spears also could engage against the Minotaurs. That would be another thing that would be very strong. So Zangor's being called in, Ungor's being called in. Currently, we do see the forces of Slaanesh creeping up on points ever so slightly. It's a very, very tight match here, ladies and gentlemen, as the Chaos Sorcerers of Slaanesh able to rout off the last of these Zangors in the backfield. And just like in Tabletop, Chaos Sorcerers are pretty tanky and pretty good fighters. That's the cool thing about Warriors of Chaos. Like, is Warriors of Chaos casters, Chaos Sorcerers, and Chaos Wizards, all that sort of good stuff. They can wear heavy armor, whereas like Wizards on other factions cannot do that. Unless they have like a special item or something. Like the Empire has an item like Battle Mage armor you can get, but typically that's reserved mostly for Chaos. Now back down to the pits, we do see Slaanesh fighting valiantly on the middle objective, although I don't think valiant is probably the correct way to describe the heretics of the Prince of Pleasure. And I think they got this one to the bag. I think Outer Region's probably out of steam. He could try a little bit of a ninja grab. So a strategy Outer Region could employ is saving up like 800 supplies and then calling in 2 Warhounds and trying to ninja that back point. That could be something. But overall, I think that Slaanesh just has too much here. Morkar is going to get killed by the Bringers of Beguilement, probably. These things are just the Terminators. I remember being ahead in so many games and then just looking and being like, oh my god, those things have 2,000 value. They caught my lord is dead. It's brutal. So Morkar is going to be getting broken, and I think Outer Region is going to be dropping this game to Martinius. Martinius, showing why you always have to ban his Slaanesh. I actually played 3 games against Martinius, or 2 games in the last tournament. And the only reason I was able to get the W is because I banned off his Slaanesh. If you let him play Slaanesh, then you're gonna feel the wrath. You're gonna feel the pleasure, that's for sure. But it's not gonna be the kind of pleasure you want. It's gonna be like the Hellraiser movies, with like chains coming down from the walls, dragging you into the pits. It's not great. So Chaos Knight's being called in from reserve, and we do see Outer Region going for a ninja on the back objective. Just like we talked about, he's very, very good at this. Outer Region knows how to scrap. Back objective 1 owned by the Beastmen, but yeah, middle, there's no way this one's going to be flipping. Morkar, the Shadowgrave, is going to be paying the Troll Toll here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a tap out. Now, I have to say, though, I'm very impressed with the scrapping of Outer Region this game. Very impressed. Like, he was behind by like 4,000 value at one point, and he still made this a very, very close match. It just goes to show, don't give up. There's weird situations where you can claw your way back into games and, always give it a little bit of a college try. I mean, there are times where it's a complete massacre and you'll have nothing left. You should leave at that point. Or if you don't have a chance of getting the objectives back in time. But in general, you'd be surprised how many games you could come back from, for sure. So Chaos Knights have rallied on the point. Going to be getting one more Apocalyptic Charge perhaps on these cows before all is said and done. Back objective is going to be stabilized as Devoted Marauders have arrived. So you see the Beastmen trying to ninja this point. Not going to happen though. Devoted Marauders do have 5 capture weight. A couple Minotaurs going to be trying to make their way back here with some Zangor. So he's trying to use his speed, his mobility, his hit and run. Very, very Beastmen for some of the fighting onto the back point. And he's hustling back there, but that ain't going to be it. And the Keepers of Bliss are going to be doing it. GG, well played. And I have to say, that was a really good match to start today's tournament on. That was super sweaty, super fun, evenly matched. And the thing is, they're both 1-1, so they both won their previous round. Well, they're both 1-0, I should say. And even though Outer Region lost this, his odds of making top 4 are still pretty good as long as he just wins the rest of his games. So as long as he keeps trying, there's going to be a decent chance for him here. So looking around, 1900 on the Trader Kincaster. Razorgores were brought in. He only brought 1 Razorgore. Maybe a couple more of these could have helped a lot. Yeah, who knows though? I'm not really sure. Beastmen are a faction I'm not very good at. Slaanesh is pretty fun though. 3,000 value on Sigvald. Who would have thought? Sigvald certainly carried the hell out of that game. He did very, very good. And Bringers of Beguilement, 2,000 value. I love seeing elite units shine. Like, we saw elite units like Chaos Knights and Bringers, and all of them do very, very well. So that was super exciting stuff. So let me do a little bit of admin work, and no problem. All right, so checking in on the tournament. Let's see how we're looking, and heading over to the tournament page. And we got a couple rounds. Where can I check how much capture weight each unit has? I think on the Warhammer Wikipedia page it might have it. I'm not sure, but I can tell you off the top of my head. So infantry have 5 capture weight. Cavalry have 4 capture weight. Lords and single entities have 3 capture weight. Monstrous infantry are supposed to have. They're supposed to have, I think 3. I'm not sure. Some of them could be bugged, but they're supposed to have 3. And expendable infantry have 2 capture weight, and war machines and artillery have 1 capture weight, if I'm not mistaken. I could be a little bit off. It's been changed a couple times, but I'm pretty sure that's the status quo. All right, so how are we looking here? That was actually, believe it or not, that might have been one of the first games we've had finished today, so some very, very sweaty ones. So there will be some downtime in between matches, for sure. It's the nature of the domination tournaments, but let me just show you this. Well, pretty much all tournaments. It's mainly the pick and ban phase that's really long. All right. So yeah, you can see, Housecat of War playing Hadries, Outer Region, and Martinius, the match we just casted, and a handful of matches have still a little bit of time to finish up here. So hopefully we don't get too much lag, too much drama, all that. They should put capture weight on the unit card. I think that's something I've suggested to them. I know that I've had conversations with people about doing that. So it could be something that we do see in the future, which would be really nice. But yeah, that what I told you, I think is more or less accurate. Yeah, I think that's more or less accurate. But like the Wikipedia, I don't know if it even has domination stuff. I don't know if it does, like in terms of capture weight. Yeah, High Elves have been doing good. I'm surprised too. I don't know who's been piloting them, but I'll do my best to get you a High Elf game today. Empire's been doing okay too. I think they're sitting around 50%. So Empire's, always pretty nice and balanced faction. We do see a lot of games starting to wrap up here. Yeah, you can see some. So let's, can we do games in progress? Is that possible to pull that up here? Yeah, for some reason we can see full and refresh the list. Okay, so here's Outer Regions game. These appear to be on different clients. Battle type, local network. Yeah, that's the LAN network. Could you actually do a LAN with Total War? Like, does it actually work? Has anybody tried it? Like, if we did a LAN event, that'd be kind of fun. Having no lag and stuff. Yeah, maybe someday. So it looks like Charx finished the game, Shapers finished the game. So a lot of people are going to be finishing the game around the same time. Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of action there. Man, I was pretty confident until I saw the value difference. Yeah, it was a good game out of region. Don't worry about it, man. You still have a good chance of qualifying for the top 4. And that's all you really need to do in today's event is make the top 4. And then you qualify for the special event that I'm going to be running. So yes. So Tim the Wilder winning his game, I believe. Let me check here. How does he have 2 points? Did he? Oh, that's his opponent's points. Okay. Let's refreshing the brackets. We'll go from there. Yes. Okay, so Shaper's finished. We need Martinius. You need to report that score if you can. Yeah, that'd be great. So co-op land works flawlessly in Attila, and that's all the experience you have. Okay. What faction are we hoping to win? Well, today is not a faction war or faction SFT. You can play any faction today. Yeah, it has like standard picks and bans and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, it's got the goodies. One sec here, guys. Just going to be checking something real quick. And in the meantime, in between games, if you guys are a little bit newer to domination mode, if there is a matchup you want to see a build made for, I can happily do that for you as well. If we have a little bit of downtime in between games, I'm more than happy to just kind of do that kind of stuff. I think that could be pretty fun. So if there's any matchups you guys want to see, let me know. And the first one I see, I will do. But other than that, we'll just hang out and enjoy each other's company. Maybe go look at some minis. We'll go look at some miniatures, all that sort of good stuff. There's a lot of factions I'm not terribly familiar with, but yeah, it's tricky. It's very tricky. Ogres, my lord? Oh man, ogres. Ogres are, they haven't been seeing a ton of play, even though I still think ogres are pretty good. Like, I played them the other day, and they were very nasty. Ogres were pretty nasty. All right, checking on the website. Yeah, so scores should be getting reported now. Yes. Okay, Martinius, let me tell him to report that score. Let me find you. Report score. All right. So there we are. The Empire counts mirror match is just pure suffering, dude. So ogres, they still have their bugs, but they got cost increased. So they're not as bad now. Like, even though ogres can't be staggered and can't be knocked down, They got cost increases, which made it a little bit less bad. So honestly, I think you can probably ogres are fine now. The cost increases were pretty substantial, so that certainly helped out quite a bit. Yeah, they aren't as broken anymore. No. Is there a matchup where you would use Storm Vermin? No, there isn't, unfortunately. Storm Vermin are just pretty terrible. I don't know, they just get wrecked so hard. Their leadership is pretty poor. That's a big problem for them. Yeah, they're 60 base leadership, and they're pretty expensive too. Like, if you compare a Storm Vermin to a Greatsword of the Empire, I mean, they do have more HP, right? 9.9, and the Greatsword is going to be having 9.1. But, like, the Greatsword is just so much more durable. He's got 75 base leadership. It's a pretty big difference. I mean, where would I use Storm Vermin if I had to? I don't know, man. Maybe like a Storm Vermin Halberd front line against like a Monsters faction. So maybe if you were playing against like, let's see some weird theory crafting, but ogres will just crump them so hard. Yeah, Skaven versus Vampire counts in Dom mode. Ooh, that's a tricky one. So if I were playing Skaven versus Vampire counts in Dom mode, I would probably go with Icket Claw. On the Doom Wheel, I would go Warp Lightning, Flensing Rune, and Howling Warp Gale. Musk of Fear. So we're going to be doing Skaven versus Vampire counts right now while we wait for the next round. All right. You think we'll see Chorf's 40k army? No. I think Chorf's... Oh, you mean in today's tournament? Yeah, we could see Chorf's. But are we going to see them in 40k? I don't think so. In Age of Sigmar, probably, yes. Yeah, I think that you would see them in Age of Sigmar. All right, so Unlimited Power is decent, but it does have a miscast chance, which kind of sucks. Musk of Fear is pretty good. Brass Orb is good. So this would be like my front line, or not my front line, but my Lord. Okay, and then we get some Skaven Slaves. Probably going to be doing Clan Rats with Spears. Although, I don't know, mainly going to be dealing with, what are you going to be dealing with? Like monsters, probably not as much. So maybe you just get basic Clan Rats. Okay. And then I would definitely get Teeth Breakers. The ROR Rattling Gunners are really, really nice. Those things do work. And to deal with like flying harass units, probably a couple units of Gutter Runners just to kind of poke them down would be my start. And from here, you have a couple choices. You can do a build like this too. This is like the Hagery special, which is the double Packmaster on the Bonebreaker. So you get them on the little rats here, and you get them on the little rats. So rats and rats. Looking pretty good. Yeah, so this could be a good starting army out of the gates. You have SE play, you have double chieftains, and these guys are pretty good fighters, and they can work. You can work with Icket Claw, and if vampire counts blob up, you can punish them with Flensing Rune, right? So this is like a decent starting army. For the reinforcements, I would probably get a couple units of Triads just to deal with Cryptors and Heavy Cavalry, and Ogres would for sure be the call-in. So you would want like 3 Rat Ogres. Wolf Rats, you would want the armor-piercing variant just to nibble on Heavy Cavalry if they get into your backfield. From here, you can actually mix in a couple Plague Monks. Plague Monks aren't bad at cutting through like chaff, like skeleton zombies, that sort of thing. To deal with the Graveguard, though. Graveguard, I guess Rat Ogres are how you counter them, so you might want to throw in a 4th Rat Ogre to make sure you have enough of those. The Mortar teams and stuff are cool. I actually really like Rattling Gunners in this matchup, but maybe another Gutter Runner wouldn't be a bad idea. You could even just go cheaper and get like a Night Runner. Or something else you could do that would be pretty cool is for your starting army, you could get a couple Skaven Slave Slingers just to throw at Cryptors and keep them honest. And yeah, I mean, you could do this, get a couple Skaven Slave Spears for the flanks. Honestly, this feels like a better army out of the gates. Then for reinforcements, what do we want to mix in? Maybe 1 Globadier, not a bad idea, just to come give you some hard punch on an objective, and then a couple Clan Rats, and then you're more or less good. This build feels pretty good, honestly. I think it's a Vampire Count favored matchup, but if you were to play it, Poison Wind Globes are okay, but Death Globes I think are better these days, honestly, because they punch through. The Death Globes will punch through the Graveguard a little bit better than Poison Winds will. They're slightly more expensive, so that's a bit precarious. But remember, you also have a Doom Wheel character, and you have 2 Chieftains and 4 Rat Ogres, all of whom can effectively deal with Graveguard. So you have answers for Graveguard. For Cryptors, you use Gutter Runners, Skaven Slaves, and for SEs, you have your Rattling Gunners and your Chieftains. So you're kind of covering all of your bases here in this particular matchup, I think. You don't need strategy when you have more bodies. There you go, that's true. Yeah, it's truly the Skaven way. So we're getting through the rounds. Nobody's dropped yet, so that's good. And yeah, we're going to see how this goes. Dracins and Tim the Wilder are duking it out, and Lord and Hitman Hippo are there as well. All right. And looking good. Well played, dude. Yeah, man. All right, what did old Subutai said? Oh no, did Subutai lose the second game? My boy, you're my boy. Let's see how it goes. All right, so we're gonna keep it on. Yeah, death globes are good. Like if you let me show you guys this real quick. We have a little bit of time. And that's what's so great about Total War Warhammer. Like, despite all its flaws, like the diversity of builds and strategy and like layers of things you can do, Avalanche Mortars are good, but they're really expensive. And my problem with them against Vampire Counts is they can drop a zombie summon on top of it or like catch it with Fellbats, like, and it's kind of hard to stop. So I prefer to have something a little bit cheaper, right? So if we go with Rats, I used to play Skaven a lot in tournaments in Warhammer 2. I haven't played him so much in this old rendition. Skaven are definitely very hard to play in Domination. Very hard. You got to work really hard on them. All right, so where's the Count Chocula's? There they are. All right, so let's get a little old man in the bushes here and get rid of all his goodies. And cool, so let's get a couple Graveguard. Show you guys what that looks like. Yeah, man, I got you. We're just waiting for the next round to start. We had our first tournament game. And then we're going to be doing the next one. Yes, yes. It's going to be a long stream today. It's going to be a balls deep one. We'll probably be going for another 4 or 5 hours, so. Because we have playoffs too, you know, to get to the top, which is going to be pretty intense. The rounds, of course, take some time because it's very sweaty and people got their picks and bans and all that sort of good stuff. And I've been working on trying to get maps added to the regular leader quick battles, by the way. So hopefully I'll have some updates for you guys on that soon. But I've been working with some folks to try and get some of our Total Tavern map pack maps added to the game, which would be a super, super big thing. So if we can get that done, that's going to be pretty big. Yeah, very, very hyped for that. Thoughts on 3-faction pre-declare and then double blind for faster? That could work, Bob, honestly, that could work. But today I wanted it to be like a very true competitive experience because it's a qualifier for, you know, an event that I'm going to be trying to muster some big prizes for. So, you know, that's why that's going down. Yeah, I mean, you could, look, Avalanche Mortars are totally viable against Vampires. But the problem is Vampire Counts often will not bring Graveguard in that matchup, and they're just going to go wide with Zombies and Skeletons. And use like Crypt Horrors and Hounds and things like that. So that's tricky. Would it cost much to host? Yeah, so for a server, I don't know how that would be. I might host a LAN event someday, we'll see. I think that'd be really fun. Okay, so moving up, and so the one on the left is the Poison Wind, and then you have the other ones here. It's a bit of a shitty test since it's against the AI, but you know, you guys will immediately see the difference in terms of the values. All right, let's lure you back. All right, and yeah, so that's one. It might tickle the other guy, but like immediately you can see the damage. So this is one volley from the Death Globes, and this is one volley from the Poison. And that is brutal damage. I mean, that's like 400 gold value right away, right? So we'll run you away right now, send up the little rat, and you can see he's gonna throw another volley here. So here comes the volley. And yeah, I mean, that basically two-shotted a Graveguard unit, right? You get another one in here. So just imagine that the Vampire Count player is not able to react to this. Like if they don't have anything to dive you, like that's so much more damage than the Poison Wing Globadier does. So much more damage. And it does cost 300 more, but I think that lethality is probably worth it. Like those things are brutal, dude. Those are brutal. Like any sort of elite unit is just gonna get his bread buttered. I don't know how it does against SEs. Let's find out. All right, let's see if we can get him. Not as much. Oh, okay, he's crumbling now, but yeah. So you guys get the picture. The next Dune stream, yeah. So that's gonna be, I have a Dune video going up tomorrow. Yeah, I might even do a Dune stream tomorrow too. I'm not sure. But there will be a Dune game going up tomorrow. I have a really good ECAS game. Yeah, I have a really good ECAS game going down here. Yeah, sieges are too haggard to do tournaments. Yeah, they're just too janky and buggy and unbalanced. So that's probably not going to be something that we'll do. Yeah, definitely like Poison Winds aren't terrible though either. They're very, very decent. Okay, so we got one game left to finish here. So let's take a look at the current standings. Okay, and what do we got? Tim the Wilder's undefeated. Martin, Housecat of War, Charx. So many of the familiar, the community favorites for sure. Today's 5 rounds though, so today is a very sweaty one, guys. Sigmar's going to be sweating with his boys and taking down some of the greenskins here. That early Empire Warrior actually kind of looks like a Kislevight Norskin type character. Granted, in early Warhammer Fantasy, the human tribes that Sigmar united were kind of like They were sort of more like barbarians. Yeah, kind of a little bit more tribal. Yeah, which is rad, dude. Look, he's basically just Warhammer Conan, right? Yeah. Sigmar from Warhammer Fantasy is so much cooler than the freaking Space Marine ones from Sigmar. Oh my god. Yeah, those things do damage though, man. Yeah, those are the Bane of any Chaos faction. They're really good. I think that more Skaven players should definitely mix them in if they can. I mean, they pretty much one-shot like infantry units. Like if you're using, I mean, let's see. I mean, I'm pretty sure it would like one-shot a State Trooper. Sigmar equals Conan Jesus. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's a very, very apt analogy. All right, so 12:34. So they have another 3 or 4 minutes left before the round is over. Yeah, so let me check and see. So it is Hitman Hippo and Lord who are playing. Yes. Warhammer Fantasy, like classic Warhammer Fantasy art is so cool. I want to get some posters of that kind of stuff, like the vintage like 80s and 90s Warhammer Fantasy art. It's so good. It's so good. Like the early depictions of like Warriors of Chaos and like all that. Like that's why I love the Old World books. Like the Old World battle tomes, they have like all the vintage art in it, and it's so nice. Yeah, so nice. All right, so almost there. So yeah, in terms of the next Thrones of Decay, that's going to be coming when? I don't know, probably in the spring or summer or something, who knows. But for Thrones of Decay, there's a lot of stuff missing for the Empire. I think we're going to get Grandmasters. I think Master Engineer will also be added, so we'll get a Grandmaster, a Master Engineer, a Celestial Huracanum, and what else are we missing? Yeah, I think there's some other units that are missing. So we have the Grandmaster, we have the hero version of the Grandmaster, we have the Master Engineer. Wizard Lords will probably get added as well. Celestial Huracanum. Knightly Order, so there'll probably be some sort of a Knightly Order unit. That'd be cool, like an Inner Circle Knight, because as it stands with the Empire, you do have them in campaign to an extent, but I think Inner Circle Knights is like an elite Empire Knight. Although we already have Reichsguard, so that's pretty much the kind of like makes it a little bit redundant. Yeah, so probably not Inner Circle Knights. They said April, yeah, is that what they said? Okay. Hey, what about Super Off Meta Tournament? Like where people deliberately avoid the meta and pick thematic stuff. Yeah, we've done that before. Okay, it could be fun. It could be fun. But there's always going to be a couple people who want to win, you know, and they will still sweat a little bit. So it's hard to kind of... Hawkland Long Rifles, I run 3 of those in Tabletop. I have a Master Engineer and 2 Captain guys with handgunners who have long rifles. They're pretty good for sniping characters and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Hawkland Long Rifles would be really cool. 7 new Lord types. I mean, the Empire's missing a lot of those. They're missing a ton of stuff. Yeah, they are for sure. All right, so checking to see if the last round is done. I'm going to message the players and give them a little bit of a warning. They have about... oh, and a Warrior Priest of Ulrich. Yeah, so you need a High Priest of Ulrich and you need a Warrior Priest of Ulrich. Yeah, you're missing the Ulrich religion. Because in Tabletop, you have... you can bring a Lector of Sigmar, a Priest of Sigmar, a High Priest of Ulrich, or a Disciple of Ulrich, which are really cool. Like the Ulrich stuff is rad. He has 3 battle prayers. One of the battle prayers for Ulrich adds D3 to your charge roll, so you can do like a Warrior's Howl where you can add D3 to your charge. So you put like a Warrior Priest of Ulrich with some like Demogryph Knights, and then it can increase their charge range. You can use the Wrath of Winter, which makes it so all of your weapons do 2 damage instead of 1. So if you have like a blob of greatswords fighting like ogres, you can use the Wrath of Ulrich to increase their damage to 2 instead of 1, which makes them cut through monsters and monsters' characters really effectively. And Wrath of Winter is the other one that they have, which makes it so whenever somebody hits you, they have to re-roll all 6s they get to hit you. So if they get like a big hit on you, they have to re-roll it, which is nice. So yeah, Ulrich priests are pretty badass. Yeah, the Grandmasters are one of my favorite characters, and they're not even in this game yet. Grandmasters are like Empire duelists. They're like super elite warriors. The Empire doesn't really have that. I mean, you have Karl Franz and Boris, but like having a Grandmaster character who's like a really just butt kicker fighter would be really fun. Yeah. Yeah, so that's some fun stuff. But Ulrich doesn't have a lore in Tabletop as far as Old World goes, but he has prayers. There's like prayers to Ulrich you can have, which are fun. Do you still get some? Do you get some movement still if you fail a charge? So if you fail a charge in Old World, you move the distance you failed. Okay, we're in the next round. Let me check it, and we are going to be advancing the Swiss. All right, boys, next round. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, so all right, this should be fun. So we got Catholic Alcoholic versus Housecat of War. I think, did Catholic win his first game? Did he? I'm not sure. Let's check here. This is scored done incorrectly. No, he lost it to Tim. Okay. So we could do Lydon versus Scrambled Egg Special. That could be pretty fun. Let's do that one. Although I do sometimes lag a little bit with Lydon. I think he's from Poland, so that could be a little bit of lag there. So we could do Tim the Wilder versus Charx. Ooh, that's going to be... You guys want to see like what could easily have been the grand finals of this tournament? Well, we're going to go Casa right now. Lobby code, please. All right. Let's do it, man. Hellblaster Volley Gun. So yeah, if I have a unit of greatswords that charge a unit of, let's say, Skaven slaves or clan rats, and they're 9 inches away, but my roll is going to be a 7. What's going to end up happening is that my guys will charge 7 inches, which is really bad, because then the Skaven player can countercharge me afterwards. It just kind of represents a unit like charging and not quite making it to their charge, and their opponent getting the jump on them. So, how strong are the Grandmasters? They're pretty good. I mean, they're not going to be quite as strong as like a Chaos Lord, or anything like that. But what, like the Empire characters in Tabletop, they're not individually super jacked. But what they do is they give you really good buffs to your units that you put them in, right? So if you put a Grandmaster in a unit in Tabletop, he makes the entire unit immune to psychology, which is freaking awesome. And that's going to be Charx. Lobby code, please. All right. So next round is live. Next round is live. Next round is live. So let me just go over the characters real quick. If you put a Grandmaster in a unit, it gives them immune to psychology. It makes them immune to terror rout, to fear. It's super good because terror is so brutal in the old world. If you get your shit terror routed, you can just get run down and killed. So if you put a Grandmaster with a unit of Greatswords or a unit of Demogryph Knights, it's really cost effective. A Captain of the Empire makes it so the unit that you're with, and a General, he makes it so they're immune to panic tests. They automatically pass them, so you never have to worry about panicking, which is like a lower form of routing. Yeah, and let's see what else. Yeah, Warrior Priests have their prayers. Witch Hunters have a really fun special ability where before you fight a battle with the Witch Hunter, you can choose what he hates. And if he hates witches, then your unit gets magic resist, and then your unit gets to reroll hits against wizards. You can hate mutants, you can hate heretics, whatever. Like there's not it's mutants, it's the heretic, and then there's the there's another one. There's like 4 of them. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, Witch Hunters are pretty cool. They're a fun unit. They're kind of squishy though. They have light armor, so they can die pretty quickly if you're not careful. They're basically just wearing leathers. All right. So let's see. Do I have a lobby code? And yes. That's pretty funny. All right. So here we go, baby. It's time. Going to be Charx versus Tim the Wilder. Extra sweaty. These are 2 of the sweatiest players in the community going at it right now. So if that's what you guys are here for, you're certainly in the right place. And we don't know what it's going to be. Decrepit more. I'm going to take a moment to go fill up my water, and we'll go from there. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, dude, the Witch Hunters are totally the Rob Zombie units. 100%. All right, team, we're back in business, baby. Got some water. Ooh, Wood Elves versus Bretonnia? Is that what it's going to be? The hardwood? These are the new rules for Warhammer Fantasy. These are the old world rules, yeah. And if you guys have questions about old world, I can answer most of them. I've read the rules over like 3 or 4 times. I've played a couple games. And yeah, we're good, man. We're good. It's off topic, but did anyone see Godzilla? Is that the new TV show, the Monarch show with Kurt Russell? I'm not sure. If it is, let me know. Yeah. My wife and I were thinking about watching that one, but we haven't seen it. Godzilla 1.0. Is it like is it an animated show? Is it the TV show? So Tim the Wilder appears to be on Bretonnia. Charx appears to be on Wood Elves. I don't know if this is going to be the actual pick. Let me check real quick and see. No, it looks like they're still doing their picks and bans, I think. I think they're still doing their picks and bans, so it makes sense. Usually it takes a little bit longer than that. You know, you get in the lobby and you need a couple minutes, so. That's the Japanese live-action Godzilla. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kurt Russell's in. He's battling Godzilla. Well, not battling him, but you know, he's in a TV show with Godzilla. I think it's on like Apple TV or something. It's so good. Okay, very cool. What's the main difference between Warhammer Fantasy and Old World rules? There's a lot of differences. Like from what I've heard, Warhammer the Old World has like a combination of rules from various editions. With a heavy emphasis on 6th edition. But the thing is, I started collecting Warhammer minis pretty much like right as the end times was happening, so I didn't really get to play Warhammer Fantasy, which is really a bummer. Thankfully, Total War came around, and you know that was kind of hyped. But yeah, so I couldn't answer that question as well. But from what I've heard, it's a combination of rules that were popular from the previous editions. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Monarch is it? Yeah, Monarch's the Godzilla show with Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell's the man, dude. Tombstone is like one of the greatest westerns of all time. You got Tombstone, you got and he's on Tombstone might be my favorite western, one of them. I think you have The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Tombstone, Once Upon a Time in the West. Is that what it's called? The one with Charles Bronson? Upon a Time in the West. Yeah, that movie's freaking awesome. Once Upon a Time in the West is so good. If you haven't seen that one, it has like the whole harmonica thing going. Yeah, it's a really, really good movie. Yeah, Unforgiven is probably. Ooh, actually, I think Unforgiven might be one of my favorite Western movies of all time. Yeah, Unforgiven, Once Upon a Time in the West, Tombstone. Those are just so good. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is a classic, obviously. I used to watch these with my grandpa when I was a kid. Yeah, we're talking westerns. Tombstone is amazing, though. Yeah, Kurt Russell's just the man. He's also in my favorite horror movie ever. My favorite horror movie of all time is The Thing. If you guys haven't seen The Thing, it's like one of the best. It's so good. It's a little old. It's in the 80s. You know, it might look a little dated in some ways, but the practical effects in that movie are super disturbing. Yeah, Blazing Saddles was probably my dad's favorite movie. Yeah, he loved that movie. Bone Tomahawk. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you, Fast Winston. Yeah, Blazing Saddles is a classic. True Grit. The original True Grit is with John Wayne is a little bit corny, but it's still fun. But the new True Grit with Jeff Bridges was actually quite good. Yeah, his depiction, his Marshall Cogburn character was really, really good. Yeah, I mean, come on. I can imagine you being I love Roadhouse. And they're doing a new one. They're doing a new Roadhouse with Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor. Oh my god, did you guys see that? So they just put out the trailer for the Roadhouse remake and it has Conor McGregor in it. He's like the villain. I'm so excited for that. It's going to be so over the top. You know, it's going to be so over the top. Oh, The Thing is such a good movie. I like the original Hellraiser too. The original Hellraiser movies have really good, like the first 2 movies have a really good ambience about them. They're really creepy. And they have that like esoteric kind of 1980s body horror kind of element to it, which is great. I'm so excited for the Conor McGregor. I know it's going to be terrible, but I'm so excited for it. I don't care. Sign me up, dude. I'm going to be in the theaters hyped. I think my favorite horror movie is Alien. Yeah, Alien's top tier. It's amazing. That's my wife's favorite movie. Yeah, Conor McGregor is the villain in Roadhouse. He's battling Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm not making that up, dude. It's legit. Yeah. Even the Alien 2 and 3, those movies were fun too. Like I forget off the top of my head, but the one where you have the colonial marines fighting the aliens in that like abandoned station that's been infested, that one's really good too. I love the hell out of that movie. God, they just don't really make them like that anymore. Like, when was the last time? I don't know. Yeah. God, man, movies have been rough. Movies have been rough. They don't really make good comedies anymore. Like, you don't, like, in the early 2000s was the late 90s and early 2000s, I think, was the golden age of comedy, right? Like, the whole Anchorman, old school, Beer Fest. Eurotrip was so haggard. How many of you guys have seen Eurotrip? But those are so fun. They're such magical movies. You know, Harold and Kumar, like those early ones, those are so good. And they just don't do them like that anymore. I mean, honestly, I don't think a lot of them would fly today. But that was the golden age of comedy movies. I feel I lament anybody who didn't get to grow up watching those. They were so good. Roadhouse is going straight to Amazon Prime. Is it actually though? Horror movies are very different now. They're very different, yeah. I think my favorite time for horror movies was probably the 80s. Like 80s horror movies were really good. Really good. They just like, I don't know, the practical effects in 80s horror movies were just so powerful. Like The Evil Dead and Alien and, you know, The Thing, and even like RoboCop had some pretty disturbing shit in it, right? Oh, Kung Pao Enter the Fist. How could I forget? Equilibrium's a good movie. I like that one. That's with Christian Bale and Sean Bean. Right. Scotty doesn't know. Yeah, that's right. Oh my God, Eurotrip was so funny. Tropic Thunder was good. Tropic Thunder was like the end, right? That came out like late 2000s. I feel like after Tropic Thunder, there wasn't that many good comedy movies. Yeah, they kind of just died off. Yeah. Kind of croaked a little bit, didn't they? Old School's a great one. Yeah, it's a really good movie. I don't know who that is. Bucky from that movie? I'm not sure who that is. If you like the extreme horror, watch... No, that's probably a little too extreme. Like, I don't like extremely, like, brutal, realistic horror. I like monster horror movies and, like, you know, sci-fi horror movies. Those kind of things are more up my alley. Yeah. Aliens, of course, Aliens is great. The new Alien movies weren't that good. They were okay. They're kind of mediocre, I would say would be the best way to describe them. So, guys, we got some rats. It's going to be the classic Lustrian duel. We got Lizardman versus Skaven. All right, so our matchup's here. So we make this into a bit of a podcast. If you guys are newer to Total War, there's a lot of downtime in between tournament games, so typically we just kind of rant about movies and shit in between. Oh, yeah, I mean, like Asian horror movies are really good. Absolutely. There's some... My wife is like an expert on all things horror movies. If she was in chat, she could like talk to you guys all day. She's the dark queen of horror movies. Every obscure horror movie ever, she's like seen it. She knows of it. Yeah. Naked Gun. Oh, with Leslie Nielsen. I love Naked Gun. And remember Airplane? Dude, Event Horizon, Fabius, is what like traumatized me as a child. I remember watching Event Horizon when I was like 9 years old. And just, I can't remember how I got my clutches on it. Maybe I was like 10. Yeah, I was like 9 or 10. And I remember being traumatized by Event Horizon. Like having nightmares. I think like 9 is too young to watch that. Because that's like some deep, scary shit. Like that deep space horror with like, you know, the mutilation and like, oh yeah, it was brutal. Just watched the Roadhouse trailer. I know, doesn't it look fun, Marco? It looks great. Hereditary's really good. Yeah, so Hereditary, as well as the Ritual. Those like new kind of, it's the same director too, if I'm not mistaken, and Midsommar. So Midsommar, the Ritual, and Hereditary. Those are probably the 3 best horror movies. And the new Evil Dead movie. The new Evil Dead movie was super good. Evil Dead Rising or whatever it was called. That shit was scary. That was like taking it back to the old school. I love how it brought back the old camera angles from the original Evil Dead when she's like running with the chainsaw and like, oh, it was so good. It was so good. Dodgeball. I mean, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Yeah, no, I love Dodgeball. Dodgeball's a classic. Yeah. That was with, Rip Torn is that actor's name. I think he passed away. I might have seen that one, Turi. I'm not sure. I might have seen it. Yeah. Dirty Work. Oh my God, that's with Norm Macdonald. That's an old one. He passed away recently. He was a really funny comedian. Really funny. Midnight Mass. Yeah, my wife and I watched that. It's a good one. But The Ritual is probably one of my favorite horror movies of the past like 6 or 7 years too. Ace Ventura. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Ace Ventura, you know, Austin Powers. Hey, look at that. We were just talking about these units, the Globadiers. The rats are going to be bringing them. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. We got a Lord Skrulk army versus a mouth-breathing lizard army. It's time, dude. Dodgeball was fun. When I was in college, I was on a dodgeball team, too. We were called called Team Graybush, and our entire team was, like, older college guys who, like, overstayed their welcome in college. We were just getting like doing Mortal Kombat with these like freshman teams that were super athletic and stuff. It was pretty funny. Yeah, good times. The worst horror movie I've watched, a Total Warhammer, Endless Spirit Leeches. Yeah, no, Spirit Leeches are scary for sure. Underwater, that was the one with the, it was okay. Yeah, I don't know if it was that great. Oh, The Fly is not a good movie to watch when you're a kid. Yeah, that's for sure. The Fly is like really creepy. Yeah, it's really creepy. I know Carl Weathers passing is a tragic, man. He was, and what's with that? He was just getting into Star Wars, right? He was in some of those Star Wars movies, yeah. Him and the guy who played Titus Pulo from Rome. Still a little earlier in the day for me, so I can't quite remember, but Ray Stevenson and Carl Weathers, yeah. It's a shame, man. Amazing actors, and he was in his early 70s too. Yeah, I think he was in his early 70s. Yeah, Hot Fuzz is a great movie, classic. All right, guys, we've had some fun podcasting, talking about movies. Now let's shoot the shit here and talk about the game. Last question from chat. I have seen Troll Hunter. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. All right, guys, so for the rats, it's going to be Charx. Now, Charx is an elf player, but I suspect that Tim banned out all of his elves. So Charx's entire front line is going to be Skaven slaves, backed up in the secondary line by Deathglow Bombardiers, which he does have 3 of those. And you guys just saw Deathglow Bombardiers pack a massive armor-piercing punch, and they can pretty much tear through anything they hit. They do a ton of damage. In the back row, it's going to be Clan Rats with spears, backed up by Plague Monks. Plague Monks are kind of a cool pick. If they can avoid javelins and whatnot, they can definitely tear up things like skinks and probably trade into SARs pretty well. So it is going to be those bad boys. He was 76? Yeah, no. So he was a little up there in age. So looking at the forces of Tim the Wilder, this is going to be your standard Lizardman army. This is probably the most boring mouth-breathing lizard style you can play, but it's very good. Basically what you do is you go super wide with Saurus and skinks and you know, Croxagores and whatnot, and then you bring a Slan Mage of Life and you just spam the cheap spells. So you spam Earthblood, you spam Awakening of the Wood, and that's going to be triggering the Life Bloom passive, which heals up your entire army, which is super wide and has a ton of HP. So this is the easiest way to play Lizards. If you guys are looking to just kind of squeak out tournament wins, I highly recommend this playstyle. You can bring this like same exact build against so many different factions, and it's going to be very, very powerful. So yeah, that's basically it. The Rat's going to be moving out and claiming the objectives initially. I wonder what weapons teams are going to be calling in. Deathglow Bombardiers are going to be waiting in the tree line. So he's keeping his weapon teams back to force the lizards forward without the information, right? Because if the lizards don't know what to expect, they're not going to be able to plan their summons quite as easy. So yeah, we will see. We will see, my friends. The big banana toad hiding in the bushes. Here he is. Look at him. He's just staring at the tree. It's like my dog when it's outside. But yeah, he's pondering the meaning of the universe and the old ones and all that sort of good stuff. But Tim likes to build up. So what Tim possibly could do is sit back in the woods and build up a big army and then push out. You know, and he's one of the only people who does this. There's a lot of people, you know, who've kind of talked about this and experimented with this playstyle, but typically Tim is the only one who likes to do the build-up strategy. And now there's going to be an assassin moving up. Interesting. Okay, look at this. Oh my god, look, there's a Skaven assassin going into the trees. Where is he? Where is he going? Okay, I thought he was going to go into the bushes. I think we just followed the saga of this assassin. All right, here we go. So we got the assassin. How cool is this map, by the way? Our map makers are so great, man. Shout out to all our map makers. They're carrying this game, hardcore. But look at the little rat man. So he's scurrying across, running on all fours, and yeah, he's trying to get there. I like this play by Charx. Charx is trying to deny Tim the objective, which is a very, very smart play. Because, you know, if Tim's going to sit in the woods and build up and not engage with you and just try and get a lot of units to swarm you, then I think that denying him any objectives whatsoever is going to be very smart. And we do have the assassin heading over here as well. So here they come. It is going to be the assassin, hustling. Skaven have got 2 objectives, and this is a really cost-effective for the Skaven, actually. They're using their shitty clan rats to waste all the javelins and skink ammunition here, which I think is quite cost-effective. An assassin is also on the way. Both players banking. Currently, we see Charx has not summoned anything. He's sitting at 2,200, so he's hanging out in the shadows. And up in the tree line, it is going to be more Croxagores, more skinks. And Tim will move out soon. I would wager he'll probably move out around 500 points, give or take. I don't think he's going to want to wait too long. You get an assassin moving up. I think Lord Skrulk should probably make his way over here if he can. And he could probably get some streams of corruption, although does he just have summons? He does. So Skrulk Daddy going to be using the old school Warhammer 2 tactics and just having summons in the back pocket there. So there it is. Now, looking over here, objective number 1 is not being contested. The lizards are kind of poking up and prodding. He's currently down 100 points. This playstyle gives me too much anxiety. It's just like, yeah, it's way too stressful. Tim's going to be popping out using his Croxagores with their spanking paddles. Lizards have been able to rout off a fair amount. They routed off a couple Skaven slave units as well as a clan rat. So that's not a bad start for Tim. And also his Kroxigor is going to be coming in and maybe putting a little bit of hurt down on these bad boys. But he is lightly contesting the objectives. You know, he's lightly holding on to this one, and he should be able to get it here from this Assassin. The Assassin will get beaten down by Kroxigors anyways, so not something that you want. So now we are going to be seeing Charx calling out Rat Ogres. So it is going to be 4 Rat Ogres. Rat Ogres are a very good counter against Kroxigors. In a one-on-one fight, the Rat Ogre uptrades very well. I mean, it's a cheaper unit, and it trades better into the Kroxigors. Kroxigors have just absolutely terrible combat stats. Not terrible, but mediocre if they're not fighting something that's an infantry unit. So Skrulk is getting poked a little bit. He's got to be careful. Charx is going to be moving up with some more Clan Rats, but now it looks like the Skink cohorts have gotten their clutches on that, so that's really, really good for Tim. That's going to be buying him some time to gather up his troopers, and what does he got? Red Crested, oh, what the hell? Red Crested Skinks against Skaven? Okay, so he's got some Red Crested Skinks in the bushes, and aside from that, yeah, Skink cohorts moving out. Dinos are like slowly moving up, and now I think the Warhorn is going to be sounded. And, you know, his opponent's not even that far ahead of him on points. It's only 291 against 442, 432, something like that. And the Rat battle line is going to be preparing to engage here while the Assassin lurks in the shadows. So back here, you can see the Assassin is going to be trying to probably hunt down this Slan. Oh, that's a bit of a journey. Maybe he's going to be looking for Salamanders. That's not a terrible idea either. Salamanders would usually be called in to deal with Rat Ogres. So having him back there could be a decent idea. So on the backside, we got the Feral Cold Ones lurking around the backfield, going to be chasing down Skaven slaves. Skaven are definitely going to be in some trouble here. This is not an easy one. Rat Ogres are back, Plague Monks sitting in the wings, and the Dread Legion of Blizzards is going to be emerging from the trees. So they'll probably just try and bully Objective 1. Are they going to push all 3 objectives? I kind of think they are. We do see the Cold Ones coming in, Kroxigors and company. That's going to be a lot of pushing. Skaven slaves are forming ranks, and the Skaven army is about to get just swarmed super, super hard. And this is really, really... No, I would say this is a Lizardman favored matchup. Personally, in Domination mode, the amount of healing the Dinosaur army is going to get is so brutal. And I guess if the Globadiers are really able to get their money's worth, if Tim slips up and lets them like nuke Saurus and, you know, get those big volleys into the cost-effective units, then that's going to be, you know, one thing. We do see Globadiers firing a little bit here, and some of them do make contact. Yeah, we get a little bit of a hit there, but not too much damage. Skrulk can also use his summons if he wants to. Looks like Tim's going to be pulling back into the bushes. He just like took the objective. Okay, never mind. He's moving back. I thought he was going to go back into the trees, and I was going to say that would be tricky. Yeah, when the Lizardmen are outnumbering you as the Rats, yeah, that's a really good analogy. It's going to be a little bit dodgy. So we get Eshin Triads being called in. On the flank, it is going to be some Cold Ones, and nice intercept here by Charx. So Charx uses the big boys, the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep, to fight them off, and also calls it a Wolf Rat unit. These are the armor-piercing Wolf Rats, so they're going to be a pretty hard counter against the Feral Cold Ones. And the Pit Fighters going to win this fight, maybe rampage them. And the other Feral Cold Ones are going to probably get killed pretty quickly, but the Globadiers able to get a volley fire in. They do some okay damage, but not before Tim is able to get the Velociraptors on them and shut them down temporarily. Skrulk is going to be using some sort of witchcraft here. He does summon some Clan Rats out and probably will be summoning another Rat unit there. Meanwhile, on the side objective, there is going to be a Slan Vortex going down, and the Clan Vulcan Sail Slasher is going to get wrecked pretty bad. But the Clan Rats prepare to do battle. You know, the two little gremlin characters of the old world, the Clan Rat and the Skink. The immortal conflict between these mighty 2 creatures, and they're doing a fat battle here. So Globadiers, they need to be firing. Tim is going to be force pathing through a little bit of a blunder on Charx. You should usually just sit them a little bit deeper set and let them shoot on their own, because sometimes when you try and shoot, they get obstructed. But as far as value trading goes, it's kind of even at this point. We do get some Plague Monks moving up. Plague Monks will be very cost effective here. They should be able to butcher a lot of these Skink units. Anti-infantry, you know, the dual weapons. Certainly not messing about. But Kroxigors come in with their spanking paddles. If there's no ogres here, these Kroxigors are going to be a bit of a big problem. On the flank, the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep, as well as the Wolf Rats and Eshin Triads, get a very cost-effective engagement. Feral Cold Ones and Skink Skirmishers getting absolutely sandwiched here. And you can see this Rat Ogre bashing a Skink into the ground. Very lovely stuff. You know, Warhammer Fantasy, a very, very pleasant place. Very pleasant place indeed. Up in the sky, we do get the Ripperdactyls. They are swarming into the backfield against the old Globadiers. So big efforts being made by Tim the Wilder to shut down the Globadiers. Now, even though the value is even, you have to remember the Lizardman army is healing pretty massively, and it seems like the old Rats are kind of getting swarmed in all directions. That is for sure. So Plague Monks here going to get butchered by the Feral Bastillodon and the Slans, so not going to be a good fight for them. Rat Ogres against Skinks is a pretty bad fight. They're meant to be taking on heavier targets, and there's no Saurus, and I mean, the Kroxigors are what they want to be fighting, but a lot of Javelin fire coming in. I think Tim the Wilder is going to be taking this game pretty smoothly here. Most of the fights are just going in his favor. The Rats are getting a little bit of a cheeky engagement here and there. In the backfield, we do see some Clan Rats trying to wrestle the back objective, but the Red Crested Skinks are going to be able to put a bit of a hurt on them. Meanwhile, on the side point, Skaven kind of holding on, but most of their Poison and Deathwind Globadiers are offline for now. We do get some Night Runners throwing their old ninja stars into the Ripperdactyls. But yeah, this is not looking good. And you can see why Lizardmen are just so easy to play. Very smooth. But Tim, you know, let's be fair to Tim. He's an extremely good player. So he makes it look easy to play too. But their playstyle is just so smooth. You just overwhelm with just really cost-effective units. And you know, healing. And that's going to be that. So Skrulk back here. He's battling it out. I mean, if the rats can maybe find a way to kill the Slan. But Slans are so hard to kill. They have like 7,000 or 8,000 HP. They're raid bosses. So we get a Plague Monk summon. We do see the Slan being contaminated, so his leadership's down to 65, a testament to how good his leadership is. But Big Stinky and the Assassin would eventually kill the Slan. It's going to take a little bit of time. Banishment's going to go down from the Slan, which will do okay damage, but it's only a summon. It's just a summon unit of Plague Monk, so really not super powerful. But the rats have pretty much been pushed back on all fronts. We see the Lizard Hordes have bok-bocked all over the face of these guys. Rat Ogres are in full rout. Vixren's being called in, which is an okay tech, but not so good against Skinks, honestly. And on the backfield, the rats are trying to fight their way back here. A lot of Croxagores, Wolf Rats with poison, Globadiers are back online. They need to be shooting right now into the Croxagores if they can. But, I mean, can they find a way? I was going to say, maybe if Charx can find a way to take down the Slan of Life, maybe he can do something. But overall, I think that's going to be a very tough one. So right there, we do see a Awakening of the Wood going down. That's what she said. And the old Rat Man trying to take down Feral Bastiladon. Yeah, it's trying, but the Bastiladons are really tanky. 140 armor is pretty insane. Rod of Corruption. Tim has got all 3 objectives. He's massively overwhelmed his opponent. And you know what I think maybe could have been nice for the rats would have been like a Ikit type character on a Doom Wheel. Like having Terror Route against these legions of Skinks could have been pretty nice. But overall, to me, that just feels like a hard matchup. I'm not really sure how the rats would deal with that. It seems very, very tough. Maybe some Plague Claw Catapults could be in line too. Like sit back and defend Objective 3 and Plague Claw Catapults him and try and get a big value lead with Mass Artillery and play the defense and then push him off later. I feel like trying to... Because what we saw happen is the rats had a full army formation. And they tried to take the lizards on a massive wide army formation where their units were individually worse. Whereas the lizards were happy to take that fight. Whereas if Skaven sit back and maybe use artillery and weapons teams to try and accrue some sort of value and then push forward after that, I think that is going to work a little bit better. Granted, I still think even with that being said, it's probably going to be a lizard favored matchup, but you know, it is what it is. The little rats are trying. The rat people are giving it their all. All 3 objectives are owned by the dinos. Charx just doesn't know it's over yet. His opponent has a massive value lead on him. Tim has an 8.3 to 7, but with healing taken into account, it's probably another 1,000 value on top of that, I would wager. And the rats are just looking dead in the water. I mean, we have some clan rats here, and there is not a lot. Yeah, it's always a mistake to try and kill a Slan, unless you have like a cannon. If you have like a cannon, a Luminarch, something like that, you can kill Slans. But other than that, it's incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. Yeah, so that's GG, well played. I would fast forward if this were a replay, but it's live. Thankfully, we've had no lag today. Charx is a top-tier player, though. He's really good. His chances of getting into the top 4 are still very likely, as long as he wins the rest of the games that he plays, which I'm sure he's certainly going to be able to do. So we will see. Clan rats can probably beat a Skink one-on-one, maybe. But the thing is the Croxagores and the healing, because the Slan is healing every single Skink unit, right? Every single Skink is getting healed by the Earthblood. So that kind of turns the table on that fight. All right. No worries. No worries. GG, well played. All right. So that is going to be going to old Tim the Wilder, the old elder millennial, doing us proud. You know, Tim is fighting for all of us old folk who are still trying to play RTS games at a competitive level, you know. Yeah, and he did it. So do we have any drops? Let's see. I do not believe so. No, we do not. All right. Cool, man. Cool. So the round is making some progress. Let's take a look and see how we're looking today. Head on over. Charx, this game just finished. We had out-of-region win. We had a Keen win, and a couple other matches still going. I need to go ahead and fix Pigeon's score. So we need to fix that. So I'm going to go update his score here. But yeah, still a handful of games to finish here. And we're doing it. The regret of not picking Kislev. Oh my god, Kislev is so strong. I wonder what the picks and bans would have been in that matchup. By the way, Tim or Charx, if either of you guys are in chat, what were the picks that each of you picked? I would imagine your Wood Elves probably got banned out, because Charx's Wood Elves are pretty terrifying. That I would expect him to probably want that as one of his main picks, but I'm not sure. All right, so doing a little bit of back-end admin work. Thank you guys for joining. Hope you're all having fun. Been a fun stream so far. If you're enjoying it, please do drop a like. As much as I hate asking, it helps keep the old Haggard Total War community going, baby. And there we go. All right, so it's been saved. That's going to be the Penguin. Or Pigeon is his name. Sorry, Pigeon. Almost got your name wrong there. Skaven versus Ogre Kingdoms? I think Ogres would be massively favored there. Skaven are hard to play, man. They're really hard. Could you show a build of Chorfs versus Greenskins? That's hard, dude. That's hard. Greenskins are so good against Chorfs. But yes, I can try and come up with something for you. So if I was playing Chorfs versus Greenskins, yes. Let's do this, and yeah, all right. So Chorfs, if I was stuck in an SFT and I ran into them, I would probably do, so Chorfs versus Greenskins. Yeah, you have to have a big Sorcerer Prophet of Death on the of Fire, excuse me. So you get him on fire, because you need Burning Head. You can get rid of Infernal Engineering, and basically here you would just want Burning Head. You could bring Fireball too, but I think Burning Head's going to be all you want. So from there, you probably want a labor front line. It's going to be pretty labor intensive, as you would guess. Aside from that, I would probably bring, I mean, the artillery aren't bad. Death Reeks won't be very good because they're going to go wide. Ironically, a Dreadquake Mortar might actually be okay for you, but I really like the Demon's Tongue. So I would bring the Demon's Tongue. It causes terror, and it also has a leadership discouraging effect. So it's really synergistic with your Lord for, like, deleting blobs, right? From here, probably Chowie Warriors would be, like, my main core. I might even try and throw in the Immortals, since they do fire damage, and magic is also really good against Greenskins. That actually wouldn't be a bad start, but it does give up a lot of agency on the battlefield. You could go with Hobgoblins to try and shoot the, River Trolls. So I think 2 of those would be a good start. And we cut you. And can we get enough for a Wolf Rider? I don't think so. Yeah, we can get a little. This guy grabs your back objective. This is your front battle line. You use the Oglicons and Hobo Goblins to shoot the River Trolls, shoot Squigs, shoot Savage Orcs. You have these guys holding, this guy Burning Head. And aside from that, you would want to get some of the Bull Centaur Renders. So probably the Great Weapon variant would be really good. So I would do 1 and 1. I would do 1 Great Weapon and 1 of Hashed's Dark Ravagers. Would probably be my play, and then I would mix in a Skullcracker too. From here, you probably don't need Great Weapons because they're not going to bring much Armored Infantry. But you could bring some Infernal Ironsworn if you want to go like kind of elite. Just throw like 1 or 2 of those in there. They're pretty decent, honestly. And then you need Hobo Goblin Riders. So something like this would probably be the build I would bring. Give or take. But there's other ways you can play it too. Like you can go with mass artillery, like 2 artillery pieces could be viable. You could cut the Demon's Tongue in this and get like 2 Magma Cannons or something, which they're not as good as they used to be, but they're pretty good against Greenskin units. So yeah, this would probably be okay. If you get good Burning Heads and good terror routes, and if it's on a map that is conducive for you, you could feasibly beat the Greenskins with a build like this. It wouldn't be easy by any stretch of the imagination. The problem with this build, you're a little bit weak against Greenskin Archer play. Greenskin Archers are such a problem, but you can also Burning Head them into the Shadow Realm. That's totally an option. Yeah, you could use a Deathstreak rocket launcher to try and shoot the Archers with its Spray Fire mode. A Magma Cannon. Honestly, Dreadquake Mortar could be reasonably viable if it's like a small map. Yeah, max trains are okay. Probably just 1 is adequate, and you could even like cut that second one and call in like a Magma Cannon or something. Magma Cannons are kind of haggard, but you could use it to shoot the Archers. Just like sit it on Archers, and then you have double Discourage. You have a Discourage here, and you have a Discourage here, plus Terror. So that could also be pretty good. A Demon's Tongue is good, but it's not like, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. All right, so let me check the scores, see how we're looking. Yeah, Kislev is just stupid, dude. Kislev is so strong. They're dumb. They definitely need some nerfs. All right. So how are we looking here? Yeah, still a handful of games yet to go, but not too many. They're getting there. And looking at the top of the leaderboard right now, it is 5 rounds, so there are going to be some ups and downs for the players. Currently, I think the only undefeated player we have is Tim the Wilder. But there's still some people playing. I believe Martin is playing to be undefeated too versus Hitman Hippo. So whoever wins that match is going to be going to play Tim probably. Hadries might still be undefeated. The great Hadries is back. Always fun to see him playing again. No, he's 1-1 right now, but still in the running as long as he can win a couple more games here. Yes, yes. Completely one-sided. What's the outplay? Bring elite units and counter the same. What matchup are you talking about there when you're talking about it being completely one-sided? I don't see another message from you. Yeah, Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, the Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, Ogre Kingdoms apparently are pretty good against greenskins, which is interesting. I felt like that wouldn't be the case, but I've been told that by several people. Like, I can't help but think that greenskins would be good against ogres, right? Like, what would you be lacking here? So if you go greenskins, right, you have this, and then you just go with like a chaff goblin front line to eat the charge, okay? And they have silver shields, or not silver, but shields to deal with that. You just get a couple biggins mixed in, some orc boys, okay? And then you just get a little kind of crappy goblin shaman, just to go real cheap. So where is he? Yeah, Goblin Great Shaman. You just get Sneaky Stabbin' and Itchy Nuisance. Gork will fix it. It's probably fine. And you cut these. Yes. Get Arcane Conduit. Don't even try it. Is actually pretty good against like Slaughtermasters. So you got your build there. And reinforcements, I think you bring like 4 of those. I mean, God, they're so good. Squigs here, probably not great. And then the rest of this army, you just max out on Error Boys. And, like, how would this ogres just crush this, you know? I feel like they would. Hey, Turin, are you going to do Old World battle reports on this channel? The first one will be put up on this channel, but then after that, the rest of them will be put up on a second channel. Yeah. Yeah, Tim won that one. Yeah, Tim's win. Yeah. I don't know how you would change out Thrats. Personally, I think it's just lizard favored, but yeah. Hard to say. I'd have to test it before I give you some really good opinions there. Black Orcs, unfortunately, just kind of suck. Even though they got cost reduced, they're still kind of crappy. Squigs in this matchup against Ogres, probably not very good. They just kind of get bullied by Ogre models, so I don't think you would go with Squigs. Savage Orcs might be okay, just for like hard-hitting capture weight. Probably some Savage Orc Biggins would be nice to mix into the build. And definitely you want to max out on Orc Boys. So this is Greenskins versus Ogre Kingdoms. Is how I would do this. Let's throw you into there, and then for this, we could put him on a little wolf, but I think just on foot it's going to make him a little bit, you know, harder to take down here. And then we can mix in Rusty Errors, a couple Night Goblin Archers wouldn't be bad for Vanguard deploy, and yeah, then we can get the ROR Goblins. Those bad boys are always pretty nice to throw in. The 2 little ROR boys. Yeah, they're respectable fighters. Nasty Skulkers, probably not very good. Get another biggin, and from there we just get a goblin. Like, this build feels pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. So the Immortals in this matchup? No. Or Crimson Killers? I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be very good. All right, let's see how we're looking before the next round in today's very sweaty qualifier. We have completed 2 rounds of casting. And we'll be doing the 3rd. It'll be a lot faster once we get through the regulation rounds. So only 2 games left to finish. Only 2 left to finish here. All right. I believe we have Dracins and Berserk playing. So very sweaty players duking it out right there. Yeah, I guess Greenskins. I mean, I would feel confident in that matchup, but I've been told by high-level players that it's a hard one. So I'll have to give it a try off stream. Watching this while also playing Baldur's Gate. Oh my God, I saw the funniest Baldur's Gate video the other day. It was if you guys look up the video, it's Frank Reynolds in Baldur's Gate 3 is what it's called, or Danny DeVito. It's really funny. So somebody like edited in Frank Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia into Baldur's Gate. It's really good. Oh my God, it's hilarious. But yeah, it's good times. It's getting sweaty, yeah. So looking at the tournament, I think we are about ready. Let's refresh the bracket here. And okay, so it's just Dracins versus Berserk. All the rounds have finished. And not a single person has dropped today, which is wild. Usually you'll have a couple drops. Undefeated, did Martin win his game? Martin actually lost his match. Okay, interesting. So he lost to Hitman Hippo. The only undefeated person is Tim the Wilder. Wow. So Tim stands above the crowd, the only undefeated Chad in here for now, but he still has several more rounds. We didn't cast the first round. We only did these 2. But we got 5 rounds today, so it's going to be pretty long. Yes. Would you like an egg in these trying? Oh, I like the emerging through the portal. Yeah, that was really good. When he's crawling through the couch, that scene is so funny, dude. Oh, it's so good. What would you say the Greenskins' worst matchup? You know what? A lot of people would actually tell you their worst matchup is probably the Ogre Kingdoms. But I don't know. I haven't played it. I was able to win a tournament a week ago, and I just played Greenskins the whole time. It was a 3x3 tournament. And I was just picking Greenskins like in all my matches, and I was like, holy shit, they're easy to play. But like, I hadn't played them in ages, and they're so mouth breathing and easy. It's kind of like Lizardmen too. I feel like they both kind of have that similar kind of nuance about them. Yep, so Dracins and Berserk, they're our last match right now. Here's all the rules for the tournament. Tie breaks are done a little bit different today, by the way. So we're going to have like a mini playoff to determine the tiebreakers. So, yeah, man. Yeah, well, the prize for this isn't an Applebee's gift card. I'm going to be trying to wrangle some bigger prize pools for the next event. So I'm working on it. What has to be your favorite trolling build? Too many strong people, chances are slipping. Out of region, I mean, have you, let's see, where are you at? So you've won 2 games of 3. Your odds are still very good. But you need to win your next 2 games out of region. And if you do, then your odds are pretty good, I would say. Because if you get beaten by strong players and they continue to win, it will, it will help. Although today we're doing tiebreakers a little bit differently. So if we have a lot of people tied for like 3rd and 4th place, then we're going to do a mini playoff after that. So a little bit different than usual. Because a lot of people have been inactive this season. So I'm not going to do it based on leaderboard positioning right now. This is going to be a bit different. Yeah, it's going to be a mini playoff once we get to top 4. If it's not clear, right? If it's not clear. So, because if the opponent, it'll be your placement, opponent points will then be the next tiebreaker. And then normally it decides who gets the top 4 also based on leaderboard position. But we're not going to be doing it with that. So, yes. We're going to be using the next tiebreaker as a playoff. Thanks for all the great Warhammer 3 content. You've been hard carrying this game. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Cool. Dracins and Berserk still going. I still think they have about 10 minutes left, give or take. Yeah, they have a little bit of time. Not too much, but a little bit of time left. You'll see, Catholic. I'll share all the details of the event soon. Yeah, it's not quite a faction war. It's something super fun. Don't worry. Maybe the best way to beat the Greenskins. I honestly think there's plenty of ways to beat them. Badger Knight, thank you, man. First donation of the stream. Firing it off, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. It's something special, yeah. It's something fun. Don't you worry. Hey, but it's merit-based, man. Everybody has a chance to win today. And I made it a Swiss tournament so that you would get multiple lives, because it feels bad to join a big qualifier and lose in the first round against a good player. If maybe you're not playing your best game, but today you have multiple lives. Well, you have 1 extra life, basically. English is somebody in chat saying English is my second language, and I've gone out of the way to pronounce trash and garbage the way Danny DeVito does. It's Always Sunny is one of the greatest shows. It's so good. Oh, I love that show. I got to start watching that again. Okay, refreshing bracket. They're still going, and yeah, it's hustling. I got you. All right. So we do have our first drop. So let's do this. And all right. So we had a couple players drop here. The first champions have fallen to fatigue. Is this the Warhammer mod? No, this is Total War. Yeah, this is Total War. All right, so I just need to fix this a little bit. All right, so doing a little bit of this. And then we have you dropping as well. Okay, so he is down here. Let me find him. Okay. Somebody had to go. Something came up. And that is fine. Okay. No problem. Just doing a little bit of adminning here. Okay, so that should be, I believe, yeah, so we need to fix that. Okay, guys, just give me one moment, and then I will be back. We had 2 folks drop, so I just got to fix their scores. Okay. Fixed you, and 1 more to go. Only 2, though. It's pretty normal. I mean, normally, a lot of times when people realize they don't have a chance of winning, they'll drop, which is completely fair. I mean, why do you want to spend your afternoon? If you're there just to try and win and get the dub and, get the special goodness, then, Oh, dude, that mod, the Warcraft 3 mod yesterday was so much fun, though. It was so much fun. The guy he's going to be fixing some of the buggy stuff we encountered, too. So we'll do another one. I'm thinking about doing a Warcraft 3 tournament with that mod. That would be very fun. We'll see. We'll see. And I could cast it too, which would be great. Because in Warcraft 3 they actually have good spectator features, so that would be that'd be a great time. Let's see. Okay, perfect. And we are just about done with the rounds. Looks like the round is finished. I've updated everything, and we're good. Your stream had me playing Warhammer Warcraft 3 for like 12 hours straight. Oh yeah. It's out of region, so it's not going to be as big of a deal. If you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. All right, so checking. Okay. And I think we're ready. So let's advance to the next round and advance to Swiss. Here we go. It is time. Let the Nurglings feast. Okay, so yeah. I need to get him. He is going to get a point here. And now the next round is live. Okay. Next round is live. Good luck, have fun. All right. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the heads up. And all right. So let's find a game to cast. We have plenty to choose from. The world is our oyster. Tim the Wilder versus Hitman Hippo. Martin versus Outer Region. Didn't they play earlier? I can't remember. Sometimes it does. Yeah, it looks like it's a rematch, but it doesn't matter. They have very similar scores, so all good. And Charx versus Hadries, Dracins versus Housecat of War, Berserk versus Iskander. Did Berserk win his last round game? He lost to Dracins. So I think he's lost 2 games now, yeah, so he's probably out of the running. He's a very good player, too. So we will do Dracins versus Housecat of War. That's going to be a very, very sweaty matchup, too, so that'll be fun. And I know there might be some Tomb Kings action in there. Hey, man. We'll cast yours. Lobby code, please. All right. So we're going to do Dracins versus Housecat of War in this next match. And let's do Housecat of War. Okay, so we are getting on with the next game here. No, Martin's been around a while. He's been playing a long time, yeah. He's been playing a lot of Warhammer 3. For sure. For sure. Is it possible to take a bloodletter in a boxing match? Ooh, probably not. I mean, like, the demons are pretty, like, freaky. Maybe, like, a really big creature could. I don't know. Yeah, probably not. Definitely not for a human. I mean, unless, you know, of course, if you're, you know, some magical human or something, maybe. Yeah. Martin and I played in a tournament a week ago. I was able to beat him that time, but then the week before that, he beat me in a tournament, too. So he's very strong. Very, very strong player. All right. All right. So we got the lobby code from old Housecat. No houseplant today. I think he was busy today, unfortunately. Shame, shame. And all right, let's fire it off. Do that, and then Housecat match. Here we are. So this is our 3rd match of the day. Thank you all for joining. It's been fun. It's been a good Royal Rumble so far, baby. And now we're going to get Dracins versus Housecat of War on the Celestial Lake. It is the dreaded RTK sweat duel. Is the top 4 going to be dominated by RTK? Find out in today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Who is in the top 4 right now of the tourney? Let's see. So the top 4 ranked players are going to be, let me see. All right, 1 second. So we got Tim the Wilder, Hitman Hippo, Martin, and Catholic. Okay, pretty good range of players. We got Hadries, a couple other folks down here as well. So like I said, for the top 4, wins is number 1. Number 2 is going to be the opponent points. But if we have several players tied with opponent points and with Swiss points, we're going to have a miniature playoff instead of using the leaderboard. So that's the only difference with today's tournament, which is nice. I think that's going to be nice. So, but opponent points is a big variable in this. It's a big, big variable. Yeah, and that's that. All right, so let's do this. Give you a point here. Do that. And go from there. Very cool, man. Are there violent matchups for lizards to bring a Dread Saurian? Yeah, for sure. There's a couple. You know, I think the Dread Saurian can be very devastating against like vampire counts and factions that do struggle with anti-large. Maybe against like Nurgle too, it can be good. Nurgle does struggle to kill big things, and it's mobile and has, you know, access to a lot of healing. Oh, it's sweaty today, boys. It's sweaty. It's very, very sweaty. So Kislev looks like it might be on the menu, which makes sense. It's a sweat tournament, so you're going to want to play the strongest thing. Have we seen the updated Celestial? I don't know if we have. This might be one of the first times we've had it in a while. Celestial Lake is an amazing map, so that should be pretty fun. Well, Platypus, I don't know if I don't think he's playing today. I think he might be taking a break. Who knows? Houseplant has been playing a little bit. I mean, he's won several tournaments this season, but he hasn't been super active, which, here's the thing. You play these games for years and years and years, and, people often take breaks and they come and go, and it's totally normal in the cycle of things. When it comes to a scene that doesn't have a ton of money involved, if there's a scene that has a lot of money involved, people will be more consistent, of course. But Total War does not have a lot of money involved in it. I used to put in a bit of cash for every tournament, but that I kind of changed it to put I backload the prize now. So the prize is at the major tournaments, the season finals, rather than every tournament. Because when you have it for every tournament, you encounter more cheaters and more shady characters, I found. Yeah. So the system's been better, 100%. Do Demogryphs with Lances have any viability in tournaments? So maybe they do against like what would they be good against? Maybe against like a Warriors of Chaos they could be okay, because Chaos Knights will lose to Demis with Lances, so you don't need the Halberds there as much. Although honestly, Demogryph Knight with Halberds are probably just safer, honestly. But Demi Lances maybe against Warriors of Chaos, maybe against Dwarves. Situationally, you can use one as like a sweeper unit. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure about them. Demis with Lances are, by the way, one of the best units in tabletop. For the old world, like if you're playing Empire, like I probably wouldn't leave home without 6 Demogryph Knights in my army. 2 groups of 3. They're so powerful. They do a lot of damage on the charge, and Demogryphs themselves, the birds that they ride on, they have a ton of fighting power. They're really good. Yeah, I think they're honestly the best unit in the Empire in the old world is the Demogryph Knight. Like the individual units, they're so good. They're so good. Like they put Chaos Knights to shame, in my opinion. Like the Demogryph Knights get a 2-up armor save, which is insane because they have barding, full plate armor, and shields, and they have -2 armor piercing. They have Swift Stride. They have like super long charge distance. Demis are probably the best unit in tabletop for the Empire. Aside from that, like Empire units, like cannons are really good for the Empire in tabletop. They're really good. The War Machines are great. Yeah, I love Demogryphs, so they're so rad. What about just a $5 to $10 prize per tourney? Yeah, I've done that before. Do we have Demi Halberdier version on tabletop? You do. You have Demis with Lances and Demis with Halberds. I prefer the Lance in tabletop. But the Halberds are also totally viable too. But the Lances, I think, are better because they're charging a lot. And here's how it works in tabletop. If you attack an enemy unit and you win combat against them, so you do more wounds, you have more banners, whatever, they're often forced to fall back and retreat, which means you can just sit there and then charge them again. And Demis also have a special rule called countercharge, which means if something charges them, they can charge them back and get their lance bonus. That's what's really good about Old World compared to some of the other games like Sigmar and 40k is in Old World, if somebody charges you, you can charge them right back. And you get to have like some play on their turn. Whereas in 40k, it's often just your army getting steamrolled on their turn. But there's like the defending player has more action to do, which I really like. Yeah. So that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yes, we do have the Halberd in tabletop though. Wonder what you feed a Demogryph Knight besides Bars of Steel. I actually don't know. I don't know what the plan would be. So Kislev versus Bretonnia here. Maybe is the matchup. Maybe. Let me check the army builds to see. Okay. Yeah, it actually is. It's going to be Kislev versus Bretonnia. Okay. This is a little something. Cool. Don't want to spoil their armies, but they're there. Yeah. 40k can feel very swingy. And Sigmar, I don't know. Like, I showed up to a Sigmar game, casual game, and the guy had like 5 models on the table, and I was just like, this isn't like a war game. This is like, what is this? This is like playing with Fisher Price toys, I think he had like a Lariel and like some dragons or some shit, and I was just like, this is just stupid. Double turns in Sigmar also are not very fun. I know that at a high level of play, you can play around them, and it's not a hugest deal in the world in competitive play. But I think for casual play, double turns are really bad. You know, really bad. Like if you're a new player, it feels really, really not fun to play. Yeah. Are they at least fun builds? Yeah. I mean, Bretonnia versus Kislev is a cool matchup. You know, a lot of cavalry. I'm curious how Bretonnia deals with the stalwart infantry. I guess Foot Squires are there. You have Fey Enchantress with Chalice of Potions. Also, the Foot Squires can do some okay damage, questing knights, things like that. Deserving each other. I think Kislev's way worse than Bretonnia. If we're talking like villainy. Kislev is one of the most villainous factions in both Dom and Land Battle, I think. I've cast a couple Land Battle tournaments recently, and Kislev has been pretty dominant in most of those. It seems like they have to get massively outplayed in order to lose. They have to make some like big mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, so Sigmar had some things about it that were good. The one thing that was I can say in Sigmar's defense, I love just going after Age of Sigmar. It's always fun. But the one thing I can say in its defense is it's a really easy game to learn, and it's really easy to get into. Like, Sigmar is so easy to get into, even compared to Old World. Old World is a lot harder to get into. A lot more models to assemble, typically. The rules are way more complex for Old World, so that isn't always a good thing. For me, it is. I like the depth of it, but for a casual player, you know, Sigmar might be a better game. Maybe. Foot Squires, I think, beat Kossars. Yeah, well, the problem with Foot Squires is they get wrecked by probably hybrid shooting. They only have 70 armor. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Is Housecat on Lizardman? Okay, wow, holy shit. They were doing their picks and bans that whole time? Goddamn, Joe Rogan. It looks like it's going to be Lizardman again. Okay, so we have Lizardman. I bet you it'll be the exact same as Tim. But the question is what is Dracins going to be playing? Is he actually on Bretonnia? So it is dinosaurs again. Let me just check this. Do this. Okay, and yeah, okay. It's Lizardman versus Bretonnia. It's officially that now. I can see them actually picking units for this. Kislev was never in the pits. They were just not like the best, but yeah, they still had their cheesy builds. Like Kislev, even when they were considered a little bit weaker, their bear sled builds were very good, very good. Yeah, they were very good. It is time. We're probably going to see some big Bretonnian Knights. Knights of the Realm are pretty good in this matchup. Granted, you got to watch out because Golden Riders trade very well into Bretonnian Cavalry. High armor and high armor piercing, whereas Bretonnian Knights, the lower tier ones, don't really have good AP. I could see a Grail Knight being picked here, like a single Grail Knight hammer, just riding around and, you know, causing some havoc. I think that could be pretty fun. And yeah, should be good, man. Should be good. We're going to see how this goes down. It's going to be hordes of units doing battle. I love AOS and Old World, but I hope that now that Turin has, you won't feel needed. Yeah, no, it's definitely a step. It's definitely really nice getting Old World back for sure. I love fantasy tabletop gaming, like fantasy more than sci-fi. So I'm really happy to get that back. Yeah, it's and you know, I haven't played Age of Sigmar in a while, to be completely fair. It's been ages since I played it, so it could have changed since I last gave it a try. I have indeed. Cathay has been one I'm surprised we haven't seen more too. I feel like Cathay is a pretty good faction. Like Cathay can probably go fisticuffs with Lizardmen as well, just like Mass Jade Warriors with like Iron Dragon and Crowmen and stuff. Wujing War Compasses are also really good in that matchup. You just drop fat comets on top of the dinosaurs and make them go extinct. I mean, it's there's a lot of great stuff you can do there. Tabletop channel hasn't started yet. No, we're currently preparing the armies, and it's hard. It's only my wife and I painting them, so it takes some time because we're trying to do a good job. But we're making progress. The Empire army is basically completely painted and ready. I didn't rebase them all. For the Empire army, what I ended up using was, so for anybody who's like trying to get an Old World army together, let me show you. So 3D. Okay, 25 millimeter. I think this is going to be it. Let me find this, guys. Hold on. I can't find the exact one I used, but basically I used something like this. So is there going to be a picture here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, I used the base adapter, so all my 25 millimeter or 20 millimeter bases, which my fantasy army was on, have now been moved to 25 millimeter with these base adapters. So I didn't have to like rip them off the bases and do all the bases again, which is really nice. So I did that for the Empire army, and then I'm finishing up the last couple great swords for that army, and then it should be done. Well, I'll be adding more stuff over the years too to, you know, change it up in the battle reports. So that'll be cool. Why do we rarely see Khorne in tournaments? Because Khorne's pretty bad. Yeah. They're pretty bad. Yeah. Khorne just is like, they don't have magic. Their units aren't even that much better in combat than like Slaanesh, for example. It's a hard faction to play, man. I play Death Guard in 40k, but the tabletop channel is going to be focusing on Old World. Yeah, I'm still waiting for this to go. Total War tournaments take a long time. That's the only thing. Picks and ban phase is very grindy. That's why faction wars are such a fun format, but yeah, we're going to do it. AOS and the Old World should be friends. Yeah, I mean, they should be, but then you see all these like legacy factions being done in Old World, which is rough. Like what they did to Vampire Counts and Skaven and, you know, Dark Elves, not having those in the core game is really weird. And a lot of people suspect I don't know why. I suspect there was some sort of a you know, disagreement internally. And I just don't see why they wouldn't have them in the core game, other than the fact that maybe they don't want to conflict Age of Sigmar with Old World. Yeah. Yeah, Mini Wargaming is great. I've been watching them for a long time. And they do some good battle reports. They're very, very simple, very fun, handheld camera. Probably be very similar to how we're going to do ours. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, what we're able to conjure up here. All right. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Lizardmen with Stegadon, actually. How is Tzeentch competitive? They were good previously, but they haven't been doing very well this season. I honestly think, though, Tzeentch is totally fine. I think they can do very well. Tzeentch is like S tier in land battle, though, because in land battle you can abuse their shield mechanic more, and you can also draw the battle out longer. Well, not longer, but you can draw things out with like maneuvering and really abuse their magic more. So, I think that Old World will be more popular than Horus Heresy. Everyone I've talked to in like every game store I've been to is completely sold out of Old World, and money talks, right? If Old World sells well, and the shareholders at Games Workshop see that, then it's going to get more support. That's just how business works, and it would be foolish not to. I personally think Old World is going to be a pretty popular game. It's been selling out everywhere, like nonstop. That's what I've been seeing. Excuse me, sorry about that. All right, guys, taking a look at the battlefield here. It is going to be the Lizardmen, Housecat of War. So Saurus Warriors in the front line makes sense. They can fight Bretonnians all day, and it is going to be a Slan of Life with healing. And you're going to want some healing if you're going to be bringing the big beasties. So we do have a cool dinosaur in this build, at least. It is going to be the old Feral Stegodon. Look how Chad this guy is. Oh, yeah. Dude, and, oh, God, the animations and graphics in this game are so good. They just look so nice. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a dinosaur build with some power Croxagors. So we have the Space Brain Croxagors. It is going to be the cohort of Waddle. So these guys are incredibly rad. They got big power fists, and they know how to party. That is for sure. Very good against Bretonnian Knights. These things are kind of like the Butchers of Kalkengard for the Lizardmen. You use them to just butcher through armor, and they get a lot of healing, which is really, really nice. So on the other side, we do have the old Bretonnians, led by Dracins. I do like this. This is one of my favorite combos. So you get Alberic, right? Alberic is great because he does have the Braids of Borderlow. This gives you anti-large to all nearby units. So you fly him with the Hippogriff Knights, and suddenly they become an anti-large unit, which is crazy strong. Peasant mobs in the front, men-at-arms in the secondary, peasant archers in the back, and spears in the back as well. So just going to be the man-tide, just drowning their opponent in unwashed bodies, and yeah, that's how it's going to be. I suspect the Colin is going to be some sort of a Grail Knight unit after this. Maybe? No, he's actually going to be going in for Foot Squires, I think. Nope, men-at-arms with polearms. Also not a bad choice. They have good AP, can fight big dinos. But Alberic is certainly going to be needing to put this game on his back. Alberic and the noble legions of Bretonnian Royal Hippogriff Knights. So here they go. Here they go. So flying across is Alberic. He's got his Trident and Banon as well. This is a pretty good item. It does discourage leadership, which is negative 16 leadership, which is crazy good. And it also does a lot of damage. And it's armor-piercing damage too. So against like Saurus and things like that, it will do some very, very nice work. And across we go. Alberic and the Hippogriff Knights going to be flying through the skies. And we see the Saurus and Dinosaur legions moving up pretty aggressively here. Going to be trying to wrestle Objective 3 right out of the gates and force the Bretonnians to push them off. Lizards are a very, very tough faction to move in general. They have super high leadership and very good durability. In the backfield, it is going to be some Cold and Spear Riders, so the Spear Rider is going to be hustling up. And Alberic going to be going for some freebies here, so he's going to get some. The screen shakes with anticipation here as the mighty birds of Bretonnia attack into the Saurus Warriors and do manage to kill 4 models. Blood Statuette of Spite response going down. That'll do okay damage against them. Yeah, it's a nice little spell. A free one. Slander, just some of the best characters in the game, like hands down. Slander is so good. All the passive free shit like Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones, Blood Statuette of Spite. I mean, God, they just bring so much to the table, man. It's nuts. So Grail Reliques are being called in. We have a Damsel of Life being brought, and Foot Squires have finally arrived. So Foot Squires against Saurus should be fun. But the Dinosaurs are going to be wrestling on Objective 3 and getting it, so that is going to be going to them. And Bretonnia is going to be just kind of poking with a little bit of DACA, but it looks like the Lizards are going to be going for what I like to call kind of a stuffing playstyle. No, 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 don't leave the objective. Don't pull a Kark. No. Come back. Come back. No. Please, not like this. I feel so bad when that happens. Oh, God. He doesn't get his back objective. He just wants to kill Bretonnia. Excuse me. So pretty colossal misplay there. He doesn't capture his objective, which is going to give his opponent no disadvantage for being on the defense. Normally, your opponent's at a disadvantage on the defense because you're getting more points in them if you're pressing the 2 objectives. But in this case, he moves off the objective before he captures it, which is a very, very common mistake people make. They get such a hard-on to advance, and they assume it's going to be fine. So, yeah, tricky, tricky indeed. So Saurus Legion's moving up, but they are being attacked by the big beast in the tree line. But the problem with fighting with monsters in the trees is they take a penalty. So if monstrous units are fighting in forests, they do take a penalty to a multitude of things. So they're going to be retreating out of the tree line. They still can get in there and terror out and whatnot, but the back objective has now been taken. So it's not a hard problem here. He does end up getting it. The Croxagores come up, but the Bretonnian front line is getting obliterated. Holy shit, the Stegodon. This is normal, though. They're all just absolute trash infantry, and there's no knights to protect them. So what do you expect? You put your peasants against like 9-foot-tall steroid dinosaur monster men, and of course it's going to go badly. Stegodon also causing some terror routes, and the Bretonnian Knights do move in to help, but they are being attacked by Colden Riders now. Granted, these are not anti-large Colden Riders. These are Colden Riders who have the cudgels, so they're going to still have good AP, but they won't have that anti-large bonus, and it's going to be allowing the Bretonnian Knights to fight much, much better. So Bretonnia is trying to stabilize here. They do move up some halberds, so we see the men-at-arms and polearms getting in there and shanking through some of the the Beastmen caliber. Not Beastmen, Lizardmen. Same thing. They're kind of like beasts anyways, right? It's all in the family. On the side point, we got Foot Squires, multiple units of Foot Squires, including men-at-arms, yes. Trying to move towards Objective 3. Value trading is favoring Bretonnia a little bit. The dinosaurs have kind of overextended a little bit here, and now the Colden Riders do get taken down. The Feral Stegodon is near a lot of anti-large fighters. Each of these Royal Hippogriff Knights here is going to be rocking anti-large, right? So that is a shit ton of anti-large damage that is going to start saturating in. And the Croxagores have also overextended a little bit as well. These monsters of the Lizardmen, they don't want to be fighting like away from Saurus. You always want Croxagores to be standing on top of your Lizardmen infantry if you can to prevent them from taking too much damage. And Bretonnia is going to be incredibly hard to remove because they have the corpse of a dead knight that they're carrying around here. So you can see the Grail Relique is here. The Bretonnians are going to be fighting extra hard here against the dinosaurs, some of them being trampled. Man, the visuals of like up close in this game are so good. But yeah, the Monty Python here is going strong. The Grail Relique is going to make them all immune to psychology. Shield of the Old Ones, a very, very nice play here. But we do see the Stegodon getting buffed a little bit, but he's rampaging. And he's rampaging in halberds. And everything here is immune to psychology. And it's funny because Grail Reliques are actually very good in tabletop as well for Bretonnia. Very, very good. But yeah, Bretonnia is going to be holding the line. And they're surprisingly stalwart. With the Grail Relique, they're definitely going to hold longer than Sigmarites would. It's going to keep them fighting for a long, long time. On the side point, the Foot Squire is doing very well, and we do also see some Knights of the Realm being called out of reserve. So the Knights of the Realm come in, they support the Foot Squires, and they're going to be lancing the hell out of these dudes. So yeah, the Saurus here are going to be completely breaking, and the side point is going to be going to the Lady here shortly. Meanwhile, on the back point, Lizardmen do have the objective, and they have been pinning him back for quite some time, and it seems like that's how they're going to be trying to win. It's going to be through the attrition and through tar pitting their opponent and keeping them from, getting the objectives. But I don't know. I feel like he might have delved, as someone in chat has said, too greedily and too deeply. Yes, yes. We do see the big Feral Stegodon being run over. The Bretonnian Unwashed Legions are now moving up, and the Hippogriff Knights are still in pretty good shape. They haven't lost a single model this entire fight. Regrowth is really cost-effective here. Really cost-effective. So they're going to be healing up. They're going to be terror-routing these Saurus Warriors here. And the Sons and Daughters of Bretonnia keep fighting, and it looks like the Old Ones might be banished back to the shadows here. We're going to have to see. So up on the side point, Saurus Warriors being obnoxiously resilient, and Bretonnia is going to be force pathing up towards Objective 3, and now Bretonnia is going to be hustling up towards Objective 1 as well. So the dinosaurs are going to have to find a way to fight and get this game back somehow. They have one Kroxigor unit, but two of their big heavy hitters, the expensive Kroxigors, the Power Fist Kroxigors, and the Stegodon, have both basically been chased off the battlefield and are having a pretty bad time here. So, yep, see this guy getting routed. Probably honestly not worth chasing for Alberic. He probably is more useful up here at this point. Side point, Foot Squires are up on that one, so that's going to start flipping here. We got more Foot Squires as well as some Men-at-Arms hustling up to the point. Knights of the Realm going to be hustling down some of the backfield units. Can't quite catch them. Skinks are very annoying, but it looks like they finally get their lances couched for the lady. And they run down a bunch of these annoying skinks. This is catharsis for all of us. We all certainly dislike these skink skirmishers, and they are going to get run down by those knights. So now this is the opportunity for the Lizards to do the same thing. Take advantage of the home field advantage, defend your point, and try and get that momentum back. Not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly not impossible either. So here comes this Land Mage. He's doing it. Here comes the Hippos, though. Down from the skies, big charge. Where's Uncle Albert? Albert is on his way back over, and I think Albert is probably going to break this one open. The anti-large bonus he's going to be giving to all these units is going to be so incredibly good. So Awakening the Wood going down, that's what she said. And that's going to be triggering a map-wide heal for the Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs trying to hold on to the back point, but this is not a triple cap situation. The Bretonians, if they just capture the side point, which it looks like they're going to, can easily just win with those 2 points. So that's going to be a tough one. Hold on, guys. I need some water. Jeez. Got something caught in my throat. God damn. There we go, baby. All good. So Alberic's going to be flying back across. And once he gets in there, Terror Route's going to be on the table. Men-at-Arms with Polearms fighting pretty hard, but the Lizardmen are pushing back a little bit. Kroxigors are fighting hard here, and both sides have a lot of healing. So I don't think there's going to be too much of a healing advantage for either side. We do have a Damsel, but this land, you know, he might have the Earthblood passive. Not the passive, but the Earth Bloom is what it's called. I don't know if the Damsel does, since she's casting mostly regrowths, but we'll have to see. Bretonia's pretty close to getting this point, though. Alberic probably going to help rout off the cohort of Waddle, who got beaten down pretty badly earlier. He does imbue that anti-large bonus, and the Lizardman player knows it's over and is going to be tapping out. GG, well played. Yeah, Bretonia on the defense there. Very stalwart. Very aggressive overextension from Housecat. I think if he had just sat back on his 2 points and let Bretonia come to him, it could have been a completely different game. But his dinosaurs overextended. They got caught in halberds. And, you know, the rest is history. The rest is history. Hippo Knights were pretty chad. 2,000 on them. Archers all did fine. Alberic did good. Grail Knights in reserve as well. And score one for the unwashed masses. Yes, yes. That is very true indeed. I would imagine that that's one of the first games to finish. There's got to be a handful of games still going here. So we'll see. How are we looking? All right, looking around. Yes, Subutai trying to get another win here. Clawing his way up. Bretonia's, yeah, Bretonia's good. They're a good faction. They're very strong. God damn. God damn. So that's the first one to finish. Now we got Martin versus Outer Region. Looks like Outer Region was able to get that one back against Martin, so he won that game. We take a look at the bracket. So he won that, and our other match is, we just finished this. Dracins versus Housecat of War. So yeah, we're starting to get a bit of a look at how things are here. So currently players who have 3 wins are Tim the Wilder, Hitman Hippo, and Outer Region. But Hitman Hippo, not Hitman Hippo, Tim the Wilder is still playing his game. So we're going to see how this one unfolds for him. And we got one more round after this of regular regulation. Then we have any, if we need to, there will be playoffs to determine the top 4 spot. Otherwise, we just advance to the top 4 and do the semis and grand finals and all that good stuff. You're fine, dude. If you just win your next match, if you win your next game, Outer Region, your odds are very good. They're going to be very good. But yeah, your opponent score is very rough because, you know, you did have an opponent drop and... yeah, and Martin has also only won 2 games, so, you know, that's a tricky one. But we'll see. We'll see how you do, man. We'll see. I believe. I believe. Yeah, Bretonia is hard to beat. I don't mind playing them with a couple different factions. It depends. They do a lot of stuff very, very well. They do a lot of stuff very well. Like, who would I, if I was in a tournament, who would I want to play? I would probably, Dwarves are pretty good against Bretonia, I feel like they can do pretty well. Like a Dowie character blob with like with a super wide armory behind it, like a lot of Dwarf Warrior great weapons, things like that, I feel can be very obnoxious. Longbeards, yeah. Who would I play against Bretonnia if I could just choose? Greenskins would probably be pretty good. Nurgle is not terrible against Bretonnia. You can do some stuff there. Tomb Kings against Bretonnia is pretty hard because your infantry just kind of get. Although Bretonnia doesn't have. Bretonnia actually doesn't have what's it called, Lore of Fire, which is really nice. So maybe Tomb Kings got some play there. Like you would think you would want Tomb Guard Halberds, but the problem with going with Tomb Guard Halberds is they get wrecked pretty bad by like Battle Pilgrims. So going with the basic Tomb Guard I think is the way. And I would honestly open with a build like this against the against those bad boys. Maybe like 2 of these. Arkin 100%. I would go Arkin with Buna to just one-shot any good knights that come in. Curse you get rid of. Life Leeching is probably, you're not going to be casting that many spells, so probably not very good. I will be done. You can cut that to save money as well and just kind of bring Arkin on horseback with all of these. Yeah, so you got that. As far as that goes, you could throw in a Bone Giant. Bone Giants are actually reasonably okay against Bretonnia. Or you just throw in Chosen of the Gods You Shopti, which is probably better. And just 1 Skeleton Spear. So that's like a decent little starting core. Then from there, you'd probably want some Nehekara Warriors to move in as your core troopers. A couple carrying to chase down archers. Screaming Beam catapults aren't bad in the backfield. You could probably just like throw in 1 of those and be okay. As far as the rest of the army goes, you will need some stuff to deal with the heavy cavalry. So Pulchral Stalkers are all right. I'm always a little bit disappointed with them. They tend to have line of sight issues. So maybe I throw in a regular Shopti Grapo, another one of those. 2 is probably enough. And a Cambrian War Sphinx. Necrosphinxes are kind of an interesting idea, but they're quite expensive. Get some spears. Catapult is there. Tomb Scorpions honestly kind of suck. I just find that their animations just blow. I don't know what it is. But this is Tomb Kings versus Bretonnia that we're kind of theory crafting here. Titan could be cool. I mean, he could be very resilient against all that focus fire. The problem that you're going to deal with is the Fey Enchantress and her character squad is really obnoxious to play against. Really, really obnoxious. So maybe you do need like a big boy to fight those. A Boner Giant is also on the table. A Boner Giant, but then the 2 Paladins, you'll have nothing to deal with the Paladin characters. So maybe you do get a Necrosphinx as a call-in. Do we go the ROR? I mean, it does have a lot better stats. Yeah, so maybe we get ROR Sphinx, and we could throw in this as like a last tech. Just get him and get the Restore ability, and we can cut 1 Skeleton Spearman. So that isn't a terrible idea. Elixir of Might, yeah, Vambraces. Oh, that's right, Vambraces of the Sun is a really brutal one too. So you could get this, put him on the Skeleton Chariot, and cut 1 Nehekar Warrior. This guy is pretty good, yeah. I like this build, actually. I like this build. So you call in the Sphinx immediately to deal with the characters, and then if it gets beat up, you can call in the Necrotech. You have plenty of infantry capture weight. You have your anti-Knight tech with the Chosen of the Gods, and also Arc in the Black with Buna. This could be a decent build. I don't know how this would work out. Chorfs don't have true halberds. Chorfs have access to the Fireglaves, which have a very low model count, so their halberds aren't like super powerful, but it's not bad. Oh, dwarves have halberdiers? Holy shit. If the dwarves weren't so stuck in tradition and they learned how to use some, varying weaponry, they would be the most terrifying forces in the old world, right? Yeah, but they don't have them. In Warhammer Fantasy, I think dwarves just don't like, I don't know, what is their deal? What is the actual lore explanation for why they don't like long range weapons and like poking sticks? Somebody in chat probably knows. Yeah, I played Tomb Kings vs. Bretonnia with Subutai recently. We were testing it out, and it was like I could trade evenly, but I couldn't get the objectives. So I think switching into the Tomb Guard might be the way to do it. Unfortunately, Chariots are just kind of haggard against any cavalry factions. Casket of Souls could also be another one. I haven't played with that in a long time. But you could get a casket. You could mix in this and that, and then throw in a casket somehow. You'd have to fine tune this, but caskets can be okay. All right. So let's see how we're looking on the brackets. Refresh it. Yeah, only a couple games left to finish. We have Tim the Wilder and Hitman Hippo still playing. We got Scrambled Egg and Catholic. We got Berserk versus Skander, and Subutai versus Hlidden on the bottom. So they're still going hard. They're still going hard. There's still some fighters. If Martin manages to win his next game, he would probably have the best. This is the one more. We got one more round after this one. I don't think anybody is undefeated except Tim and Hitman Hippo. So this is the undefeated lobby right here. Neither of these guys have lost yet. Neither of them have lost it. Spear is an Elgi weapon. There you go. Okay, that makes enough sense. That makes enough sense. Alrighty. So, just hanging tight. We got another minute, guys. Let's just kind of shoot the shit, hang out, enjoy each other's company, and we'll go from there. Its actual size long weapons are unwieldy for the size, ill capable of serious damage in their hands. You think so, though? I don't know. I feel like dwarves would be pretty nasty with a spear. They're incredibly strong and low to the ground. So how like spear wall formations would often plant on the ground and plant their spears in the ground against like cavalry charges and stuff. It's dwarves wouldn't even really need to do much to do that. They would just be ready for it. There were spear dwarves in Tabletop 4th edition, but that's all you can remember. Okay, so they have existed before. It was just many ages ago. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a spear would address all of your issues. It's like your reach is your biggest problem as a dwarf warrior, right? But like if you have a spear, it's like, it's huge. There's another documentary series on Netflix, which is pretty interesting. It's not as good as the Vlad vs. Mehmed one, but it's like a, I don't know, what do they call them, docudrama or whatever? It's more of a documentary than a drama with like dramatic elements, but it's a documentary on Oda Nobunaga and the like unification of Japan. It's pretty wild, man. Holy shit! Some of those fights were insane. Pretty interesting seeing like the modernization of Japanese armies, how they went from like how he was one of the allegedly was one of the first innovators of instead of having mostly an elite professional samurai army, he would train peasants to use like spears and then would use muskets. And it was very effective. He was having a lot of success with that, right? Just using these like peasant yari ashigaru with like handguns, and of course he still had some professional samurai in his army as well. But really interesting stuff. Really interesting. The Alexander one is decent. I haven't seen that one yet. This one is about Oda Nobunaga and the Oda clan and and their conflicts with the Takeda, and it kind of explains the origins of the ninja culture. And yeah, it's a good documentary. It's pretty fun. Been obsessed with watching Warhammer VODs in the background noise. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. So I do the same thing with like a couple other streams as well. But that kind of like the Shogun game captures that so well. Shogun 2 is such an amazing game. It's so good. Those are some magical times. I went back and played a little bit recently. I tried to join a multiplayer lobby, but it was just some guy AFK there. So I was like, well, guess that's not happening. Yeah, common bike and shot W. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, so we might be ready for the next round. Let's check it out. See where we're sitting. Refreshing the bracket. Still a couple games to finish here. All right, we're getting there. And yeah, Tim and Hitman are still going, so that one's yet to be decided. And you see, if we had ended the tournament now, there would definitely be a lot of tiebreaker stuff. We'd have to have a playoff of sorts. What units are you expecting from Empire to get? Okay, so I don't think there's ever going to be another Empire DLC after this. I think this is going to be it for them. So if they want to get all the units they're missing from Tabletop, it would be a Grandmaster Lord, a Grandmaster Hero, a Master Engineer Hero, a Celestial Hurricanum. I think adding like an Arawar of Hochland Long Rifles would be really, really fitting. Like a Empire Giselle unit. Let's see. So Hurricanum, Grandmaster, Warrior Priest of Ulrich too would be really cool. So having an Ulrich priest would be rad. I don't know if they'll do all that though. That's a lot. That's a lot of heroes too. They always like to have like a hero, but there's a lot. Empire still has a fair amount missing. Maybe they would do like an FLC someday. Maybe. I don't know what they're going to give Nurgle though. Nurgle, I have no idea. Probably the Toad Dragon would be the big centerpiece. Tamar Khan would be my lord choice. If you're going to do a Nurgle Lord, I would take Tamar Khan all day. I just think having a big badass like Toad Dragon guy would be super cool. Oh, and Wizard Lords too. Empire's going to get Wizard Lords. Yeah, would be my guess. Because it's kind of silly they don't have them. Like in Tabletop, Empire has Wizard Lords. It's like a big element of their roster. Shogun 2 was your first Total War game. It's so good. It's so good. The campaigns are really fun to play. Mama's Tank campaign? Oh no. The campaigns don't do it for me, man. They're just too I don't know. The AI is just too easy to game. The only multiplayer game I played in recent years. Okay, Tim defeated Hitman Hippo. So Tim is looking very, very strong right now. How does he only have 3 wins? Did he not report his score yet? Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I often wonder how long they're going to support this game though for, right? Like, how long is Total War Warhammer going to get supported? My guess would be up through 25. I think Total War Warhammer 3 is going to get content all this year. We're going to get what you guys were saying, Thrones in April. Then there's the Slaanesh DLC in the summer, and then maybe the Khorne DLC in the fall/winter, right? And that'll be this year. And I think there'll be another FLC mixed in there somewhere. Like, they'll do something fun with, like, Thankful or something with Old World. That'll be really cool. And then I think in 25 we'll get like maybe a good solid year of stuff. Maybe like, but I think after that, I would be surprised if they kept supporting it after that. I think up through 25, like this year and next year, and then you know, that would probably be it. I would guess. I could be wrong. Turin, need to get our hands on Reiksguard armored knights on foot. We have great swords already, though. You know, like, great swords are armored heavy infantry. Like, do we really need anything else for the Empire? It would be cool, but I think great swords kind of fulfill that role. Until Hyenas rises from its grave and replaces Warhammer 3, yes, dude. The tyrants are coming back. All right, so 2 games still to finish: Berserk and Subutai and Lydon, having an extra sweaty duel down there. They were fighting in the pits, but our top 4 is rapidly emerging. If the tournament were to end right now, it would be these 4. Likely, but we would be these 4 guaranteed, because the opponent score would be enough to get him in there. If they had the same opponent score but were tied on leaderboard, that's when we would have a playoff. So we'll see how this goes. We still have 1 more round, so there's a lot that can change. There's a lot that can change here. You never know. Rome 2 got its last DLC like 7 years after release. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, I would hope Warhammer gets supported longer than that. I really enjoy it, you know. And it could keep getting supported because of Old World. Now that Games Workshop's putting a lot of momentum into Warhammer the Old World, I can see them rekindling Total War Warhammer to, like, ride the wave of one another. Like, Old World benefits. Because I personally know of at least 10 people that have started to play Old World Warhammer because of Total War. They never played Games Workshop games before that. Maybe a little bit of Warhammer here and there, but 40K. But yeah, they have very good synergies with one another. Myself, I don't know if I would have been as into Warhammer if it weren't for Total War, straight up. So yeah. And, you know, if they keep blundering and releasing these haggard, like, you know, saga titles or whatever, I think Total War could last longer, Warhammer, right? Because it would be their stable game that actually does well if they keep just making these saga type games. Yeah, so we'll see. We will see. All right, 1 game to finish. Subutai was defeated by Lydon. And then we have the old Berserk versus Iskander. So are there those guys in contention here? Not really, no. Berserk I think has 1 win also. Let me check. Yeah, so probably not in contention. Yeah, I wonder what the next big title will be for CA. I do. I would love a 40K game. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be really fun. Like, if they released the Total War Warhammer 40K, I think that's gonna happen. It would be stupid not to, right? Because that's just like 40K is so popular. Like, even if the game were to have a bunch of issues and bugs and be haggard, it would still sell well just because it's 40K, and it's a Total War title. Hopefully, it wouldn't be like that, but. Who would they launch with in 40K? Game's done. Thank you, Outer Region. Appreciate it, man. All right. So let's check it out here. I'm refreshing this one. And all the matches are done. Looking good. And let me make sure nobody's going to be dropping here. Doesn't look like it. And we will advance the Swiss. On to the next round. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Pone is not playing today. The Dark Lord himself is out and about. I haven't heard from him today, so I'm not sure what he's up to. But yeah, that's good. That's gonna be it. So here we go. Tim the Wilder versus Outer Region, dude. You should be happy you're against him, bro, because this means you have a chance. Your opponent score was very low, but your opponent score just got skyrocketed because you played against him. So if you beat Tim, then you're guaranteed a top 4 spot. You should be happier against him, man. Otherwise, your chances of making top 4 were pretty slim. But now you actually have a chance. So, you know, yeah, I would just take that all the way to the bank, dude. Yeah, you have nothing to lose here. Yeah. This is good for you. Yeah. And we'll see. It also depends on how your opponents do, because some of the other players that you played against, how they that will affect your final score as well. So, all right. So let's go ahead and look here and see. We got matches to cast. So telling the players that round 4 has started. Round 5 is live. Round 5, excuse me. Okay. So let's find this and let's refresh. See what matches we want to cast here. What would be a fun one? Charx versus Dracins. Who have we not watched today? Hitman Hippo versus Catholic. Let's see that. Yeah, let's do a little Catholic alcoholic game. Although I know we had a little bit of lag with him last time we played, so maybe we'll do a different match. Housecat of War versus Shaper of Fate, and Charx versus Dracins. We could do Tim versus Outer Region. That could be a fun one. Yeah. Yeah, Tim is a really good player. He's very steady. He's very, very steady. Very steady indeed. All right, so we're going to have potentially some playoff action looking at the opponent scores right now. So we'll do another Tim game. Navi code, please. We'll cast Tim's game. This will be fun. This is like the underdog. This is an underdog match, yeah. This is going to be good. Not that Outer Region's an underdog. He's one of our best players, but it's going to be fun. And I know it won't lag also because Tim's located in Seattle, so it's pretty good connection. Lobby code, please. All right, boys, send me that lobby code. Let's get this going. Let's have some fun. Let's do it. And let's see if I can find this. All right, so we got it from Outer Region, which is great. And let's refresh the list, join the code here. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Outstanding. Did we join as a spectator? I think we did. Oh, got to join as a spectator. All right, so we need a spec slot. Spec slot. This is the last round of regulation, and then we have the semis and then the grand finals. If there isn't a playoff for the top 4 spot, there might be a playoff if 2 players are tied, because we're doing that instead of leaderboard position today. So, all right, do I see a spectator slot? Okay, checking here to see if Outer Region has a spec slot for the old man. Oh, it looks like he might have remade a lobby. I'm not sure if he did. Well, regardless, we'll get in just a minute. So CA did a survey. Which game do you think people are interested in next? Total War game. Did you check it out? No, I'd be interested to see the results. What were the options? Was it like sci-fi, fantasy? I would love a Westeros middle Total War. You know, Total War Warhammer or Total War Game of Thrones. Holy shit, that'd be cool. Because it would like kind of, I feel like a Game of Thrones one. It would scratch the itch for history folks because it's really relatively grounded in terms of its elements. But it would still also be fun for fantasy enjoyers. I think that'd be a really cool way to bridge the gap. And plus, you know, I'm sure George R.R. would be happy to just throw it out there. Like, and all the campaign mechanics would be really fun. Like the like some of the scheming and court intrigue stuff you could do, and like alliances through like, you know, marriage. And I think that would be a really fun one, man. You would have like Lannister, you'd have Stark, you'd have Tully, you'd have the you'd have, you know, Roose Bolton and the flayed man. What are they called again? House Bolton, right? Then you could have the Dothraki like invasion. Could be like you could have the White Walkers. That'd be really interesting. Total War Hogwarts. Oh my god. Thrones of Britannia with dragons. Yeah. They should do Total War Arrakis. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Give us Total War Arrakis, where you play as one of the major houses and fight over Dune, but with like huge field battles. And although, I don't know, field battles aren't like, well, they do happen in Dune. They do happen. What about Total War Arrakis? You'd have like the Harkonnens, Atreides, Fremen, Carino. And you could add some of the expanded ones too, like Ekaz and... Oh, Total War Arrakis would be sick. And there's like spice fields, there's like, you know, mineral reserves, there's like water reserves you fight over. Like cool airships. I don't know, that could be really, really badass. Total War Arrakis. Total War Dune? I don't know, man. Yeah, we'll see. Cool choices. All right, Tim should be on the way. He has a lobby. Checking out. And looking nice. All right. So the crew is all here. They're going to do their picks and bans. And in the meantime, we'll just hang out and wait. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, Lord of the Rings would be huge. Lord of the Rings would be like one of the biggest things ever, I feel, if they did that. I don't know. And I feel like the Tolkien estate is giving the rights away. I mean, if the Tolkien estate is going to let the Lord of the Rings IP be butchered by Amazon and just shitty-ass Rings of Power, then, you know, why not? Why not just let Creative Assembly have a crack at it too, you know? Just let the Nurglings feast. Let them get in there. It could be good, you know? What age would they do, though? Probably third age would be the most fun. Like, you know, I think like during the Lord of the Rings books, like the earlier ages in Lord of the Rings would probably be harder to depict with like the insane magnitude and fantasy elements. Whereas there still are fantasy elements in the third age, but it's like a little bit more reined in, which I think would be easier to portray in a game. But they're literally mobile games. I know, yeah, there are, right? Why would you not do Lord of the Rings? Why would they not do Lord of the Rings? No, it would be great. You would have Gondor, you would have Rohan, you would have Isengard, Mordor. You could even do sub-factions of like Barad-dûr. You could do the Wild Men of Dunland. You would have the Haradrim. I don't know how fun it would be to have like the King under the mountain. I think the Undead Army under the mountain wouldn't be very fun to include. I think that's more like it would be like something you interact with on the campaign, or it could be like a special ROR unit or something. I don't know how you would do that. Dune would get very repetitive. Yeah, that's the thing. Dune would get a little bit repetitive for sure. Yeah. Pick an MTG setting for Total War games. Oh, it'd have to be Dominaria. Dominaria is the OG. If I were to choose that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Lord of the Rings is such an epic thing. It would be I don't know. It's so cool, man. Imagine doing like a co-op campaign, like with one of your buddies, where like your friend plays Gondor and like you can play the Fellowship or something, and you have to like, you know, get them to Mount Doom, and you're like fighting a battle at the Black Gates while your buddy's trying to sneak through with the hobbits. Like, God, that'd be so cool, dude. Yeah, it'd be so fun. But, you know, it's something. Yeah, Lord of the Rings would be a winner. You can't screw that up. If you made a third age Lord of the Rings game, I mean, I think it's a win. Are you going to be able to stream Stormgate soon? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to. I'm excited for Stormgate for sure. Lecture the Nurglings feast. Yeah, you could have Moria. Moria could be a sub faction. You know, because they have their trolls. They could have hero characters. They could have the little goblins. Their version of the orcs, and the Balrog could be like their endgame unit. Well, Balrog would probably be like an ROR. You wouldn't have like multiple of them because the Balrogs are super rare in the third age, right? Durin's Bane. They're not like something that's common, so you wouldn't want to have a bunch of those. Now, Lord of the Rings orcs are pretty distinct from Warhammer orcs. Warhammer orcs are a little bit more, they're like wider and more, they look more like kind of like have more of a caveman appearance. Whereas like Lord of the Rings orcs are like more humanoid, but like with, well, it depends on which ones we're talking about. If we're talking about Uruks versus, Mordor orcs, it all, there's variance there. Yeah, that's the problem with Magic too. Like Magic's lore is it's the same issue I have with Sigmar's lore. It's kind of hard to care about anything with all these different planes and realms. And whereas, like when you look at the Warhammer Fantasy map, it's like, oh, that's Prague. That matters. Like this area matters. It's like a rooted element of that universe. Yeah, Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth. They could totally just use that as a template. Yeah, you'd have the dwarves too. That'd be a lot of fun, man. That'd be a lot of fun. I used to love that game. That was a great game. I feel like Uruk-hai would be like Orc Biggins and Mordor orcs would be like Orc Boys. Yeah, that's a very good analogy. It's a very, very good analogy. I suppose that would be quite accurate. Yeah, elves would probably be annoying for sure, as usual. What's a game in which elves are not annoying? I'm trying to think of one. Like, what's a RTS or PvP game where like the elf factions aren't annoying to play against? I feel like they just always are. Even in tabletop games, elves are always like the most obnoxious. Like, I guarantee you, wood elves are going to be the most troll. You know. All right, perfect. So they're still doing picks and bans. We don't know what they're playing yet. They're still doing it. What if we got a wild corn pick, dude? How cool would that be? Out of region, just channeling the dark gods, bringing out old Be'lakor once, not Be'lakor, but Scarbrand. Magic's storyline was pretty good back in the day. Like in the early days of Magic, I think the lore was pretty fun. Like in the late 90s, early 2000s, like up until the Apocalypse and Invasion block, I think Magic's lore was really good. Like the first invasion of Dominaria by the Phyrexians was epic, and like the early Brothers War lore was really good. But yeah, Magic's lore now is just a convoluted mess. But when it was more reined into like mostly Dominaria, the lore was better, right? But when you expand all these different planes and shit and just get it like just too much to keep up with, and you know, like even during the last Phyrexian block, they were like, oh, and you know, there was like a blurb about like a random plane being like changed, and you're just like, oh, well, okay, I guess that place doesn't matter. It's like, yeah. No, I follow the Magic lore a little bit because I play the game. I play Commander, so I'm always like looking at new sets. I love playing Commander. It's really fun. So we got Kislev versus Greenskins, which is Greenskin favored. It's winnable for Kislev, but it's definitely hard. Greenskins can take them on. Squigs are just so cost effective, and Orc Boys and you know, Boar Boy Biggins. Kislev can do a degenerate blob if they want to with like the big monster, but then the Orc Air Boys can just shoot it to pieces with like, you know, 5 or 6 of them surrounding it. So yeah, Wood Elves are apparently really good in Old World tabletop too. Elves in Hom 5 were not annoying comparing to the others. Okay, fair play. I would love to play some Hom 3 again. It's such a good game. Yeah, maybe we'll do another Hom 3 stream. Last time I did it though, it's crazy. The Hom 3 studio has been like out of production for, you know, 3DO is what it is, right? They haven't been around since like the 90s, right? Early 2000s, but like even when I streamed their game, I got a copyright claim from whoever made the music for that game, just for playing the game on the stream. So I'd have to probably play it without sound because I don't want to get those. Yeah. I had to like just mute it. That was my only option. Talking about how to buff Queek. Yeah, Queek could use some love. Most melee characters on foot are pretty trash. There's some that are good. They need to have some pretty good unique abilities typically to make them strong. Queek is just, you know, he's a meme master. Yeah. Yeah, no, Hom 3 is good. Me and my wife used to play it a lot. We would play it with a couple of our pals. Sometimes we play with Old Pone and Gojira. Yeah, magical times. Yeah, I don't know, like who you know, what I suspect happened is the game studio went under, and the individuals who wrote the soundtrack for Heroes of Might and Magic 3, which they did an amazing job, by the way, and it's completely, you know, I don't hold anything against them, but I suspect that they started claiming use because it became, maybe the rights went back to them, so they started claiming videos that are playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to make, because they make money when they do that. It basically steals revenue from your video. So if you have a video with a copywritten song in it, what happens is the revenue goes to the songwriter and you don't get any, which is, you know, it's their music. It's fair. You're using somebody else's intellectual property. So I completely understand that. But that is what actually happens. A lot of times, sometimes they won't let you use it. Like they'll just like karate chop it and shut the video down. But most musical artists have like agreements where they'll let you use their music. Like I could put in like a Foo Fighters song, but then everything would go to them, or whoever, you know, owns their rights or whatever. Yeah, that's how that works. Typing out my biochem paper and accidentally type Turin instead of the. That's pretty good. Hell yeah, I'm in your paper. Let's go. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's go time. It is going to be the Green Tide, the WA versus Kislev. So, Greenskins are pretty damn strong right now. Now, as far as the build goes, for Tim the Wilder, it's going to be Stone Trolls. Stone Trolls are the way in this matchup because they have missile resist. So if they're getting shot at by Kislev mixed arms fire, you know, the Kossars or whatever, they're going to mitigate 25% of that damage with this, which is good. And they also have armor, which helps. So we got goblins, we got squigs into the sunset. Savage orcs actually being brought. Savage orc arrow boys in the secondary. Really interesting. So going for the more expensive arrow boys. And these guys are good fighters too. I mean, they have over 30 weapon strength. And they pack a punch. They pack a punch. Looking across on the other side, it is going to be a little Goblin Great Shaman, and he's going to be using Vindictive Glare. And this is really good because you can snipe Mother Ostankia with it. So you just sit there and snipe her the entire game. And sneaky stabbing, and don't even try it. So very strong kit. Yeah, before we get fully into the game, yes, YouTube... There are companies that just go around on YouTube just claiming you and trying to scam you out of money. It's it happens. It depends on what games you cover. It doesn't happen to me too much, but I've known a lot of people that happens to. And you can and trying to fight a copyright claim is way harder. It's like it requires you to do so much. So it's just like it's a super troll system. But it has gotten better, at least for me, recently. Outer region is going to be coming in on the armored Kossar line with Zargard in the front. And they'll do well, but they'll get eaten by squigs. We do have a Patriarch on foot who's going to be dropping the fat heals with this item here. Yeah, that's very good. Mother Ostankia is just extremely overpowered. Even after the nerfs they gave her, which were not enough. I recommended a lot of nerfs for her, and maybe half of them went through, but she definitely needs some more nerfs. She just always gets her value. I don't know why she has 8,000 HP. It's just absurd. She has almost 2,000 more HP than Kazrak. And Kazrak's a brutish warrior character. And she's like an old grandma on a sled. I don't know what they were thinking with her, but it is what it is. So Kossars with spears are lurking in the shadows. And Mother Ostankia is going to be pulling her old sled around. So there they go. Flock of Doom is going to be her main spell, really good against greenskins. You just cast it on blobs of orc boys, savage orcs, whatever. And the bear launcher is incredibly obnoxious. So we're going to be seeing this bear launcher in effect. It is time. Let them go. And Mother Ostankia might be going after this Goblin Shaman. Although, it's actually a double Goblin Shaman. Oh, Mother Ostankia is going to get blasted. Oh, I think Tim the Wilder knows what's up here. Yeah, so we see Mother Ostankia hunting the Goblin. The other Goblin Great Shaman is on the way in. Look at this little Chad on his wolf. Oh, yeah, dude. He's going for it. He's going to be using another Vindictive Glare. So Mother Ostankia is going to want to pull back and get some healing, probably. Use the Patriarch and Salak's Lullaby and all that sort of good stuff. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jesus. I tried to get away from the mic, guys. Sorry. That one came out of nowhere. Gotta love having allergies. It's a great living. So, yeah, you see Mother Ostankia getting Shadow Realmed pretty hard by these missile attacks. And, yeah, she's already down to about 60%. So Chariot characters have always been very weak, and she does have low armor too, so she's not going to be mitigating a ton of that damage. That is for sure. In the back, we get the Oath Brothers of Tor being called in. Kislev is going to be hunkering down on these two objectives, and we don't see any heals coming in from the Patriarch yet. Sorry, that was a loud one. Thank you, guys. Yeah, hopefully I didn't startle anybody. Yeah. Didn't mean to startle any of you guys. I apologize. That was a pretty thick one. So greenskins are going to be coming in for a big surround. They're going to be trying to envelop this army. So we do see the red army coming around here. These guys will push up in the front. Greenskins getting a full surround here. So Tim is going to be very cautious here. He's going to take his sweet time. And honestly, I wouldn't hate to see the Incarnate Elemental get called out. The big ROR anti-large terror monster. I feel like that would be pretty good. Mother Ostankia down to half health. Patriarch only heals when you're in combat. He does have the prayers, though, so you could start using the prayers if you want to try and heal up the stank, but I suspect the stank is going to wait till the fighting heart starts, and then we'll be jumping in there. Sneeze goes from D20 distance to doing D6 damage. Yeah, it's something. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That one came out of nowhere. I literally dodged away from the mic. Yeah, it is what it is. So what's the call-in going to be? Yeah, heavy war sleds are amazing here. Heavy war sleds are just super destructive against greenskins. Good hybrid shooting against the trolls. They can do a lot. The one thing that would really get outer region karate chopped is if he lets Mother Ostankia die early. That would be really bad. Losing Flock of Dooms and the bear launchers and all those different tools would be extremely painful. I really like that Tim brought the double Night Goblin Shaman. And what's funny is if you didn't play a meta gremlin and you just brought a different Kislev Lord, you would not be as vulnerable against this, right? But Mother Ostankia is just super vulnerable, and it's so predictable that everybody brings her that, obviously this build for Tim is extremely safe. You're going to be able to get away with it. So 2 objectives are owned by Kislev. They have objectives 1 and objectives 2. They do have the advantage of the tree line here. Oath Brothers of Tor hanging out. Bear Launcher from downtown is going to be nailing into some goblins. Okay, well, I mean, it will mess up those goblins pretty bad. It does about half damage, but I don't know. Mother Ostankia gets popped in the face again. So she's down to 4,300 HP, which is still a lot. It's pretty much as a normal foot character has. So she's still going to be quite tanky. Other call-in here is going to be a Things in the Woods. Okay. Things in the Woods aren't bad here. They have AP, so they can kind of fight the Stone Trolls, and they have mass against the Squigs and whatnot. But Mother Ostankia probably needs to just retire to the bushes. I do think that the Patriarch should be healing Mother Ostankia right now, providing a little bit of healing support. Tim is getting that full surround, a full surround here. Yeah, you can see it's coming for blood. So, yep, they're here and here. That is going to be a lot of pressure coming in, and Tim is going to be trying to envelop this army, and certainly is doing a good job of doing that while poking his enemy as well. So Night Goblin Shamans are lurking in the shadows, and it looks like the first wave of pressure is going to be on its way in. Kossars behind the armored Kossars, so there are a couple of bow units in reserve, and we are going to get more Winged Lancers. Winged Lancers are great in this matchup, however, they do struggle against Orc Warboys pretty badly, so you would want to be very, very careful about that engagement. So the wall is about to collapse, guys. This is looking like a big swarm. It's going to be 24 against 15, but also, I would say that's fairly lore-friendly. You get a little bit of arrow fire getting into these bad boys, and here comes the Squigs. Hybrid shooting should start. Does he have it turned off right now? He might have the hybrid shooting turned off, which is a huge mistake. He could have done a lot of damage against those Squigs on the approach. But, yep, Kislev is ready, and we do get the flanking engagement, so the Oath Brothers of Tor and Things in the Woods going to be popping out and getting into the Savage Orc, so they're going to start taking some damage immediately. Oath Brothers of Tor definitely need to get into the blob, and the Kislev blob, oh, both of the missile attacks miss. Mother Ostankia, very lucky there. Both those attacks did miss her, and she does get hit with Don't Even Try, but the Patriarch's going to come in and get a big heal off. And now the Kislev blob is in full effect. The only weakness of this blob is there's no terror route, but look at that. The Kislev blob just folding up those Stone Trolls like it's nobody's business. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see the Armored Kossars getting run over, and there are going to be some Orc Warboy Biggins diving onto the Kossars here. Kossars will do okay. They have their spears, so they can kind of fight these guys. We'll have to see how this all unfurls, but God, the Orc Warboys are like literally almost as big as those pigs. It's very comedic, but the Kislev front line is going to get folded up here. Without like the Kislev blob support, it's going to have a pretty bad time. Granted, the hybrid shooting doing good against the Night Goblin Archers in the secondary. And Mother Ostankia is getting that Patriarch healing. And the Patriarch healing is seems to be outpacing any damage that she is taking right now. And a lot of the attacks from the Night Goblin Shamans appear to be hitting the Oath Brothers instead of the proper target. The wall goes down in the valley, so the Greenskin Army going to be extra steroided, extra pissed as the Stone Trolls continue working on the Zargard. Zargard's certainly in a bad situation. They're fighting not only a Monstrous Infantry unit, but also a mighty Savage Orcs sitting at 48 models. Their leadership is going to be wavering. In the secondary line, Kossar is getting worn down, and much of the Kislev backfield is folding up. So pretty much the entire Kislev position here is getting wrecked, but where Kislev is succeeding is right here. They seem to be having a pretty good time in these blob fights, with Mother Ostankia getting a lot of healing from the passive Patriarch item. Another snipe attempt coming in, and it does kind of tickle the pickle there, but not too much. It looks like it didn't hit too hard, and in the meantime, the Patriarch is probably going to be able to outpace that damage of those little goblins. So I think if we got the big monster, like if we had the Elemental Incarnate, I don't know, maybe the Archers could have killed it, though. Probably so. So maybe the Heavy War Sleds are just the way, right? But we do see the Savage Orcs faltering, and once again, Mother Ostankia is able to dodge that. Is she healing? The Patriarch is not close enough, so that's a bit of a blunder here by Outer Region. Outer Region, you should always have the Patriarch with Mother Ostankia to make sure she's going to be capped off on her healing. Things in the Woods tearing apart the Orc boys, and it looks like the Wa has been able to claim victory on this flank, but Kislev also claims a bit of victory over here. Seems like they have some pretty resilient positions, they're holding their own, and the Greenskins are being forced back a little bit. The thing is, Mother Ostankia is a much more impactful character than the Goblin characters, potentially, so if the battle does grind on, and she's able to get a lot of healing, there could be a chance that Outer Region could kind of wrestle his way back into this, but we'll have to see. So the Sank train is on the way. She's grinding through these bad boys. There they go. And, yeah, man, it's going to be a good duel of fates here. It's going to be a good one. I do think Tim has the advantage a little bit, but Outer Region certainly does have the opportunity to fight back here. Oath Brothers of Tor get a great engagement. They run down some of the trolls there and are able to rout them, and now the Bear Cavalry are going to be fighting it out with the Orc Warboys. More Orc Warboys coming in from the other side. A nice little swarm of anti-large pig stickers as another Orc Boy moves in. And one thing that's going very well for Tim is his archer fire. He's got several units of archers just free firing into the Kislevite army, and it's going to be taking a hell of a lot of damage. That is going to be some nasty, nasty things in the woods, and cavalry fighting in the back. We do have double winged lancers back here in Kossovite dervishes. So one of them is going to be running down the Savage Orc, should be able to turn that fight. And as far as the objectives go, Kislev is just barely holding on to their one objective. Looking at the score, though, yeah, it's, you know, he had the 2-cap for a while, but Tim is rapidly catching up on score, as he usually does. But this could be an opportunity for Kislev to come back here. It seems like the Greenskins are starting to run out of steam in some areas, but, you know, Tim is very scrappy, and I'm sure he can find a way to, fight his way back into the match. So sneaky stabbing going down. These stone trolls going to be taking some of these guys to the club, the candy shop, whatever you're into. Winged Lancer's going to be getting pounded. Stone Trolls very resilient here, but their leadership is fickle. So if anything goes wrong, just like in Tabletop, like Trolls in Tabletop are just such a meme unit. They have like no leadership. So if they lose a single fight, Trolls just peace out and run. And like it feels so bad. You could literally have a unit of Trolls like get chased down by like the worst unit in the game if they're routing. It's really funny. But like they do hit hard and are very cost effective in most regards, except for the leadership thing. I personally don't like them, but you know I can see them being made to work. That's for sure. So Kislev wrestles the point. Greenskins are in a bit of a mass rout, but Kislev is also, you know, doesn't have a big army. Are they going to be able to get to the other points in time and get those back? Tim is going to be calling in more Night Goblin archers. As far as the heavy sleds go, we do have one heavy sled here. The Greenskins have a bit of a pocket of resistance. It looks like some Spider Riders have arrived. Savage Orcs are still chopping through the flanks, and Savage Orcs will wreck Kosovo Dervishes pretty hard. In this current situation, when they have Spider Rider support, it's going to be pretty tough. Good flock of Doom from the Stank train, though. Mother Stank is very, very strong. She's probably up to about 3k value at this point. Not only 2k, but before the game's over, she'll probably be at 3k, I would suspect. Tim's still behind on points. He hasn't been able to catch up quite yet. And we got Goblin Archers moving in. A lot of Trolls and boys are rallying back in. And this is looking like Kislev might be able to kind of scrap its way back. Might be able to get it. We'll have to see. Greenskins are considered to be a top-tier faction right now, actually, and so is Kislev. So this is a duel between two very, very powerful factions. And, you know, it's a pretty close fight, actually, because Kislev's had a lot of healing. So Mother Ostanka is approaching healing cap, right? So that's a big tell as to the nature of the game. But will Kislev be able to find a way to get the objectives back is the question. I mean, obviously, this advantage has been favoring Kislev because, you know, the immediate reinforcement lines that Kislev has, they're very quick, whereas the Greenskins have to reinforce from a little bit further away. The Goblin Shamans, I believe, have been unsummoned, which is pretty normal. When they run out of Winds of Magic, you just have them go scurry back into the trees. Flock of Doom going down now, and this is where the Mother Ostanka train could take over. Tim, for the first time in the game, does pass his opponent in terms of score, and that Kislev blob is nasty. A lot of healing going down. So if the Patriarch is nearby, he's going to be healing up all these bad boys, and it is going to be time. Here comes the blob. A lot of archers shooting away. It's going to be Jacka from here, but Urson is pissed. The bear launcher coming in, nuking these goblins into the Shadow Realm, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful stuff. Man, I can't predict this one, guys. It's going to be a very tight game. What Tim needs to do in this situation is he needs to come up and hold the middle objective for as long as he possibly can. Inevitably, I think the Greenskins lose it, but he could win on points because he has had Outer Region pinned in for a lot of the game. But Outer Region also did a good job maintaining his objective, and Tim's playstyle allowed Outer Region to get a lot of points early because of his, you know, his enjoyment of building up and doing all that sort of good stuff. So another Orc War Boy Biggin coming in. Pretty good counter against most of the Kislev army. And even though Kislev, there's a lot of blue right here, you have to remember that the Kislev troopers are very low in numbers. I mean, there's barely any Kislevites left here. Like, we got 30 Kossars here, a couple Winged Lancers. This Orc War Boy is going to make very quick work of these Kosovo Dervishes. Oh, the Goblin Shaman is actually still here. Okay, I thought he got unsummoned, but no, he still lurks. And if Tim just keeps calling in Orc War Boys and, like, heavy cavalry, and Kislev doesn't really have any sustainable infantry, he might be able to find a way to hold on to the points. We'll have to see. Flock of Doom going down. We see the Kosovo Dervishes getting broken, but here comes the Kislev blob. Lances out for Urson, baby. So there they go. And yeah, that's going to be some big damage as they get into the back end. Punts a bunch of those Orc boys. Kislev being very, very nasty here with Mother Ostanka. And she's probably at 25k. Yeah, see what I'm saying about Mother Ostanka? She's just so busted. Oh my god. Tim, though, going for back pressure as well. So he's going to be getting some Orc War Boys and heading to the other point here. Winged Lancers do lose to Orc War Boy Biggins. Regular Orc Boys, they might be able to beat. It's hard to say. There are some Savage Orcs piling in to help as well. And these Orc Boy Cavalry with, 1,000 value on them. They actually got sneaky stabbing, so their anti-large attacks here are going to be pretty formidable, and there are some archers creeping up, so Night Goblin archers in range. Most of the Kislev units are breaking off here. Is there going to be any threat on the back objective? No, nobody's going for objective 3 right now. It looks like the fighting, rather, is going to be right here on objective 2. Yeah, man, I don't know. Greenskin's looking a little bit bare bones, if I had to say. Savage Orcs have arrived. No Savage Orc Biggins. Orc War Boy's still sitting here, but at -10 leadership, so they're going to be breaking. Savage Orc's desperately trying to hold on to the point. And Tim has got some Orc War Boy Biggins out and Squig, so he's going to be making a play for this point. But, oh, man, I think Outer Region's got this one in the bag. He's closed the value to only 1,100, and he's got the massive healing advantage over the Greenskins. So, yeah, Greenskins are probably dead in the water. Wow, Kislev able to get the job. Many people I've talked to actually consider this matchup to be Greenskin favored. They've said Greenskins in training and practice have won quite a bit. But Outer Region has shown that it is possible. And Tim is, you know, arguably top 3 player in the world. And Outer Region was able to take the W, which does give him a chance of making top 4. We're going to have to see how this looks for him. We're going to have to see how this looks. GG, well played. Outer Region fighting desperately to maintain a spot in the top 4 today. It's going to be close for him because his opponent score wasn't very good. But we're going to see. I mean, beating Tim is a very big one for him. All right. GG, well played. He's done it. And obviously keeping Mother Estancia alive against the sniping was really big. And that was a good proper scrap. Both sides played well, but the durability of the Kistle of Healing is just so nasty. GG, well played. That was a great match. That was a great match indeed. So, let's head over to the brackets. Let's do a little refreshing, see what we're doing here. Nothing isn't Kislev favored? Yeah, Kislev's pretty good. I mean, let's look at the stats. What matchups is Kislev actually losing? It would appear they have, yeah, nothing really. Even against Greenskins, they're, you know, pretty even. Thank God the Lord was a war boss, not a shaman. Wasn't it, it was a Goblin Great Shaman, dude. His Lord was a Goblin Great Shaman, and he had a second little Goblin caster. Yeah. All right. So Mother Estancia is just busted, obviously, but it was a very well played game. He played very well. The rest of the Kislev units are also very cost effective. The Greenskin build was good. It was pretty standard, right? Pretty boilerplate. The Goblin boss has Rampage. He does. Yeah, he could have Rampaged you, so I was thinking about that. Yeah, Double Glare. Yeah, Double Glare is nasty. It is. So let's take a look here and see how this is panning out. Currently as it stands. All right, scores are being reported. So Outer Region, you're probably going to make top 4. We'll have to take a look. Because there's not going to be that many people with 4 wins. So I think you make top 4 now, dude. We'll see. Catholic, is he still playing? So Catholic is not going to make top 4. Who else is in the running? Charx. Charx, is he still playing? No, he's not going to make... Well, he might make top 4. There's going to be a playoff between probably Catholic and Charx. Dracins, on the other hand... Oh, Dracins could make top 4. And then that would actually... If Dracins wins his game, that would probably end the playoff contention for the other players. And Outer Region would probably still be in it because he's undefeated. Not undefeated, but 4-1. Nobody today went undefeated. Everybody has lost at least one match. So if we take a look here, we got Tim the Wilder, Hitman Hippo, Outer Region, and there's still a couple games being played. We have Charx and Dracins. Charx, I think, has how many wins? Let's see. Charx has 3. So, okay, Charx and Dracins are battling for a top 4 spot right now. Housecat of War, did he lose his match? It looks like he did. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically going to be these 3, Tim, Hitman Hippo, and Outer Region. And then Catholic, and then Charx and Dracins are actually playing for that spot. So I think the top 4 is going to be solidified. We might not need a playoff because there could just be a very clear top 4 of people who are 4-1, which is going to be good. And then we go to the semifinals, all that sort of good stuff. Yeah, 6k HP is enough for her. She's so busted. Mother Estancia is so OP. She's very OP. Having no one go undefeated is great for a tourney. It is. Yeah. And like these are all players. I mean, if you look at their win rates, some of these guys, let's go to the front page here. Okay, hold on. It's loading. Tim has an 87% win rate in tournaments. Serkia, I don't think Serkia played today, even though it was a good time zone for him. Catholic is also playing. That's who I played in the finals of my tournament when I was playing last week. Outer Region, a really strong win rate. Hadri's up here. Hadri's has been pretty inactive though. If Hadri's is playing more, but he hasn't played in a long time. So yeah, you can see all these players. Houseplant literally hasn't lost a game this season, but he's only played 16 games compared to some of these guys. He probably would have lost a game by now if he had played this many. But yeah, scary stuff. Scary stuff indeed. Have you said what your tournament is? So it's not next week. I'm aiming for like the middle of the month. I haven't finalized. I'm looking for like sponsors and stuff and kind of ironing out all the details. So yeah, it just had been a while since we'd had something exciting, you know, like a big fun event. So I'm just trying to do something like, you know, that isn't too laborious and yeah, it'll be fun. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. All right. So almost there. Yeah, Charx and Dracins are still duking it out. Catholic, I think, did he lose this last game? Who did he lose to here? Yeah, he did lose to Hitman Hippo, so that was his chance for top 4. So it was to win that. He's a great player. He's a great player. Subutai and Glidden both got bye rounds, which is fine. But I think there's going to be 4 players undefeated, which is perfect. That like literally works out perfectly. Because then we don't have to have any tiebreakers. We just advance to the next round. The Saint got nerfed a little bit. I suggested to CA, we gave them a document, myself and some of the community members, where she had some pretty heavy-handed nerfs, but they only implemented like a little bit of it. They didn't do it, which is, I don't think any of them play multiplayer, so I would wish they would take our advice a little bit more to heart when it comes to multiplayer, but, I'm just happy we got some of the stuff actually integrated. She's so powerful. So powerful. Turin, remember that CA is planning to release the extra. Yeah, we'll have to see, Luis. We'll have to see about how the timing of that all works out. Once I get, once I'm given some information, we can go from there. All right. So let's refresh this. See if the semifinals are ready. This is a duel for the top 4 right now, man. Charx and Dracins, 2 very good players. It was really cool to see too. Somebody sent me a screenshot today of like the RTK Discord, and there was like a whole bunch of people sitting in there and watching, which I love to see. We see that in Age of Empires in our Discord a lot. There will be a lot of people, hanging out in Discord, and it always makes me happy to see that. And we saw that again for Total War, which it had been a while since I had seen that. So it's very, very fun to see people getting hyped for an event again, and training and all that. Yes, yes. What other individual units are really OP? Akshina Ambushers, like, I still think they're worth bringing, honestly. Yeah, I think they're worth bringing. Not the regular ones, but the ROR, they still have 3 nets, dude, which is crazy good. Yeah, crazy good. Do you ever like a good hack and slash game? I used to when I was younger. So I have tendon problems in my wrists. So I don't like to play games that require like mindless like clicking and whatnot, like just spam clicking against AI, because I'd rather like use that for multiplayer. But yeah, I mean, I used to love D2. D2 was one of my favorite games of all time. It was a great one. The original Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Om was really good. I played that one a lot, but that's not really hack and slash. It's more of like an RPG, right? But yeah, that was a great game. All right, so Charx actually won. And we have 1 match on the bottom. So 4 players are undefeated. And I would imagine that one is almost done between Pigeons. So that matchup cannot have any bearing on the top 4. So we have the top 4 who have qualified for the event. So for all of you guys who made top 4 today, you can take a sigh of relief. You have guaranteed yourself a spot in our fun event, which is going to be great. And yeah, it's going to be super hype. I'm very, very, very pumped for that. So where are we? And let's go ahead and we can advance to the top 4 right now, because I don't think the bottom one is going to matter, because both those guys I think are, yeah, they're just playing for fun. Okay, so they're just getting reps in there. Yeah, because there's only 4 people who are undefeated. All right. So let me tag the players here, do a little bit of this. Congratulations to... And... Okay. And already top 4 is advanced. Okay, so just doing the final updates here, and then we'll go from there. Good morning from the Philippines, Mabuhay, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying some lumpia on my behalf, some lumpia Shanghai, some pancit. All right, so I think that should be all done. So yeah, I'm just gonna advance to the top 4 right now. Check out Dust Fronts. What is that? Is that a new RTS game? That's cool. I'm always down to try some new RTS games. Okay, so top 4 is good. We're gonna advance to the top 4. Really easy, not having to do any tiebreakers. I'm very happy about that. Okay, so let's go here and do this. We got the top 4 of today's event, and it's going to be Outer Region versus Hitman Hippo. And Tim the Wilder versus Charx, round 2. All right. Perfect. Let's see what Hitman Hippo says. Thank you. Perfect. Hitman Hippo read my mind. We're gonna spectate your game, bud. Okay, so we got the Hippo lobby, 1, 2, 3. And let me tag the players in the matches. It is going to be Outer Region versus Hitman Hippo. And then it's going to be Charx versus Tim the Wilder. Cool. All right, man. It's going to be good times. You're visiting the Philippines in a few days. I used to work at a Filipino newspaper, actually. Wild shit. It was my first, I think it was my first job out of college, yeah. There was a newspaper in Los Angeles that it was a Filipino community newspaper. Which is the weird. I just saw an ad for it, and I was like straight out of college, just looking for a job, and I was like, I'll do it, whatever. So I was in the marketing department, but I also was like a staff writer. So I wrote a ton of articles and press releases. It was really fun, actually. So I got to sometimes travel around LA too, and go to like different Filipino restaurants and different events they were having, and I got to know the Filipino culture pretty well. Yeah, it was awesome people, dude. Filipino people are just the best, and their food is so good and welcoming. And yeah, I got fat working there, dude. I got very chunky. Luring Line, thank you. Bring on 4.2 news next week. I feel hopeful. Me too. Let's hope for the best, dude. Let's hope it's going to be some good stuff. So here we are. It's just time. It's going to be Outer Region versus Hitman Hippo here in the Arachnarok Lair. One of my favorite of the newer maps. I really like it. It's a nice aesthetic, and it's not too dark. You can still see it. Yeah, you can still see it. I wonder what everybody's favorite food is. If there was one dish. All right. If there was one dish that you guys could have for the rest of your life, or one type of food. Okay. We'll do two things. First, we're going to do what type of food would you have? Like what would it be? Japanese food, Chinese food? And if you say like American, we'll just like assume like burgers, fries, and pizza. Mexican food, whatever. If you could have one like nation's or kind of culture's food, Mediterranean, like Greek, Middle Eastern, I'd be curious. I think that Japanese is going to be very, very popular. Holy shit, I have no idea how to read that. Jesus. Japanese, yeah. I think Filipino food, yeah. Filipino food's amazing. American, hell yeah. Let's get those burgers and fries, boy. Pierogi. Yeah, I would just want the pierogi. Southern food, Italian. So seeing a lot of Japanese, a lot of Italian, fair amount of Mexican, Swedish trophies. Yeah, so it's nothing out of the ordinary here. It's what we expected. American. Lebanese food is very good. I've had that before. Yeah. Danish, Argentina, French, Italian, yeah. I think Japanese is probably the most common. Like, yeah, Japanese food is so good, and if you eat like traditional Japanese food, it's so healthy too. Like, why do you think people in Japan live so long? It's like their diets are just so healthy. Like the obesity, what is the obesity rate in Japan? It's probably so low, right? Hang on. So, obesity rate by country, 2024. Let's look at this. It's going to be interesting. Okay. It's got to be the US, right? We got to be the chunkiest. Well, not quite. I know there's some that are chunkier than us. Okay, I don't know how accurate this is. Hopefully this website's like accurate. Okay, so Nauru, yeah, I think that's like a small island nation. So, okay, so a lot of the Pacific Islands, Polynesia, have pretty heavy obesity rates, it looks like. Samoa, but then there's us. There's the US. We're at 36%, which is pretty heavy duty. Let's see if we can. I bet you Japan's really far down there. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Japan at 4.9%. Wow, that's low. 4.9% is real low. Yeah, same with China. China is kind of similar. Kind of interesting to look at all this data. Yeah, we got a lot, It's so easy to get fat in America. It's so easy. Like I would say I have genetics that are not conducive to being fat. Like it takes a lot for me to put on weight. Yet I'm still able to. Like last night, like there's this nice brewery in our town we go to, and they serve like, you know, pretty good bar kind of style food. And like I was just looking at my plate, and it was like breaded chicken with fries and like dipping sauces, and then I just had this huge like oatmeal stout. It was like a dark beer oatmeal stout, and I was like, oh god. Yeah, you got to compare the population as well. Yeah. So, yeah, supposedly a lot of those island nations are... Yeah, American fast food's brutal. I haven't eaten fast food in a long time, thankfully, but... Portions are also really big. Really, really big here in America. Like, when you travel to Europe and eat, like, food there, and then you look at the portions they serve you at, like, even a healthy American restaurant, like, if you're in an American restaurant with a focus of health, like, the portions here are just colossal. So when I eat at European restaurants, even though I enjoy the food, I'm oftentimes still hungry just because I've become, you know, my brain has become trained by the fatness here. Yeah. It's wild, man. Should have to run a marathon after. Yeah. Yeah, it was like an oatmeal, it was a dark oatmeal imperial, it was a dark oatmeal stout. It's called like Dark Star. It was really good. It was really good. I've seen videos about nuclear tests in the waters and then killing all the fish and then getting McDonald's in return. Sadly, I'm not surprised to hear it. I'm sending you picks and bans. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so Hitman Hippo is going to send those. So we Outer Region, it goes Greenskins, Lizardmen, Kislev, and then we got Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, and Tomb Kings. Very different picks. So it's kind of cool to see. I would say Lizardmen, Greenskins, and Kislev are probably three of the easier meta factions to play. So that's a really strong range of picks by Outer Region. Warriors of Chaos certainly have their viable things, but like, I would love to see Tomb Kings. I would probably have a full hard-on for the Tomb Kings. And the thing is, these players can kind of take it easy now a little bit. They've qualified for the big event. So now they're just playing for leaderboard position, which is going to be relevant because once we get any sort of a new content update, whatever it is, whether it's an FLC or anything, we are going to have our season finals after that. So this event I'm doing is separate than the season finals, but this is right here. So you can see we have the top 16 would qualify. So it would be Tim, Serkia, Catholic, Housecat, Outer Region, Ghoul Baby, Hadries, Platypus, Berserk, Houseplant, Noctrum, Bayer here, myself. But I've qualified for several of my seasons, but I usually don't play. I just have somebody lower down replace me because it's kind of silly to play in your own event, in my opinion. Although I don't know, if you guys really wanted to, I would just give the prize to somebody else if I got lucky and won somehow. Charx, Stingers, and Scrambled Egg Special. So those players would qualify. And if for some reason somebody can't make the date, we just go to the leaderboard and we go further down, right? So we just go down here and you can grab people from lower. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, so like, for example, if someone can't make it, then the next person who would be invited would be Subutai. He would be getting an invite to the top 16. So yeah, it's pretty fun, man. Pretty cool. We got this old leaderboard system going, and life's good. American portions here have 2 pounds of food. Japanese, you already have 1 cup of soup. How can you still be hungry? Yeah. Americans having a lot on their plate is just a bit too literal, dude. It is. It is. Holy shit. Which wasn't a problem, you know. Before I developed my stupid autoimmune condition where my tendons stopped working properly, like it was fine. I used to work out 5 days a week for 2 hours a day. I was super, super heavy on the workouts, and eating that much was fine. But when you become older and sedentary and you don't do that stuff, then you become a chungus. That's where the problem arises, you know. All right, Greenskins versus Tomb Kings. Sign me up, dude. I'm taking notes right now. I'm taking notes. Let's go. Let's do it. It's go time, baby. Outer Region versus Hitman Hippo. Party time. Party time in the USA. Yes. So I loved playing Tomb Kings. I'm genuinely curious how he's going to beat Greenskins with Tomb Kings. I suspect it's going to be Tomb Guard with Ushabti behind them and just pushing up with like these battle lines. And then trying to get some terror routes in there. Like a couple of Screaming Skull catapults in the backfield maybe. Tomb Kings are excellent at defending their backfield with Nahakara Horsemen. Nahakara Horsemen will trade well into most mobility, except Orc War Boys, which are a little bit problematic. But You gotta become a great unclean one. I know, I know. What other cultures had big portions? When I went to the UK, their portions were pretty big. It was not as much as ours, but like, you know, if you go to like the UK and go to like Nando's or Weatherspoons or any of those very classy establishments, their portions will be pretty substantial. It was like, it felt familiar. I used to like doing cardio. I was a track and field athlete in college. It's just, yeah, like running, like it's just, yeah, it's a long story, but it's like, it's become harder because of this stupid physical condition I have. It's annoying. But I still can. I used to be a trainer Turin when I went to America. I got a side of shrimp, which was the size of a full-blown meal. I don't even... yeah. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Yeah, English breakfasts are probably my favorite part of English cuisine. Like the... so we had the breakfast beans were really good. They had like... they had this like pudding, this breakfast pudding that was pretty yummy. The bangers, yeah, the sausages. The breakfast sausages are really good in England, the ones I went to. And then the English breakfasts were pretty respectable, I would say, man. I thought they were good. Oh my God. The very first place I ate at in the UK was Weatherspoons, though. Weatherspoons is a pretty magical experience. I'm very happy that was like my very first taste of the UK was Weatherspoons, you know. That was my first impression of the country. You land at the airport, you go straight, you get off the cab, and you're in Weatherspoons. Holy shit, it's Grimgor. Oh my God, it's Grimgor Chadhide. Oh yeah, baby, sign me up. Versus Grand Hierophant Kotep, okay. Oh man. This is time, dude. So it's gonna be Kotep with a casket. So is this gonna be a double casket build with just trying to nuke the Orc army? And then it's going to be Biggin, Savage Orcs, a Trollhag, and Grimgor. Is Grimgor actually meta in this matchup, or is he just messing around? I wonder. I genuinely do wonder. Outer Region is on the Greenskins, so he's going to be trying to Grimgor us. All right. Speaking of Weatherspoons, I'm sure Grimgor would be a patron at Weatherspoons. You know, he'd hang out there. He'd party. It's the best. So yeah, it's just Biggins, because Biggins are pretty good against Tomb King's infantry in general. I mean, they'll butcher the basic troopers, and they also have anti-large against Ushapti. So I see the utility of those guys. So an entire battle line. We got Grimgor Ironhide and a River Troll Hag. So the River Troll Hag going to be Spirit Leeching, and Grimgor is going to be crumping some gits. He didn't bring any abilities on Grimgor, just going to be using him as like a cheap fighter character, but that is going to be it. Now on the other side, we do have old Kotep, so it's going to be Grand Hierophant Kotep. Oh, the double Darude casket. Oh, yeah. Sign me up. Fully erect, boys. This is it. This is what it's all about. So we got the double casket of souls, which these things do thump. I mean, they can do some big damage if they're able to just, shoot at the Orc infantry all day. Ushapti are going to be there as well. I feel like they're going to have a hard time. They're probably going to get killed by the Biggins in sustained fighting. We'll have to see. And skeleton warriors. So a lot of his army is centered around the double casket, which on this map might be a problem because of line of sight and the trees and whatnot, but we'll have to see. Weatherspoons is the best. Yeah, that's what Grimgor would say. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. So this is going to be fun, man. I'm pretty hyped for this. Tomb Kings are thematically one of my favorite factions. I think they're so cool. So excited. My smoking hot wife is painting up our Tomb Kings army. It looks really good. You just like look at my shitty Warriors of Chaos and then her Tomb Kings, and I'm like, well, you know which one she painted. Yeah, this is gonna be good. It's gonna be good, man. Honestly, the Grimgor might not be terrible here, all jokes aside. Like, if Grimgor can bash on Ushaptis or push through the front line and chase down Kotep, I mean, that could be pretty menacing, man. That could be very menacing. Yeah, caskets do have a good arc of fire, that's true. So, I mean, they could shoot up and over the trees, but if a unit's like right here, it might hit the tree line. It's going to be a little bit tight. The Bone Daddies are hustling up. Hitman Hippo getting ready to blast with his 2 catapults. And, yeah, they'll do good damage. Biggins are going to be the priority target. Overcast Spirit Leech, you could spam that on Kotep and just kind of try and wear him down. Or you could go after the other casket. It is cheaper to kill, so maybe you just go after the other casket instead and try and Spirit Leech it down. I suspect we're going to be seeing some sort of a construct coming out. Maybe Tombguard Halberds to help deal with trolls also. Cavalry. So we do get some good quality infantry coming out. Tomb Kings probably just going to be playing 2 objectives. Trying to play all 3 against Greenskins is kind of foolish. So probably going to move up. And then they'll detach like a small portion of their army down here with some Ushapti to hold that point, would be my guess. So they're moving up to the middle. Here they come. Ushabti individually are pretty poor on their own, but stacked with skeletons, those bad boys can shine. It's really funny because in tabletop, Ushabti are absolute punishers. Like, their stat line is very similar to that of a troll, and they hit really hard with their ritual blades, is what they're called. Whereas in this game, they're way weaker than trolls in terms of their offensive output. Whereas I think lore-wise and play-wise, they should be similar in strength to trolls probably, but I suppose that would be a little bit unfair since they're unbreakable and they don't route. So I guess it's the balancing mechanic, right? Same thing kind of happens in the tabletop game as well. Here comes Chadgor. Chadgor Ironhide. Here he goes, dude. He's like Achilles in that movie where he goes to challenge Boagrius, the mighty champion. You know, saving all of his warriors the need to fight. So Grimgor's going to be hustling while the Casket of Souls going to be raining some sick beats down. So one shot on the Orc Biggins. It does take down 3 models initially, which is pretty good. And the Savage Orcs here also getting hit with that. And the Hag is nearby too. So the Hag is, for outer region, just going to be hanging outside of the Tomb King's army. And where are we going to be seeing the Spirit Leeches? Probably Kotzeb? I don't know. Where's Grimgor going to try and go? Is he just going to bash down these Tomb Guard Halberds? It's not a bad idea for him. And we do see Spirit Leech going down on Kotzeb. Okay, so it begins. Kotzeb is going to be taking a little bit of Daka there. Side point is being held by the Greenskins, so Tomb Kings are going to be playing this kind of like a land battle, just moving up with their formation and hoping the Greenskins will crash upon them. I think that they have to play the low ground a little bit, though. Maybe move some Tomb Guard Halberds and some Ushabti down there. That's a really good combo. Because Tomb Guard Halberds will take care of the cap, and Ushabti will kill the infantry. It's a really, really good mix there. But yeah, Kotzeb is nuking away. Orc Boy's getting hit. So far, Caskets have done a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy, about 200 value on those. But the Spirit Leeches are going to add up, man. And he's going to keep getting those, and I don't think there's going to be much counterplay. He didn't bring the Lich Staff, so he's not going to be able to kind of stop those spells from being cast. Uh-oh. Chadgor found his way in. He found his way in. He tricked the skeletons. They're like, wait a second, you're not supposed to be back here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Could this be the end? Chadgor gets in with the steel chair. Kotzeb in trouble. His HP's already down to half. Grimgor is beating him down. Holy shit, dude. That was really, really funny. He just like snuck through there. And then you get the Ushabti on him, and he's going to be using Narrow's Incantation. Chadgor might be able to push through. He's moving, but the Ushabti are blocking him in place, and he's going to be taking... Oh, he's gotten through! He's pushing through the skeletons. He wants, I would say blood, but in this case he wants bones. And look at that, the big flank. Where'd those pigs even come from? Oh, he rode them up and around here. And he surrounded Kotzeb. That should not have happened, man. Kotzeb getting surrounded like that is very rough. Granted, the Orc Warboy Biggins are getting hammered by the Halberds. They're going to be taking a lot of damage. In the front line, we do have the Skeleton Spears and the Ushabti battling it out with the Orc Boys. Halberds are battling with Orc Biggins. They're going to be losing that fight, which is very, very cost ineffective. And the Orc Cavalry do get wrecked in the backfield. So Hitman Hippo able to break those guys off. But Kotzeb is on death's bed. He's trying to waddle away here. He's going to probably want to try and rip some shots where he can. Giant River Troll Hag is maneuvering. Outer region has very good micro. It's one of his big strengths. And it looks like he's able to get some squealing hogs around the backside as well. Going to be rear charging into the Ushabti here. And Kotzeb is just squealing and running for his life here. Rasping, I suppose, since he's Undead Bone Daddy. Savage Orc Biggins also collapsing and enveloping the flank. This is going to be brutal. I think Tomb Kings are probably going to get the business here. These Savage Orcs are going to fold up these Nahakar Horsemen super quickly because of their anti-large bonus and huge damage stats. And I believe Awa just went down, was it? Nope. Alright, Kotzeb is being hit. Do you think this ancient Lich Priest of Nahakara ever thought he would be getting bludgeoned over the head with a giant sack of fish? I don't think he ever thought that. He maybe thought he would be getting a mighty wizard blasting him, or, some warlord, bringing blade or sword to him, but a giant sack of fish, would that be his fate? Well, he is at -30 leadership. Kotzeb's going to be crumbling, and Tomb Kings really don't like their lord dying. It's not good, and it's like that in Tabletop as well. In Tabletop, you have to name one character. Your highest level wizard has to be named as your Hierophant. And if he dies, all your nearby units, your entire army, start suffering. So it's not good. Yeah, honestly, I think that Hitman Hippo's dead. The Greenskins have gotten too many good engagements. Here, you get another biggin into a Sepulchral Stalker, which is a terrible fight for the Stalkers. These things are meant to be fighting cavalry and big characters. They're not meant to be fighting anti-large, high-mass infantry. And the rest of the Tomb King's army is kind of crumbling down. We see the Skeleton Warriors getting crumped. Grimgor Ironhide able to get his prize. And Tomb Kings are trading really well in value. It's 5.6 to 4.7, and Tomb Kings do have access to healing with Realm of Souls. But unfortunately, you can't lose your lord like that. Kotzeb on a casket is extremely expensive. I mean, he's really, really pricey. Another Spirit Leech going down in the Eyes of the Desert, but they're just being swamped. All 3 objectives belong to the Greenskins. I do think this matchup's winnable for Tomb Kings for sure, but you can't be losing your Kotzeb. You can't. That basically cost him the game, I think. So That was very funny, though. Shit, at least you got to see Grimgor get something done. Isn't that cool? He's, you know, still only at 500 value, but he sent a message. He ran through the battle lines. He caused some havoc. Entire Tomb King's front lines crumbling because their leadership is way lower now because of Kotep dying. They got a negative 16 modifier. The caskets actually do good work. I think one thing that's missing is if you're going to be doing like shock damage with caskets, I think you want, you're going to really want a terror-causing monster, especially against greenskins. Like getting a Khemrian War Sphinx or maybe like a Tomb King on a Sphinx instead of Kotep with a casket. I don't know, like something like that. It feels like it's just a big mistake to not have like a terror piece against the greenskins. Even a Tomb Scorpion. Tomb Scorpions are they don't do a lot of damage, but they do blend in very well with formations and are hard to shoot with arrows. But Grimgor could probably kill it as well. So Casket's running. That's going to be GG at this point. I mean, Tomb King's called in. Sepulchral Stalkers are also not a very good call-in. There's not really much for them to fight here. I mean, yeah, Orc Warboy Biggins, but even Biggins trade evenly into them, so it's not like a counter pick. And when you see the Caskets, yeah, Caskets get a shit ton of damage in there. In the backfield, what do we get being called in? Savage Orcs and Orc Boys. And for the Tomb Kings, they're just saving right now. Probably going to be some Nehekar Warriors. Tombguard Halberds, grinding versus Grimgor. Value is 7 against 9, so it's a pretty big value difference. Chadgor Ironhide is, yeah, he's just clubbing. He's taking these warriors to Pound Town. As the legions of Nehekar, the Phalanx getting in there, doing glorious battle. But I think that is going to be all she wrote. Chadgor was able to outmaneuver. He was definitely brutally cunning this game. Chadgor was able to move through the ranks and get on top of Kotep right away. He forced Kotep back, and then Kotep got sandwiched and pincered by those cavalry on the backside of the formation. The other Casket's going to die right now, and it's basically over. This game, there's no chance. Yeah, he was brutally cunning this game. That was definitely his greenskin motto. In the backfield, we got Savage Orcs and Orc Boys heading to the side objectives. And ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed this match. That was a fun one. It was a little bit one-sided for sure, but it was great fun in the builds. Great fun. I think there was a little memeing on both sides. They feel the pressure of qualifying is off. They know that they're in the top 4, so they're both going for it. Although, I don't know. Whose build was less memey? Hard to say. I feel like the double casket is a pretty heavy-duty meme. Like, double casket? That's heavy-duty. Objectives taken. Tomb Kings are crumbling down here. Value is within about 3,000 now, which is certainly not great. And we do get some Nehekar Warriors rolling up as well. But yeah, I do think Tomb Kings can win this matchup. It's not unwinnable. Definitely greenskin favored, 100%. So I played a tournament a week ago versus Catholic in the grand finals, and we played the same matchup. And the greenskins definitely seem to dominate it a bit, but I think it is winnable with slight changes. But, you know, Grimgor makes it much easier for the Tomb Kings to win, potentially. But all right, GG, well played. The double casket has been hunted by the best. And, yeah, that's going to be it. That is going to be it. Fun game. See you in... Okay, so let's see if the other side is finished. Hitman Hippo, a good sport, saying GG and farewell, and excited to see him in the future event. So outer region needs to report the score. Report score. And then we will go from there. Is there a tavern challenge for winning a tourney game with Grimgor? I don't know. Yeah, Grimgor was pretty Chad. He was. He was. So we're going to see who outer region is going to be playing. Yeah, ogres are fair now. Ogres are fair. They got nerfed adequately, yeah. So you can play ogres, and they're still very good. I played a couple ogre games in a tournament a few weeks back, and they were good. I won one and I lost one when I was playing with them. They're good, though. They're not bad. All right, I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back. BRB. All right, guys. We're back. Got some H2O. Hydrated, ready to party for the grand finals. The Grim Goat. Yeah. Grim Goat. I love that. He's Grim Goat. Yeah. That's a very, very good one. Okay, so let's see here. Brackets should be updated. And now we're waiting for Tim the Wilder and Charx. Tim's games tend to go a little bit longer because he likes to build up, so they really, really stretch out the domination game mode. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Where's Lightning McGreasus? I don't know what Greasus has been up to. We haven't seen him too much. We don't see him. Let's see. So, checking. Yeah, Greasus is still pretty terrible, unfortunately. He's just, he's a bit of a memer. Man, where's old Greasy? Where's old Greasy? There he is. All right, Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, I mean, at 2200, he does have pretty mean stats and a lot of HP. It's just his maneuverability is weird. The fact that he's slower than all the Ogre units is a problem, right? Because if Greasus could keep up with his Ogre minions, he might actually be good. Like, if Greasus had 54 speed and could, like, run with an Iron Gut unit and then, like, buff them and fight with them, because he does have the Over Tyrant's Crown, which is a really good item. Gives ITP and ward save. Scepter of Titans isn't terrible either. And Everyone Has Your Price is a good ability. Like, and yeah, he gives a leadership aura. Like, Greasy at 1900 gold would actually probably be good if he had more movement speed. The problem is he's just such a potato. And the Ogres are kind of a fast, hard-hitting faction. They're not about, like... I mean, they can Death Star you. What would be, like, the most haggard Death Star you could do with this? Because he's... yeah, Tim's definitely a sweat lord, which is... We love Tim. He's a great guy, too. Tim's a really good person. He's a big advocate for the multiplayer scene and just a good dude. All right, so what do we got? So if I were doing, like, a haggard Greasus Death Star against, let's say, like, Nurgle, you could do the double Hunter... Oh, no, well, then you would need to get a Butcher. And the Butcher would need to be Great Maw, because you would need healing. So you would do the Troll Guts, would probably be all you would bring. Yeah, Magic Resist is kind of cute. Spell Mastery, well, that would give you 40% Spell Mastery. So if you pop this, the Maw Shard, and then heal, is it going to be increasing that heal by 40%? That actually is kind of interesting. You definitely got the lore passive, too. All right, so... Then you go maybe with, like, double Hunter like this. Like, I can see some really degenerate, annoying build come out. Oh, no, these are the Stonehorns with the Harpoon launchers, right? So they have the range. And then you throw in an Iron Blaster. This is, like, this could be maybe some sort of a degenerate build, right? So you got double Harpoons. Hey, man, what's up? I'm not playing right now, bud, but yeah. I would love to play, but we're about to get to the Grand Finals. And then we also have this. God, why can't we have chat in this game, dude? I'm sorry, Yash. I would love to play with you if it were any other type of stream, but we got the Grand Finals coming up here in a minute. Okay, refreshing. Come on, give it to me. I played Greasus double Giant with the Carpet of Nobblers. It works well against counts. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure. Yeah, this could be kind of like cheesy. You have like really good range sniping. You have an Iron Blaster, and then from here you would just call in like mass ogres, right? Oh, he's readying up here. Yeah, sorry, but I gotta do the Grand Finals now. Yeah. Tim's gonna make it. It's because his name's Tim. Tim is a pretty ferocious name. It is. It definitely means business. Oops. Computer problem sounds. It's not my computer. It's just my editing software. Being a troll. And do we get the game 1 yet? Not yet. So let me set up the Grand Finals lobby in the meantime. So Turin Grand Finals. And here we are. So host is a spectator. So let's get you in here, outer region. And where are you at? Okay. I don't know if there's a password, but if there is, that's what it would be. And the map for the Grand Finals today is going to be what? So it is going to be Altar of the Champion, which is a pretty cool map. It's a pretty fun one. The Altar of the Champion. So the winner will join us here. Any RTS fans excited for Homeworld 3? Homeworld 3! Is that a multiplayer RTS game? Yeah, I've heard things about it. That could be something we cover on the channel for sure. It's a space combat RTS, right? So let's see. Homeworld 3. I'm gonna pull this up here. Okay, does it have multiplayer? It's an Unreal Engine, okay. March 8th, that comes out pretty soon. Like, how's the PvP in that game? Is it good? Because that's what I'm all about. Yeah, it's something I had on my radar though. So if you have any intel on that, that'd be great. Homeworld's amazing. Been waiting 20 years for the third game. Really? Is it that old? Or the last one came out in 2004? Full 3D space combat. Okay, does it have base building though? How do you produce units? And how do you win? Is it like are there objectives that you fight over, kind of like the what was that that battle, the 40K one, the space game? I can't remember. Like, how do you win in that game? So hyped for Homeworld 3. Homeworld 2 multiplayer was such a core part of my gaming as a kid. It has deep combat. Okay, that'll be fun. Is it like really fast Twitch fiber? Or is it more like planning? Like, what are the dynamics of that? Okay, so do we have our winner yet on the other side? I felt like, yeah, I guess the Chadgore game was over pretty quickly. So, yeah. Okay, wow. Charx actually defeated Tim the Wilder. Okay. So Charx coming in with the steel chair and getting revenge, because we did cast Charx earlier, losing to Tim, but Tim looks like he got him this time. It's cool to see a lot of people. We're getting a lot of people going back and forth today. Like, they'll lose to one person, then they'll come back and beat them, and all that stuff. You have a movable mothership. You have a carrier and a mothership used to build units. Okay, Command and Conquer style. Got it. Very fun. Dynamic, probably a bit slower, right? Full 3D space combat like StarCraft style. Base building, except base is a module and a giant ship, not spread out. Okay. So you just are kind of like trying to protect your mothership. And to win, you just kill the enemy mothership, right? You mine resources too? Okay, so you're like mining asteroids and things like that? Oh, that sounds really fun, actually. Hold on a sec. Let's look at this together. I'll definitely do that. I'm down to party. So what is it called again? Homeworld? Okay, where are we at? Homeworld? Homeworld 3. Okay. No, it's playing music. I don't want to get karate chopped. Okay, yeah, here it is on old Steam. Single player online PvP. Hell yeah, I'm sold. You got my word there. Oh, hulking space derelicts called megaliths bring a 3D terrain into the classic homeworld battle space, using crumbling remains of an ancient civilization to funnel foes into brilliant ambushes. Okay, so the battlefield terrain is like a ruined ancient derelict ships. You're fighting in space, like amongst minefield or asteroid fields, all that, and it's real time, right? It's not like turn based or anything. All right, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll have to do some events for that. That'll be a great time. Yeah. That's awesome. Came out in 2003, the second one, huh? You can customize your ships individually and arrange lots of formations which actually matter. Oh, that's cool. Sounds like a good time. So Charx getting into the final. We have an RTK versus non-RTK duel. I'm sure all the boys in the RTK Discord are rooting for their champ here, Charx, against the outer region. He's the champion of the clan list here. Yeah. Real time, got it. Homeworld Deserts of Karak has huge Dune vibes. Good RTS, not as good as original 2. Got it. Yeah, this is, dude, RTSs are going to be pretty poppin'. I mean, Age of Empires 4 is amazing. That game is so good. And then we have Stormgate's going to be coming up soon. We're going to be, able to... I mean, Stormgate's still very early on in development from what I've seen. Like, they don't even have their third faction announced yet. But it looks like it has potential. Then, of course, we're going to be getting Total War stuff and Homeworld next month. Lots of fun times. I don't know why I never played Northgard. I don't know. It didn't call to me as much. I love the Dune universe. Like, I love Dune's universe. That's why it's so fun to me. I really like it. I just got into the books and all that good stuff. But, yeah, here it is. All right. Outstanding. And, yeah, man. Turn in one of the Homeworld spinoffs, you can combine your ships like a Megazord to make other units. Oh, really? That's cool. Elder Scrolls 6 by 2028. Dude, I'm going to be almost 40 when that comes out. God, it's crazy, When you're in your 20s, you think you're going to have time to play every cool game that's ever made. You're like, oh, yeah, I'll be there for that. But then when you start to get to a certain age, you're like, oh, man, there's going to be cool shit coming out after I'm gone. Yeah. Yeah, it's some shit. I think when I'm 40, we're gonna do like a challenge. Like we'll have if I'm still streaming, I hope I'm still able to keep streaming until I'm 40, and if I can, we'll have like a challenge to see. We'll pick like every game we've ever played and see if we can still reach the top ranks. The dreaded 40 challenge. Hell yeah, dude. Mike, you know how to live. 44. Hell yeah, dude. Wonder how many people you got into AoE 4 never played till maybe a handful, for sure. Hey, Hitman Hippo, GG, man. Well played. I'm excited to see what you... I'm glad you're a fellow Tomb Kings enjoyer. They're one of my favorites. I like to see them in action, so... Another RTS that's in the open beta is Broken Arrow. Absolutely immersive, modern war RTS. Check it out. Broken Arrow, okay. Interesting. 36 with 2 kids, regret nothing, but I have to really decide which games... Yeah, which you spend your limited time on. That's a big thing, right, as you get older. Yeah, it's like time. Being able to allocate it. Kislev for Outer Region versus Skaven for Charx. What? How do the rats beat Kislev? Oh my god. Okay, well, we're going to find out. Maybe they just swarm them. Like, drown them in bodies. Give them nothing of value to kill? Or is it mass... Is there, like, warp lightning cannons? Like, a bunch of them just gadding away on the Kislevites? It's so hard to protect artillery against Kislev because they have unbreakable diving units that just, like, take forever to peel off. Alright, then. Well, this should be interesting. Yeah, EVE Online. That game, I knew people who played that back in the day. That game has been around forever. It's been around forever. Yeah, there's so many games that call to you, you know? You know, like WoW Classic, I was eyeing that for a while, but like I was like, the addiction, I can't get that addiction back. Something I've been wanting to stream would be some League of Legends. That'd be fun. I used to play League a shitload in college. It was really a lot of fun. Been busy with work, so I missed out on the streams. Glad to see Warhammer 3 is still... Yeah, Warhammer 3 is still doing good, man. You know, we keep it going with our maps and stuff. We got... Our map makers are the heart and soul of the community, man. They, like, if we were stuck playing on these dog shit maps that CA gave us, like, out of the gates, oh my god. We would just... The game would be so rough. But we have all these really cool maps that change the meta, because maps do dictate meta, too. So that's very fun. Retirement homes in 40 years, you're going to have tons of LAN parties? Oh, for sure, dude. And board game nights, I think, will be really big. Like board games, like D&D, like those type of things. Yeah. Did you see Grubby is learning League now? I'm sure he learned quickly, right? Yeah, I would imagine he's a... Does Grubby learn the games quickly, or is he more like... He's super methodical and takes a long time to learn it, but once he does, he's like really the Dark Lord. You know, there's those gamers who are just like naturals who can pick up any game quickly. You know, they might not have it completely mastered, but they can be decent right out of the gates, you know? I bet you he's good, though. I bet you he's very strong. How can I get into map making for Warhammer 3? So if you joined our Discord, we have a whole section. It's called the Cartographers, and they talk about map making all the time. And there's a couple people in there who can answer your questions and tell you all the tools and all that. Yeah. Yeah, so you can join our Discord. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's fun, man. But I'd be down for a League stream. It'd be fun. My wife's great at League too. We could do some team games and, you know, grab some folks from the community. League of Legends. No. Yeah, got it. That's great. Yeah, Grubby was one of the streamers I watched for a long time. I used to watch his Warcraft 3 stuff a lot. A couple years back, I would say like 2020, 2021. He's great fun to watch at that game because he can like beat high level players with meme builds, which is kind of like, you know, what like Felcon used to do, for example, back in Warhammer 2. We don't have like who in Warhammer 3 memes a lot and also still wins. It's hard to say. Most of the top players in Warhammer 3 are just like turbo sweats. You know, they're just gonna go meta and just really do that kind of play style. There's not like, I'm trying to think of somebody who's like top tier winning tournaments using meme builds mostly, or builds that have heavy meme influence. I don't think there's as many people. He was pretty unique in that for sure. League would be awesome. I haven't played in 15 years. Has it been out that long? I guess it did come out in like 2010, 2011, give or take. Yeah, Flying Taco, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, Pwn definitely memes, but he's not winning. I don't think Pwn's won any tournaments in Warhammer 3. So that's different. Yeah, Taco definitely had a time where he was coming in with Greasus and getting wins, which is pretty fun. Kislev versus Skaven, though. I'm really curious how Charx is going to win this. The Rats, yeah, the Rats are doing it. Rats. Telling Subacham, like, it's your beloved Rats in the grand finals, dude. They're here. Can you download these maps as a mod? Yeah. So if you go to the total you go to the workshop and you search Total Tavern, TOTAL, and then Tavern, it should come up. It has my channel icon on it. It's like the shield with the T in the middle, and you can download. You can just activate the mod. Yeah, you're in the grand final. Yeah, at least you made it for that, dude. You didn't miss the whole thing. Skaven, yeah, Mortar is for sure going to be on the table, I think. I think Charx is going to have Avalanche Mortars at least. Avalanche Mortars are so devastating because Kislev doesn't have any cheap infantry. So, like, having something to just nuke the expensive infantry is quite good. How will they defend it, though? Little Grom can't really shut that down. Little Grom can kill Warp Lightning Cannon, so... yeah, they can. So, we'll see. Yeah, that's the perfect analogy that my wife had in chat for League. It's so true. All right, baby. Let's see how the little rats do. The little rat people. Skaven would probably be a really fun tabletop army to play. Just like a bunch of weapons teams sitting back there and blasting away. Yeah, it's probably a good time. So yeah, very meta Kislev, Mother of Stankia with the Patriarch. Yeah, that's exciting. And then we have the Kossars with the Bow Kossars also. So nothing really unique about that build. It's just kind of standard. You know, Kislev doesn't have the most range of units anyway, so typically you're always going to see 5 Kossars in every single Kislev build, right? Deathmaster, a Plague Priest probably on a Furnace for the Mortis engine, maybe on foot. And then we have an Assassin as well. So double Assassin character is going to be trying to probably kill the Patriarch. If they can kill that Patriarch, dude, that's value city. I mean, that's huge. That gets rid of all the healing. That is one of the big elements as to why Kislev is really, really busted. So I think that is very, very strong. Very, very strong. So this is the Altar of the Champion. This is a map that has been reworked. It's really, really cool. So you got a couple lanes over here, you can see. You got one here with a little bit of an obstruction here. You also have some vanguard points in the trees if you want to like ambush out. And then you have the central point and then the far point, which each player has a vanguard point to get to. So this map makes for some really fun engagements. Good line of sight as well. Mortars will be very good here. Bows will be good. Guns a little bit precarious. Guns you would have to position like maybe like right here and here, which, you know, gives them very few options. Very few options. But you saw the Kislev army with Outer Region, and he is facing off against Charx, who I believe is from Poland, if I'm not mistaken. He is. And he's got his Avalanche Mortars. So Avalanche Mortars are pretty great. These things are going to be thumping on the face of a lot of the Kislevite troopers. Skaven Slaves, Jezzails, Natty Bubos, and some Death Globes. So you can see Death Globes seem to be pretty hip these days. It's what all the youngins are using here in the battlefield. Skaven certainly are younger. The caster is going to be a Plague Priest, so he's going to be using summons. He's got Pestilent Rebirth, Vermintide, and Pestilent Breath, which doesn't have any AP, but if you use it on like Kossars and, you know, Dervishes and things like that, it can accrue you some okay value. It can accrue you some okay value indeed. So the biggest thing to watch is this. To see if they're going to be able to get the Stank. I doubt they go after the Stank. It's got to be the Patriarch. The Patriarch is really vulnerable. He's on foot, and he's only got 20 armor. Like, he will get prison shanked so badly by Deathmaster and the Assassin if they're able to catch him. Now, how are you going to deal with Mother of Stankia just getting real crunk in your battle lines? You probably are going to need a Rat Ogre to make sure she just doesn't run into your battle, right? Like into your troopers. Jezzails are ripping some shots at Mother of Stankia, so she does take a little bit of damage. And there is going to be a bear launcher, so the ethereal dolphin bear thing is, yeah, it's not bad. Those Death Globes will still be pretty efficient, though. They still have 43 or 48 models, so it's not too devastating. In the meantime, the little rats are lurking. They're going to be grabbing the objective right there. Oh, was the Stank giving a speech? Yeah, they do that sometimes. They do that sometimes. But the Gremlins are up on objective number 1. Going to be trying to grab that, but they're going to be retreating back. For sure, just get them on the Patriarch as soon as you can. The Avalanche Mortars don't have the most range in the world. I think it's like just over 200, but they're going to be able to put some big hurt down. The biggest thing is going to be protecting Avalanche Mortars. If Charx lets the Avalanche Mortars get wrecked, I mean, he's going to just lose the game. He needs those things to get at least 1,000 value, or else it's going to feel really, really bad. But Charx has got very good micro. He's a very, very high EPM player from what I've seen in action. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to kind of hold off this rush. The Stank Train is on her way in, and the Jezzails are going to start shooting at her immediately. So she's going to take a little bit of damage, although good dodging there. You can dodge the bullets more effectively than the bows, but typically they're still going to be connecting. And Avalanche Mortars, unfortunately, are going to get run over here. So that's going to feel pretty bad. Uh-oh. It could be a trap, though. Mother of Stankia moving in. Looks like she's trying to penetrate in, but Deathmaster, he's got concealment bombs. Flock of Doom going down on the Avalanche Mortars. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Stank could be in trouble. She's going to get caught. She's going to get caught here. So she gets trapped up. We got the 2 Assassins. Charx going to be moving in. And the Snare is now used. Assassin Trophy. Where's the Deathmaster's Snare? Okay, there it is. The Sigil is active, and the Rats are shanking Mother Ostankia. She's going to be taking a ton of damage. It looks like her sled does do a bit of a weird AoE attack, which I've never seen before. But she's down to about 50%. I mean, she's getting real beat down by these 2 characters. And there's going to be a big panic response as we see Kislev pulling in a lot of units. But Mother Ostankia does get healed by the Lullaby. And at the very least, she was kept honest. Now, why are the Avalanche Mortars not shooting? That is the question. They need to get back. Mother Ostankia is going to keep getting capped probably by these Natty Bubos. We're going to have to see. Things in the Woods moving into the secondary line. And is he going to call in Rat Ogres? He is. Because Things in the Woods, if they get both these... Ooh, having both your artillery positions in the same spot is definitely a big blunder here for the old Skaven. Globadiers do melt those Zargards. That's big value for the Rats. Charx in the front, able to get the Death Globes in, and Rout Ogres do come in and intercept the Things in the Woods. But yeah, not good losing your Avalanche Mortars like this. This is a colossal blunder by Charx. Definitely shouldn't have been allowed to happen. I mean, he has Triads, a lot of things that could have been protecting them, but alas, they are going to get intercepted and beaten down. And now Wolf Rats are coming. I mean, Things in the Woods here probably will die, but losing Avalanche Mortars there gives like so much fighting power to the Kislevites. It takes so much stress off, so much stress. So Granny's able to get away, but not before the Patriarch is getting shanked as well. So Charx, even though he's losing out in the backfield, is still doing a really good job with his 2 assassin characters. They are bullying this Patriarch. He's unbreakable right now, but he is being hunted so hard. Deathmaster getting a big shank. He's probably going to shatter here. Oh my god, the Patriarch is almost dead as well. So are the Avalanche Mortars going to find a way to stabilize? The Globadiers have stabilized. We do see the Natty Bubos still alive. The Avalanche Mortars completely offline. And Patriarch is probably going to die here. We do see Deathmaster, Whirl of Weeping Blades, doing a ton of AoE damage against these units. So this little rat is trying to put the game on his back. Patriarch is broken and running, so there's not going to be any healing for the Stank Train. Meanwhile, we do get Clan Rats and Wolf Rats, so they're hunting a lot of value in the backfield. Kislev does have the objective advantage, but they've not even grabbed all 3 objectives. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of Kislev units getting melted here. And now we got the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters sitting on Mother Ostankia once again. So she's going to be getting popped while the Patriarch, I think, running for the hills. He does manage to come back. And look at this. We get some Plague Monks being summoned in. So the Priest here able to summon some Plague Monks. Very, very good fighters. Might be able to cleave those units asunder. Mother Ostankia is being hit by the Shield Breaker. So he's sniping from downtown, doing a little bit of work. And we do see the Things in the Woods. Oh, is he not paying attention? Oh, they just rallied in the backfield. Oh, no, you need to get those. And he might lose the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters again. Oh, man. That's going to be a tough one. The Rats were looking very good, but a couple little misplays might cost him here. Yeah, Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are being chased down. Patriarch is back online, and now we see Clan Rat Spears moving up on the point to try and wrestle this one. Meanwhile, the Plague Monks are going to be disappearing because they are a summoned unit, and Deathmaster is going for it. He's going after Grandma. Grandma is probably going to get shanked maybe once here. She dodges it. Her melee defense held firm, but yeah, Deathmaster and that Assassin are really, really hot on her tail here. So the Rats, have they stabilized their backfield? Yeah, Things in the Woods broke in. We see the Jezzail shooting into the heavy war sleds down there. And heavy pursuit is going, guys. Mother Ostankia has no healing now. The Patriarch is pretty much out of the picture. I believe he's running across the map. But side objective is going to be flipping to the Rats as we see the Skaven Slave moving up. And yeah, that's going to be that objective going to the Skaven on objective 3. Now Rats making their way over here. We see Deathmaster and the Assassin getting hunted down by some Kosoite dervishes, maybe some sleds. Definitely getting that Patriarch offline is going to be very important. You can't let him get those heals on Mother Ostankia. Like every morsel of healing that they get is big value. Ooh, somehow the Plague Priest gets sniped. That's really, really not good for Charx. A big mistake there. Hessian Triads pushing up into the secondary, side objective going to the Skaven. And this is a pretty close game. I would say maybe that Kislev is slightly ahead because he didn't quite finish the kill on the Patriarch, which means the Patriarch is going to get a fat heal going right now, which is going to be very bad. If Charx is paying attention, he should definitely take this Assassin over and go try and finish that character off. Deathmaster should be doing the same thing if he can. But yeah, Deathmaster has been a big MVP this game. He's been doing really, really well. So Skaven are starting to get some momentum around here. We get Death Runners being called in. Death Runners are exceptional against Kislev troops. We do see firepower from downtown. The Jezzails are trying to shoot at the Stank Train. And the Patriarch does get the Salax Lullaby, which feels really bad. That's a lot of healing going down. Value does favor the Rats a little bit. Rats do have the one objective, and those Jezzails seem to have a very safe position. And they're ripping some very cost-effective shots, actually, into the heavy war sleds. You can see the shield breaker from the Jezzails doing great damage, and Deathmaster himself is a very, very respectable armor-piercing character. So, yeah, close match, ladies and gentlemen. Side objective, we do get some Skaven Slaves and some Clan Rat Spears heading over there. Jezzails, do they still have the line of sight? It would appear that they do. And Kislev is losing a lot of its infantry to the, here we got Death Runners, which are going to massacre these armored Kossars. That's going to be an absolute bully beatdown. And yeah, man, this Assassin Corps of the Rats is really doing it. This has been one of the better games we've had in quite some time. So Deathmaster going after the things in the woods with his little assassin buddy. And over here on the far side, we have the Skaven Slaves attempting to wrestle the objective, but they're going to be taken down by Mother Estancia as well as the heavy war sleds. But yeah, the Rats seem to be in a more of a commanding position here. There has been healing going down, but the Rats are, up trading here pretty well in a lot of these engagements. Despite losing their, huge mortars in the beginning, they seem to get good trades elsewhere that have allowed them to stay in this game here. So where's Charx going to go with those Jezzails? Death Runners have almost killed off the armored Kossars, and you got to watch out if you're out of region, because Charx might be able to get you with the Deathmaster. Deathmaster might roll in there and get a snare. Definitely kill that Patriarch. That letting that thing live is going to be a game-losing mistake, because that Patriarch's healing is just bonkers. It is going to heal everything up, and you're going to have a really bad time. The Death Runners are rallying back. Jezzails are in position, and they're still just taking down the heavy war sleds. Heavy war sleds down to 3 models. Looks like they have a bit of a hard-on for the Stank, so going to be trying to get the Stank train down. The problem is if they snare Stank, she's just going to get protected by the things in the woods. So the Rats are creeping up. They want it. And, is he going to do it? No, he doesn't even need to. But he does pop the Sigil. He gets in. Mother Estancia gets shanked. But, again, that Patriarch really needs to die. His passive healing is mitigating so much of that damage. And immediately you can see the Kislev army, including the sleds, is going to be protecting the Deathmaster and the Assassin here. Granted, they're still decent sustained combat fighters. In the backfield, we do get some Kossovite dervishes and things in the woods moving in. Objective being held there, and Death Runners able to clear out, and Death Glow bombs are now on their way across. Some other stanky train gets away, and things in the woods do get peeled off. I think that the Natty Boobo sharpshooters are probably going to live. Kislev is having to sacrifice quite a bit to dive these. The Rats are behind on points, and we've seen Kislev come back from games like this before. Whirl of Weeping Blades goes down, though. That does a shit ton of damage. Actually is able to nail those things in the woods pretty well, but this could be a situation where Deathmaster dies and the Rats lose the game, right? So little things like letting that Patriarch come back might cost him the match. Because if he had killed that Patriarch, then suddenly we're like, oh shit, okay. Mother Estancia is at like 10% right now, or is at 20%. But instead, Mother Estancia is cackling, and we see the 2 little Skaven assassins overextending into chariots, which obviously a ton of anti-infantry here, easily going to be able to get those. So on the side point, Kislev probably going to start taking over this game again. The game is with an 800 value, and the Rats don't have any healing. So, the value you see is not looking good for old Kislev. The old Rats. We get a little bit of firepower coming down here. Natty Boobo sharpshooters shooting across at the Stank train. And, what can the Rats do to get back in this game? They can resummon Mother Rat Stankia, Deathmaster. They can resummon him pretty easily. He's very cheap. He only costs like just over 1,000. So I think that you could definitely resummon him. You got Globadiers coming in, side objective taken by Kislev, and there's going to be some Clan Rat Spears going there, which is very smart. Just all those like cavalry units. You want to do that if you can. Rout Ogre is going to move in, and they will get a little bit of damage. Did the Patriarch get killed? Okay, so the Lord is down. The Skaven Lord has fallen. Natty Boobo sharpshooters are still in line. Death Globes won't do that much damage against these type of units overall. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but I mean, they have armor sundering here. Rout Ogres are at 5 leadership. They're having a bad time, and it's all because of the Patriarch living. I'm telling you, if Charx just killed the Patriarch, he wins this game, which is really cool to see that Skaven can beat Kislev, who's like one of the most meta factions. Just a slightly cleaner play. And if his mortar had lived a little longer earlier, at least done some damage, it could have been an incredibly different match. But this is where Kislev really shines, is in these blob fights, right? This is where they become the Dark Wizards. So yeah, big volley fire. Let's see what kind of damage that actually does. Yeah, it does not much, unfortunately. But Death Runners sundering armor. We have the cavalry in the back shutting down the Jezzail. So finally, the Winged Lancers able to get their prize. And yeah, that's it. I think that's it. I think Mother Estancia and her healing blob carries the game. Especially since he's up on points. Charx definitely could have won this with slightly cleaner play. But alas, Kislev is a very strong faction that you can't really afford to make mistakes against. Like, Kislev can make a lot of mistakes and recover because of their healing, but with Skaven, you can't really afford to lose big centerpiece units with no return. Like, losing the mortar teams and all those bad boys and not killing the Patriarch failing to fulfill that assassin's contract on him definitely costs him. And now the rats are going to get routed, and it's going to be GG. Because without their lord, it's going to be a very, very tough fight. So side objective might flip to the little rat people. Middle objective is owned by these Skaven. And they do have ogres fighting against winged lancers, which is very cost effective. Mother Estancia is still at 3,800 HP. And on the side point, what do we got? Yeah, it looks like objective 2 is going to be owned by Kislev pretty comfortably. But the rats are going to flip one objective here. What do they even call in? Maybe like a warp lightning on this map wouldn't be very good because of the tree lines. The Jezzails did really well. They actually seem to do quite a bit of damage. It looks like the winged lancers do defeat the pit fighters. They must have gotten the charge bonus. And outer region is going to be probably it. Yeah, I think outer region's going to get it. He gets the dub. That's going to be it. But he's going to win today's tournament. But regardless, Charx can leave with his head held high because he has qualified for our super fancy event we're going to be having coming up, which is going to be great. But yeah, we see once again Kislev being incredibly tyrannical, and hopefully they will get some nerfs at some point or other. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. So more heavy cav, winged lancers. The rats are just calling in wolf rats. It's pure desperation at this point. Charx hasn't heard any bell whatsoever, but there's literally like 2 Skaven units on the battlefield. There's like 2 clan rats here. Yeah, we got 2 clan rats, and we do also have Eshin Triads on the other side as well. All right, guys. GG, well played. That is going to be it. We had some really good matches today. Some were more one-sided than others. This was actually a really good match. This one could have gone either way. If the Patriarch had died, it could have been a rat win, 100%. Because then there's no healing. Mother Estancia probably dies also to the Jezzails. I mean, she's healed several thousand HP over the course of this game. So, yeah, you definitely need to take those bad boys down. Way need to take her down. Any rats around? Is there any reason he's staying in the game? I'm not sure. We got Eshin Triads over here on the other side. A couple wolf rats are trying to rally. Maybe he thinks he has a little bit of time, but he's also colossally behind in points. And trying to wrestle Kislev off objectives is so hard. I mean, they're unbreakable, super muscle Slavs. Certainly not easy. Certainly not easy. Yeah, there's not much they can do. I mean, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, Eshin Triads are very good against cavalry, but the bows are going to be able to just massacre them with their 20 armor, and then you just get a full sandwich round, and it's going to be bread buttered. Rats really don't like being surrounded. They like to be the ones outnumbering you. When you outnumber the rats, that's when that's when they go from being New York City rats to much smaller rats. Negative 19 leadership there. The Skaven pushing the outside a little bit. He's got Eshin Triads trying to get out there, but like nothing he has is going to be able to deal with the Stank Train. Nothing. Like nothing whatsoever. Yeah, she's just been so dominant, and I would imagine she's the Scourge of Land Battle too. GG, well played. GG, well played. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate our top 4. We have Hitman Hippo. We have Outer Region, of course, won this. We got Charx, and then, let me just pull this up as well, and Tim the Wilder, of course. So very fun. It was a good tournament we had today. Good fun times. I want to thank you all for joining. If you enjoy the old school Total War content, it's kind of old school now, isn't it? It's been out for like friggin' almost 10 years. Do drop a like. It helps keep the old scene alive. And congrats to our mighty champion, Outer Region. He was in chat talking about how he wasn't going to make it earlier, but alas, he wins the tournament. So, GG, well played. That is it. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed that action. That was actually a really good final. Close game. It could have gone either way for sure. So stay tuned. As soon as I have details, the final details on the Big Fancy tournament, I will let you know, and we'll go from there. By Big Fancy, I just mean there's going to be a bigger prize pool, so it'll be fun. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. GG, well played. That's it for today. And Urson, bless this ravaged body for now. I suppose that's probably the more apt thing. We haven't seen any Sigmar today. All right, take care, guys. That's it. Adios, do widzenia. Appreciate you all.